Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening by the crackling fireplace, where warmth and imagination come alive. As you settle into this cozy nook, let your mind drift into whimsical worlds of wonder and dreams. Embrace the gentle magic of spring nights, where relaxation paves the way for serene slumbers and beautiful tomorrows. We're so grateful to share this tranquil moment with you tonight. Here's to a delightful start to your day ahead, filled with joy and possibilities. Story 1. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only the night knew. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, and the air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic. It was a place where the very stones remembered the footsteps of forgotten creatures, and the streams sang lullabies in a language only the pure of heart could understand. On one such velvet night, when the stars seemed to dance just a little closer to the earth, a small, curious hedgehog named Thistle felt a peculiar stirring in his heart. He had always been a creature of routine, tucking himself into his cozy nest of dried ferns and moss as the sun dipped below the horizon. But tonight a soft, melodic whisper seemed to drift on the breeze, a whisper that spoke of secrets waiting to be discovered. Wrapped in his cloak of prickles, Thistle ventured out from his burrow. The forest floor was a tapestry of moon-kissed moss and fallen leaves that crunched softly under his tiny feet. Above, the branches of the elder oaks swayed gently, their leaves murmuring secrets to one another in the tongue of the wind. Thistle paused, listening. He could almost make out the words, stories of rain that had fallen generations ago, of saplings that had grown into giants, of love and loss woven into the very rings of their being. As he wandered deeper, the forest seemed to awaken around him. Fireflies sparked to life, their gentle glow painting trails of gold in the darkness. They drifted like living stars, illuminating patches of clover and the delicate caps of midnight mushrooms that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Thistle followed their dance, his heart beating a rhythm of wonder and trepidation. Soon he came upon a babbling brook, its waters shimmering under the moonlight. The stream did not merely flow, it spoke. With every ripple over smooth, water-worn stones, it murmured tales of mountain peaks and hidden springs, of fish that leaped to catch moonbeams, and of the roots of trees that drank deeply from its life-giving flow. Thistle knelt, dipping a paw into the cool water, and felt the stories seep into his very bones. It was then that he noticed the stones along the bank. They were not silent, as stones often seem to the hurried eye. No, these stones held memories, of dinosaurs that had once trodden the earth, of glaciers that had retreated, of children who had skipped them across the water in a time long past. Thistle placed his ear against a large, moss-covered stone and heard a low, resonant hum like the earth's own heartbeat. But as enchanting as it all was, a faint worry began to gnaw at Thistle. The whispers of the trees grew more urgent, the stream's song held a note of caution, and even the fireflies seemed to flicker with unease. Thistle realized he had ventured farther than ever before, and the familiar landmarks of his home had faded into the mysterious depths of the woods. Just as a tendril of fear began to curl around his heart, a soft voice spoke from above. "Lost, little one." Thistle looked up into the wise, golden eyes of an old owl perched on a gnarled branch. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and she seemed to blend seamlessly into the night, as if she were woven from shadows and starlight. I suppose I am," Thistle admitted, his voice small. "The forest called to me, but now I'm not sure how to find my way back." The owl blinked slowly, her gaze kind. "The forest often calls to those who listen, but fear not, you are in no true danger here. My name is Althea. I have watched these woods through countless seasons. Would you like to understand what you are hearing?" Thistle nodded, his fear easing at the calmness in her voice. Althea spread her wings and glided silently to the forest floor beside him. "Come," she said. Walk with me, and I will show you the language of the night. Together they moved through the clearing. Althea did not lecture. Instead, she guided Thistle to listen, to truly hear. She showed him how the rustle of the leaves changed with the wind's intention, a gentle sigh for comfort, a sharper rustle for warning. She taught him to distinguish the chatter of the stream, joyful where it ran shallow and fast, contemplative where it pooled deep and still. They paused by a cluster of glow-in-the-dark fungi, their soft blue light pulsing slowly. These are the lanterns of the wood, Althea explained. They do not merely glow, they breathe, inhale the stillness, exhale the light. They mark the paths of those who tread with gentle intent. As they walked, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft shower that kissed the leaves and tapped rhythmically on the stones. The sound was a natural symphony, each drop playing its part in the forest's nightly song. Thistle lifted his face to the rain, feeling its cool freshness wash away the last remnants of his worry. Althea led him to a great, ancient willow tree, whose branches swept the ground like a curtain of silver. This, she said, is the elder willow. She is the keeper of seasonal magic, the cycles of rest and renewal. As they approached, the willow's branches parted softly, revealing a hollow within. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of damp earth and blooming night flowers. The walls of the hollow were lined with glowing moss, and the floor was carpeted with velvety petals. "Sit," Althea urged gently. Thistle settled into the softness, and the elder willow seemed to embrace him. He felt a deep, resonant peace, the same peace that comes with the first snowfall or the quiet decay of autumn that gives way to spring rebirth. Althea spoke softly. The magic of the seasons is not merely about change, it is about trust. The trees trust that their leaves will return after the winter's sleep. The stream trusts that the rains will replenish it, and the creatures of the wood trust that the darkness will always give way to light. Thistle understood then. The stirring he had felt was not just curiosity. It was a calling to understand this trust, to become part of the cycle himself. "How do I learn to trust like that?" he asked. Althea's eyes twinkled. "By listening, by remembering that even in the deepest night there are guides, like the fireflies, like the stream, like the stones, and like an old owl who has seen many seasons turn." She taught him how to read the constellations through the canopy, how to sense the shift in the air that heralded the dawn, and how to find his way by the memory in the stones beneath his feet. When the time came for Thistle to return, the rain had ceased, and the forest glistened under the moon. The path back seemed clearer now, as if the trees leaned gently to guide him, and the stream's song directed him home. At the edge of his burrow, Thistle turned to thank Althea, but she was already gone, melted into the night from which she came. Yet her wisdom remained, etched into his heart like the rings of the ancient trees. He slipped into his nest, not with the fear of being lost, but with the peace of being found. Outside, the whispers of the forest continued, the gentle rustle, the soft babble, the resonant hum, all weaving a tapestry of comfort around him. And as Thistle drifted into dreams, he knew that he was never alone. The ancient forest was alive with friends, with guides, with magic, and he was now part of its eternal, gentle story. The cycles would turn, the seasons would change, but the trust remained, as constant as the moon riding high in the starlit sky. Story 2. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moonbeams wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with secrets older than time, there existed a world that only revealed itself when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees whispered in a language only the most attentive could understand, a soft rustle of leaves that spoke of memories buried deep in the earth, of seasons long past, and of dreams yet to unfold. The streams murmured melodies as they danced over smooth, mossy stones, each ripple a verse in an endless song of renewal. And the stones themselves, worn smooth by centuries of rainfall and patient winds, held stories in their cool, silent surfaces, stories of resilience, of waiting, of quiet strength. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves trod softly along a path known only to the creatures of the night. Her name was Luna, and though she was young, her heart beat in rhythm with the forest's ancient pulse. She had always been drawn to the mysteries that unfolded under the cover of darkness. The soft glow of bioluminescent fungi clinging to fallen logs, the gentle hoot of owls conversing in the high branches, the way the starlight seemed to gather in certain clearings, pooling like liquid silver on the forest floor. But tonight, something felt different. A subtle shift had occurred in the forest's harmony. The usual chorus of crickets and frogs seemed muted, and the fireflies, which typically drifted like living constellations, flickered weakly, their light fading in and out as if burdened by some unseen sorrow. Luna paused beside a babbling brook, its waters whispering secrets she strained to decipher. She dipped her paw into the cool current, and the stream seemed to sigh, its melody tinged with melancholy. "The starlight is fading," it seemed to say, in the language of ripples and gentle flows. The balance wavers. Determined to understand, Luna followed the stream deeper into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so tall and thick their branches knitted together into a living cathedral. Here the air was rich with the scent of damp earth, pine, and the sweet fragrance of night-blooming flowers. She tread carefully, her paws making no sound on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. Soon she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before, a circular space where the moonlight fell unimpeded, illuminating a small, still pool at its center. Around the pool, stones covered in velvety moss arranged themselves in a spiral pattern, and at the far edge stood an ancient oak, its trunk so wide that 3 foxes standing nose to tail could not have encircled it. This was the elder tree, known to all as the guardian of the forest's deepest wisdom. Perched on one of its lower branches was a great horned owl, his feathers patterned like shadows in moonlight. His eyes, large and knowing, watched Luna approach without judgment. This was Orion, the elder who had seen countless cycles of seasons, who understood the language of the wind and the silence between stars. "You have noticed it too, little one," Orion said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that blended with the sighing of the leaves. "The starlight grows dim, and the fireflies lose their glow." Luna nodded, her whiskers trembling slightly. "Why is this happening? What can we do?" Orion shifted on his branch, his feathers rustling like parchment. "The forest speaks in cycles, dear child. Just as the trees shed their leaves in autumn to rest through winter, so too does the magic of this place ebb and flow, but sometimes the balance is disturbed. The stones say the stream has grown weary, the trees whisper that the wind carries less music than before. We must listen, truly listen, to understand." He inclined his head toward the pool. "Look into the water, see what it shows you." Luna approached the pool, her reflection shimmering on its surface beside the bright slice of the moon. As she gazed deeper, images began to form. A memory of the forest in vibrant spring, then the lush fullness of summer, the fiery brilliance of autumn, and the deep, silent rest of winter. She saw how each season relied on the other, how rest was not an end but a preparation for renewal. But then the image shifted. She saw a part of the forest where the stones had been displaced by a recent storm, where the stream's path had been blocked by fallen debris. The water, which should have flowed freely, now stagnated, and the stones, which should have hummed with ancient energy, lay silent and disconnected. "The stream is the forest's lifeblood," Orion explained softly. "It carries not just water, but stories, magic, and starlight. When its flow is interrupted, the magic cannot circulate. The fireflies draw their light from the starlight that collects in the clearings, and when the stream cannot carry that light onward, it fades." Luna's heart ached for the forest. "What can we do?" she asked again, her voice barely a whisper. Orion's eyes gleamed with gentle encouragement. "We must clear the path, but we cannot do it alone. You must seek the help of the nocturnal kin, the badgers who understand the earth, the bats who hear what others cannot, and the moths who follow the faintest traces of light. Together, you will learn the language of the stones and the stream, and you will help them remember their song. And so Luna set off, her spirit alight with purpose. She first visited the badgers, whose set lay near the troubled part of the stream. They were creatures of few words, but their paws were skilled at moving earth and stone. When Luna explained the situation, they nodded solemnly, their dark eyes reflecting understanding. "The stones have been lonely," one badger murmured. "They miss the water's caress." Next she sought the bats, who swooped and danced in the night sky, their keen ears attuned to the subtlest vibrations. They listened to the forest sounds and identified exactly where the stream's melody faltered. "The blockage is near the old willow," they chirped. "The water struggles to sing there." Finally she approached the moths, delicate beings with wings like brushed silver. They fluttered around her, their movements creating a soft, whispering sound that was itself a kind of magic. "We will guide you with what light remains," they promised, their voices like the rustle of silk. With her companions gathered, Luna led them to the place the bats had identified. Sure enough, a large branch and a pile of stones dammed the stream, causing the water to pool listlessly. The air here felt heavy, silent. Working together, they began their task. The badgers used their strong claws to loosen the stones, while Luna and the moths carefully nudged the branch aside. As they worked, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The only sounds were the gentle scrape of stone against stone, the soft flutter of wings, and the occasional hoot of encouragement from Orion, who watched from a nearby tree. Then, as the last obstacle was moved, the water gave a joyful gurgle and burst forward, rushing over the stones with renewed energy. A collective sigh seemed to move through the forest, the trees rustled approvingly, the wind picked up a melody, and the stones, now washed by the clear water, began to hum a low, resonant tone that vibrated through the earth. Almost immediately the fireflies' glow strengthened, their light dancing like living stars. Overhead the actual stars seemed to burn brighter, their light filtering down through the leaves and collecting in the clearings, until the entire forest was awash in a soft, silver radiance. Luna and her friends sat by the now babbling stream, watching as the magic of the forest restored itself. The badgers curled contentedly by the water's edge, the bats swooped playfully overhead, and the moths settled on nearby flowers, their wings glowing in the starlight. Orion glided down to join them, perching on a smooth, moss-covered stone. "You see, little one," he said, his voice warmer than ever, "the forest teaches us that even in darkness there is light to be found, and that rest, whether of the stream or the spirit, is not an ending, but a gathering of strength for the renewal to come." Luna nodded, feeling a deep sense of peace settle over her. She lay down by the stream, listening to its renewed song, a melody that spoke of resilience, friendship, and the endless cycle of giving and receiving. As dawn approached, painting the sky with soft hues of lavender and gold, the nocturnal creatures began to retreat to their homes, their hearts full. Luna remained a little longer, watching as the first rays of sunlight touched the treetops. She knew that when night fell again, the forest would be waiting, alive with magic and mystery, its stories continuing in an unbroken circle of rest and renewal. And as she finally turned for home, the forest whispered its gratitude in the language of rustling leaves, babbling streams, and humming stones, a lullaby of peace that would linger in her heart long after the stars had faded from the sky. Story 3. In a small house at the edge of a sleeping village, where the roof sang soft songs when rain fell, and the windows held the golden light of evening like captured honey, there lived a quiet child named Leo. The house had been in their family for generations, and every corner held whispers of stories told and secrets kept. On this particular afternoon, with gray clouds gathering like woolen blankets overhead, and the scent of coming rain sweetening the air, Leo found themselves in the attic. a place of dust motes dancing in slanted light and memories breathing softly in the shadows. The attic smelled of cedar and thyme, of old books and dried lavender. Leo had been sent to find a spare blanket, for the evenings were growing chilly, and the wind had begun to whisper through the cracks in the window frames. As they moved aside a box of yellowed letters and a basket of worn-out mittens, their fingers brushed against something cool and smooth tucked beneath a stack of quilts. It was a compass, but not like any compass Leo had ever seen. Its case was made of aged brass, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change when looked at from different angles. The glass covering the face was slightly clouded, and the needle beneath did not point north, but quivered and spun as if trying to decide which direction mattered most. As Leo held it, the compass grew warm in their palm, and a soft, steady ticking began, like the heartbeat of a small, hidden creature. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was a sound that felt both new and ancient, a rhythm that matched the patter of the first raindrops beginning to fall on the roof above. Curiosity glowing softly within them, Leo carried the compass down to their room, where a striped cat named Barnaby was snoozing on the rug beside the bed. Barnaby opened one golden eye, then the other, and stretched with a purr that rumbled like a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "What have you found, little one?" he seemed to ask with a blink, though his voice was only in Leo's imagination, or so they thought. But then the compass spoke. Not in words exactly, but in feelings, warmth for yes, coolness for no, and a gentle pull, like an invisible thread tied to Leo's heart, urging them toward the window. Outside, the garden was washed in shades of gray and green, the leaves of the old oak tree rustling like pages turning in a book. The compass needle settled, pointing not toward the road or the village, but deep into the heart of the garden, toward the old stone well that hadn't been used in years. "It wants us to go there," Leo whispered, more to themselves than to Barnaby. But Barnaby stood, shook his fur, and trotted to the door, tail held high like a question mark. "Come along," it seemed to say. So, wrapped in a thick sweater that smelled of cinnamon and comfort, Leo stepped out into the gentle rain, Barnaby padding silently beside them. The world was soft and misty, every sound muffled and magical. The raindrops pattered on leaves like fingertips tapping a lullaby, and somewhere far away a church bell chimed once, its tone hanging in the air like a promise. The well was old, its stones mossy and cool to the touch. Ivy curled around its sides, and ferns nodded sleepily at its base. The compass in Leo's hand grew warmer, and the needle glowed with a soft, golden light. It was pointing straight down into the darkness of the well. "But we can't go down there," Leo said, uncertainty weaving through their voice. Just then a small, round badger waddled out from behind the well. He wore tiny spectacles on his nose and carried a lantern no bigger than an acorn, which shed a cozy, buttery light. "Having a bit of trouble, are we?" the badger asked in a voice that was deep and gentle, like stones smoothing in a river. "Name's Herbert. I'm the keeper of deep and quiet places." Leo blinked. "You can talk." "So can you," Herbert replied with a twinkle in his eye. "And so can the compass in its own way. It doesn't point north, you know. It points toward what needs finding. What needs finding down there?" Leo asked, peering into the well's darkness. "Courage," said Herbert simply. "But not the loud, shouting kind. The quiet kind, the kind that feels like remembering you're brave even when you're scared." Barnaby purred in agreement, rubbing against Leo's legs. "How do we get down?" Leo asked, their voice small but steady. Herbert lifted his tiny lantern. With light and friendship, and one step at a time, he led them to a nearly invisible set of steps carved into the inside wall of the well, steps so small and worn they seemed more like suggestions than stairs. Leo took a deep breath, the air cool and damp and tasting of wet stone and earth. Holding the compass in one hand and resting the other on Barnaby's warm back, they began to descend. The world above grew smaller, a circle of gray light and falling rain. But around them Herbert's lantern cast a warm glow, showing the way step by step. The stones were cool and mossy underfoot, and the sound of their movement was joined by the soft drip 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 of water sliding down the walls, a rhythm that was both patient and endless. Deeper they went until the light from above was only a memory. But Leo did not feel afraid. The compass pulsed warmly in their hand, and Barnaby's purr was a steady, comforting vibration. Herbert hummed a low, tuneless song that seemed to make the darkness feel softer, kinder. At last the steps ended, and they stood in a small, round chamber. The air was still and quiet, and the ground was covered in soft, dry moss. In the center of the room stood a pedestal made of crystal, and on it rested a key made of light, it seemed, glowing with the same golden hue as the compass needle. "This key unlocks nothing you can see," Herbert said softly. "It unlocks the courage inside you, but to take it, you must show that you understand its nature." "How?" Leo asked. "By being still," said Herbert. "By listening, by kindness." So Leo sat on the mossy floor, Barnaby curling into their lap, his purring like a tiny engine of comfort. Herbert set down his lantern, and its light joined with the glow of the key and the compass, filling the space with a warmth that felt like a hug. Leo closed their eyes and listened. They heard the sound of their own breathing, slow and steady. They heard the distant chime of the bell again, though they were deep underground. They heard the rustle of Barnaby's fur as he shifted, and the soft scratch of Herbert's paw as he adjusted his spectacles. And then they heard something else, a faint, whispering sound like pages turning or like voices speaking just too quietly to make out the words. It was coming from the walls themselves. Leo stood and approached the crystal pedestal. The key pulsed gently, and the whispering grew slightly louder. Without quite knowing why, Leo reached into their pocket and pulled out a smooth, white stone they'd found in the garden that morning. They placed it gently beside the key. The whispering softened, became a sigh of gratitude. Next, Leo untied the ribbon from their hair, a blue ribbon their grandmother had given them, and laid it beside the stone. The whispering grew warmer, friendlier. Finally, Leo held the compass over the pedestal. The needle spun once, twice, and then settled, pointing directly at Leo's own heart. And they understood. The key wasn't something to be taken. It was something to be acknowledged. The courage was already there, inside them, waiting only to be recognized. "I see," Leo whispered. And the key dissolved into a shower of golden light that settled over them like glittering dust, warm and gentle. The whispering faded into a contented silence, and the compass in Leo's hand grew cool and still, its needle pointing now, steadily, peacefully, toward north. Herbert nodded, his spectacles gleaming. "Well done," he said. "You didn't need to travel far to find what you were looking for. You only needed to listen." Barnaby meowed in agreement, and the three of them made their way back up the steps, the darkness feeling now like an old friend rather than a stranger. When they emerged, the rain had stopped, and the evening sky was washed clean and streaked with pink and orange. The air smelled of wet earth and blooming night flowers. Leo felt different, not louder or bigger, but quieter and stronger, as if they had discovered a room inside themselves they never knew was there. They said goodbye to Herbert, who tipped his hat and vanished into the ferns with a soft rustle, and carried Barnaby back into the house, where firelight danced in the hearth and the smell of warm milk and honey filled it. That night, as Leo lay in bed, the compass resting on the bedside table, its ticking now slow and sleepy, they thought about the journey. They had not gone far in miles, but deep in understanding. They had been afraid, but they had been kind. They had listened, and they had learned. And as they drifted to sleep, the last sounds they heard were the gentle crackle of the fire, the soft purring of Barnaby curled at their feet, and the distant, comforting chime of a bell, ringing once in the clear, starry night. A reminder that the bravest adventures are often the quietest ones, and that everything we need is already within us, waiting only for the right moment to be found. Story 4. In a little valley nestled between the shoulders of two great mountains, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her world was small, but it was full of the quiet wonders of the forest. The cottage she shared with her grandfather sat at the edge of a whispering pine wood, and every evening, as the sun dipped behind the western peaks, she would sit by the hearth and listen to the fire crackle and pop, telling its own wordless stories. But Anya carried a quiet ache inside her, a feeling of being not quite whole. While other children in the distant village seemed to fit into their lives like smooth stones in a stream, she felt more like a jagged piece of quartz, beautiful perhaps, but out of place. She often wandered into the woods alone, not out of sadness, but from a longing she couldn't name, a sense that something was waiting for her, something just beyond the next grove of birch trees. One evening, as a soft autumn drizzle pattered against the window panes, her grandfather placed a small, worn wooden box in her hands. "This was your grandmother's," he said, his voice a gentle rumble. "She always said it was for the one who listened to the silence between the raindrops." Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a smooth, oval stone. It was the color of a twilight sky, deep indigo with flecks of silver that caught the firelight. But as Anya cupped it in her palms, something extraordinary happened. A soft, warm light began to glow from its very heart, pulsing gently like a sleeping ember awakened by her touch. It wasn't a bright, harsh light, but a cozy, amber radiance that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. "It's a hearthstone," her grandfather explained, settling into his armchair with a soft sigh. "It doesn't glow for everyone. It glows for those who are on the cusp of finding their true warmth, their own inner fire. Your grandmother called it a way shower. It's said to light the path you're meant to walk, even when you cannot see the road." That night, Anya fell asleep with the hearthstone tucked under her pillow. She dreamed not in images, but in sensations. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the feeling of moss under her bare feet, and a distant, melodic humming that seemed to vibrate through the very air. The next morning, the pull was irresistible. With the hearthstone safely in the pocket of her woolen dress, its gentle warmth a constant reassurance against her leg, she walked into the woods. She followed no path she knew, but instead let the stone's soft glow intensify or fade, guiding her turns. She walked deeper than she ever had before, past the familiar gnarled oak and the babbling brook where she usually stopped. The forest began to change. The pine trees grew taller, their trunks wider, and the air grew still and hushed, as if the world were holding its breath. The light filtering through the canopy turned a deep, liquid grain. And then she saw it, a great, ancient willow tree, its long, trailing branches brushing the forest floor like a curtain of tears. From behind this living veil, she could just make out a soft, golden light and that same melodic hum from her dreams. Pushing aside the silvery leaves, her breath caught in her throat. She had stepped into a hidden glen she never knew existed. The air was warmer here, smelling of honey and thyme. Luminescent mushrooms clustered at the bases of trees, casting a soft blue and green glow. In the center of the glen sat a small, crooked cottage, built around the trunk of an enormous, ancient tree. Its windows were lit from within by a welcoming golden light, and smoke curled from a chimney made of stacked, mossy stones. And there, sitting on a stump, was the source of the humming. It was a creature no taller than her knee, with skin the texture of birch bark and hair like a tuft of silvery moss. His eyes were large and dark, like pools of still water, and they widened in surprise as he saw her. He held a tiny, whittling knife in one hand and a piece of wood in the other. For a long moment they just stared at each other, the only sound the rustle of the willow leaves and the distant chirp of a bird. "You can see the glen," the creature said finally. His voice was like the wind sighing through reeds, soft and slightly raspy. I think so, Anya whispered, afraid that if she spoke too loudly, the magical vision would vanish. The hearthstone, he said, nodding toward her pocket, which was now glowing warmly. It is a key as well as a lantern. My name is Fargle. I am the keeper of this place. We have been waiting. Waiting? Anya asked, her curiosity overcoming her awe. She knelt so she was closer to his height. For the one the stone chooses, Fargle said. He set down his whittling and hopped off the stump. The balance has been off. The light fades a little each season. The stories are growing quiet. He pointed a twig-like finger toward the cottage. The ember of tales grows dim. Come, you should meet Nana. He led her to the cottage door, which was so low she had to duck to enter. The inside was one circular room, warm and cluttered and wonderfully strange. Drying herbs hung from the rafters, their scent mingling with the aroma of baking bread. A fire crackled in a grate, but instead of wood, it seemed to be burning bundles of cinnamon sticks and pine cones. In a rocking chair by the fire sat the oldest being Anya had ever seen. She was small like Fargle, but rounder, with a face and network of kindly wrinkles that looked like the growth rings of an ancient tree. She wore a shawl woven from autumn leaves, still holding their vibrant red and gold color. Her eyes, when she opened them, were the color of warm honey. Ah, the old one said, her voice a soft crackle. The listener has arrived. I am Nana. Welcome, child. The hearthstone does not air. You have a quiet heart. We need a quiet heart. Nana explained that this hidden glen was a place where stories came to rest, to be warmed and preserved before they drifted back out into the world to become dreams and inspirations. The fire in the grate was the ember of tales, and its health was tied to the stories themselves. But lately, fewer stories were finding their way home. A melancholy had settled over the woods, and a vital part of the ember had gone out, making it burn low and blue. The brightest part of the flame, the golden heart of it, was lost, Nana said, her honey-colored eyes sad. It was carried away by a sorrowful wind on a long winter's night. Without it, the stories are losing their warmth, their magic grows faint. Fargle looked up at Anya, his large eyes hopeful. The hearthstone glows for you. It believes you can help us find it. The lost ember will be drawn to its light and to a heart that seeks true warmth. And so, Anya's journey began. It was not a quest of great battles or fearsome monsters, but a quieter, deeper trek. Guided by the pulse of the stone in her pocket, she and Fargle set out the next morning. They traveled not with haste, but with a mindful slowness, listening to the forest. Their journey was one of subtle transformation. Anya, who had always felt she was watching life from the outside, began to truly see the world she walked through. Fargle showed her how to listen to the gossip of the sparrows, to read the weather in the patterns of lichen on stones, and to understand the ancient stories whispered by the roots of the trees. He taught her that friendship wasn't about grand declarations, but about sharing a silence comfortably, about pointing out a particularly perfect spiderweb glittering with dew, about handing her a sweet wild strawberry he found nestled in the grass. As they walked, the hearthstone's glow would occasionally flare, guiding them. It led them to a family of badgers, who spoke of a cold sadness that had settled over their set. Anya sat with them, and with a gentleness she didn't know she possessed, she simply listened to their worries. As she did, the hearthstone warmed, and a tiny, happy spark, a small new story of comfort, flew from it and zipped away toward the hidden glen. The badgers seemed to sit a little straighter, their gloom lightened. Another time, the stone glowed near a rushing stream where a young otter was struggling to build a dam, frustrated and alone. Fargle, with his clever fingers, showed him a better way to weave the branches, and Anya helped him roll a heavy stone into place. Their combined effort, a small moment of shared purpose, created another spark that joined the first. The otter's triumphant chirp was a new note of joy added to the forest's song. With each small act of kindness, each moment of connection and understanding, Anya felt the jagged feeling inside her smooth out. She was no longer apart from the world, she was a part of it. She was contributing her own small note to its grand symphony. Her friendship with Fargle, this unexpected bond between a human girl and a forest keeper, became the warm core of her journey. They were two different pieces that together made a more complete picture. The mystery of the lost ember unfolded not with a clap of thunder, but like the gentle unraveling of a knotted string. The hearthstone led them to the highest peak in the mountains, to a place where the wind whistled a lonely tune through the rocks. There, nestled in a barren crevice where nothing grew, was the source of the sorrowful wind. It was a lost and lonely spirit of the air, itself a fragment of a story forgotten, whirling in a perpetual chilly dance of grief. It wasn't malicious. It was just heartbroken and cold, and it had accidentally stolen the golden ember because it was drawn to its warmth, not understanding it was taking something vital away from others. Anya didn't try to fight it. She didn't shout. She simply stood there, the hearthstone glowing brightly in her hands, and she listened. She listened to the mournful song in the wind, and she understood its loneliness because it echoed the loneliness she had once felt in her own heart. She took a step forward and then another, her hand extended not to take, but to offer. The stone in her palms shone with a gentle, unwavering light, the light of found friendship, of quiet perseverance, of a heart that had learned to warm itself by warming others. The wind's spirit hesitated, its mournful song faltering. It swirled around her, and for a moment it was bitterly cold. But Anya stood firm, her compassion a shield against its despair. Slowly, drawn by a warmth greater than it had ever known, the spirit descended. In its center, where its heart should be, glowed the missing golden ember. The spirit didn't give it up. Instead, it gently pressed itself against the hearthstone Anya held. There was a soft sigh, like the sound of a first spring breeze, and the spirit dissolved, its loneliness soothed and comforted at last. Its essence flowed into the hearthstone, and the lost ember, now burning brighter than ever, settled seamlessly into the stone's center, joining with the light that was already there. The journey back to the hidden glen was filled with a deep, peaceful silence. The forest itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Colors looked brighter, the birdsong was sweeter, and a gentle warmth permeated there. When they pushed through the willow branches, Nana was waiting, a smile gracing her wrinkled face. Without a word, Anya walked to the fireplace and held the hearthstone over the ember of tales. The golden light within her stone leaped forth, flowing like liquid sunlight back into the fire. The change was instantaneous. The blue flame roared up, transforming into a glorious, swirling pillar of gold and orange and crimson. The cottage was filled with a blissful warmth that seeped into the very bones. Outside the window they watched as thousands of tiny new sparks, stories renewed, dreams rekindled, erupted from the chimney and shot into the twilight sky like a reverse shower of stars, heading out into the world to find their listeners. Anya knew her transformation was complete. The ache was gone, replaced by a steady, glowing warmth of her own. She had found her place not by seeking a different world, but by learning to see the magic in her own, and by adding her own light to it. She visits the glen often now, her friendship with Fargle and Nana a treasured secret. Sometimes she brings her grandfather, who smiles and says the air in that part of the woods always reminds him of his wife. And every night, as she lies in her bed, she holds the hearthstone. It no longer glows for her, for its work is done. Its light is inside her now, a steady, gentle flame that keeps her company in the dark. And if you walk through those deep woods on a quiet evening, you might just hear the faintest echo of a melodic hum, see a flicker of golden light from where no cottage should be, and feel a profound sense of peace, as if all the stories of the world are safely tucked in, burning bright and warm, right where they belong. So close your eyes now and listen. Perhaps you'll hear one, gentle and kind, ready to guide you into the softest of dreams. Story 5. The old house had a particular way of sighing in the evenings, as if settling its bones after a long day. Young Leo, visiting his grandfather for the summer, loved to listen to its gentle creaks and murmurs. But his favorite sound was the soft tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hallway, a steady heartbeat that made everything feel safe. One rainy afternoon, with drops pattering against the window panes like tiny fingertips, Leo's grandfather suggested he explore the attic. "There are lifetimes up there," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "Be sure to listen carefully." So Leo climbed the narrow stairs, the wood groaning softly under his feet. The attic smelled of cedar and memories, a dusty, sweet scent that made him feel like he was breathing in stories. Sunlight filtered through the round window, illuminating dancing dust motes that swirled like tiny fairies. In the far corner, tucked beneath an old patchwork quilt, Leo found a small wooden trunk. Its brass latch was tarnished with age, but it opened with a satisfying click. Inside, nestled in faded velvet, lay a most curious object, a silver compass no bigger than his palm. But instead of pointing north, its needle quivered and spun as if confused. Just then a soft purr rumbled from a nearby stack of books. A plump ginger cat with knowing green eyes emerged, blinking slowly. "That," said the cat in a voice like rustling autumn leaves, "is not for finding places, it's for finding answers." Leo stared. He'd heard cats meow and hiss, but never speak. "Who are you?" he whispered. "I am Barnaby," said the cat, washing a paw with great dignity. "Keeper of quiet things, and you found the Heartseeker compass. It's been waiting." The compass needle began to glow with a soft blue light, pulsing gently. "It senses something lost," Barnaby explained. "Something that needs finding." From a shelf above, a small porcelain shepherdess figurine chimed in with a voice like tiny bells. "Oh dear, it's the memories. They've been scattering again." She adjusted her ceramic bonnet. "I'm Matilda. I keep track of stories, but lately they've been slipping." Leo learned that the compass didn't point to north or south, but to feelings, to lost moments that needed remembering. Its current trembling indicated something important had been forgotten in the house, something that made the very walls feel sad. And so began their quiet adventure, not through forests or over mountains, but through rooms and corridors filled with the soft echoes of yesterday. The compass led them first to the study, where an old oak desk sat covered in papers. The needle glowed brighter as they approached a small drawer stuck fast with time. "Patience," advised a grandfather clock from the hallway, his voice a deep, melodic gong. "Some things cannot be forced." So Leo sat on the Persian rug, listening to the steady tick-tock, while rain continued its gentle rhythm outside. He didn't tug or pull, but simply waited with gentle hands. After several peaceful minutes, the drawer sighed open with a soft creak. Inside lay a faded photograph of a young woman laughing, her hand resting on the very same desk. But the photo was torn, missing a piece where her other hand would have been. The compass needle spun again, leading them next to the garden window seat. Through the rain-streaked glass, Leo could see the lavender bushes nodding under the gentle shower. The needle glowed warmly as it pointed to a loose floorboard beneath the window. Barnaby purred encouragingly while Matilda chimed, "Careful now, memories are delicate things." Leo pried up the floorboard carefully, revealing a small hollow space. There, wrapped in tissue paper that crinkled like autumn leaves, was the missing piece of the photograph, showing the woman holding a tiny silver locket. The final clue led them to the kitchen, where the compass needle trembled toward the old iron stove. But nothing seemed out of place. They searched cabinets and shelves until Leo noticed a loose tile near the hearth. Beneath it lay the silver locket from the photograph, its chain tangled and its clasp rusty. "Now the hardest part," murmured Barnaby, "making it whole again." For this, they needed help from the house itself. Leo carried the photograph pieces and locket to his grandfather's workshop. There, with the patient guidance of the grandfather clock's steady ticking and Matilda's gentle chiming suggestions, Leo carefully mended the photograph with special glue and polished the locket until it shone. When he opened the locket, two tiny portraits smiled out, his grandfather as a young man and the laughing woman from the photograph. That evening, as firelight danced in the hearth, Leo brought the mended treasures to his grandfather. The old man's hands trembled as he took them. Tears welled in his eyes, but they were happy tears. "My Alara," he whispered. "Today would have been our anniversary. I thought I'd forgotten how to remember her properly." He explained how they'd met in springtime, married in summer, and how she'd always worn that locket. "Time had blurred their edges," he said softly. "Thank you for helping me find them again." The house seemed to sigh contentedly around them, its walls glowing warm in the firelight. Barnaby purred on the rug while Matilda smiled from the mantelpiece. The grandfather clock ticked peacefully, as if nodding in approval. That night, as Leo lay in bed, he realized the compass had never been about north or south at all. It had been about finding the courage to look for what's missing, the patience to wait for answers, and the kindness to help someone remember. Through his window, the moon shone on the now calm garden, where raindrops glittered on lavender like scattered diamonds. Somewhere in the house, he heard the faint tick-tock of the clock, the distant chime of Matilda, and the soft purr of Barnaby keeping watch over all the quiet things. And Leo understood that the greatest adventures aren't measured in miles, but in moments, and that the most magical objects are those that help us find our way back to what matters most. Story 6. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true self when the sun had long since retired. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic so gentle it felt like a whispered secret. On this particular evening, a young hedgehog named Thistle was feeling unusually restless. The crisp autumn air carried a new chill, one that spoke of coming changes, and the familiar rustle of leaves seemed to hold a different melody, one of farewell rather than lullaby. Thistle's cozy burrow, usually a haven of contentment, felt suddenly too small, too quiet. A longing stirred within her, a desire to understand the shift she felt in the world around her. Venturing out into the moon-dappled clearing near her home, Thistle paused to watch the dance of fireflies, their bioluminescent bodies painting golden trails against the indigo night. It was then that she noticed the oldest inhabitant of the forest, a great horned owl named Alastair, perched on a low-hanging branch of the grandfather oak, his feathers silvered by the moon, his eyes holding the depth of 1,000 starry nights. "You feel it too, little one," Alastair said, his voice not a sound so much as a vibration that seemed to resonate through the very moss beneath Thistle's paws. It was a voice like velvet, like the distant rumble of a gentle thunder, and it held no judgment, only understanding. Thistle nodded, her small nose twitching. "The forest feels different tonight. The streams babble a sadder song, and the stones seem to be holding their breath." Alastair's great eyes softened. "The seasons are turning. Autumn is preparing to surrender to winter. It is a time of releasing, of quieting, but it is not an ending, merely a different kind of beginning." He inclined his head toward a path Thistle had never noticed before, one lined with luminous mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue light. "Would you like to understand the language of the forest, to hear what the trees, the streams, and the stones have to say about this change?" With a heart full of curiosity and a whisper of trepidation, Thistle followed Alastair as he glided silently ahead, his wings making no more sound than a shadow shifting. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining like old friends sharing secrets. As they walked, Alastair taught Thistle how to listen, not with her ears alone, but with her entire being. He showed her how to place her paw upon the trunk of a willow and feel the slow, deep thrum of its lifeblood, a vibration that spoke of resilience and patience. "Trees speak in the language of growth and stillness," Alastair murmured. "They teach us that there is strength in both reaching for the light and in resting in the dark." Soon they came to a small, clear stream that chuckled over smooth, water-worn stones. Alastair gestured for Thistle to sit beside it. "Listen to the water," he instructed. "It never clutches to what it has passed. It simply moves, adapts, and continues its journey. The stream sings of letting go." Thistle closed her eyes and did as she was told. At first she heard only the pleasant babble of water over rock, but as she focused, the sounds began to form patterns like a melody. She heard the joy of the stream as it danced around a large stone, the gentle sigh as it pooled in a quiet eddy, the excited rush as it tumbled down a small cascade. It was a song of constant motion, of acceptance. Next, Alastair led her to a circle of ancient moss-covered stones that stood in a starlit clearing. The air here was still and carried the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. "Place your forehead against the stone," the owl said softly. "The stones remember. They hold the memories of the forest." Thistle pressed her small head to the cool, rough surface of the largest stone. For a moment there was only silence. Then a warmth spread through her and images flickered in her mind. Summers of abundant sunshine, winters of deep, protective snow, the endless cycle of life unfolding in quiet majesty. The stones spoke not in words but in feelings, of permanence, of patience, of being deeply rooted while the world changed around them. As they continued their journey, the forest revealed its nocturnal wonders. Glowing lichen clung to the north sides of trees like nature's own constellations. A family of foxes paused to regard them with intelligent, kind eyes before melting back into the shadows. Overhead, the leaves of the aspen trees trembled in a soft breeze, creating a sound like gentle rainfall, a natural ASMR that soothed Thistle's restless spirit. But as they reached the heart of the forest, a vast clearing where the moonlight pooled so brightly it seemed almost daylight, Thistle felt a pang of sadness. The magnificent bioluminescent fungi that usually carpeted the clearing were beginning to dim, their light fading like dying embers. The air, once warm and buzzing with life, now held a sharper edge. "It is happening," she whispered, her voice small. "The magic is fading." Alastair settled beside her on a fallen log covered in velvet moss. "Look closer, little one." As Thistle watched, she noticed that as one light faded, another took its place. Tiny, ice-like crystals were beginning to form on the branches of the surrounding fir trees, catching the moonlight and scattering it into 1,000 prismatic sparks. The stream at the edge of the clearing, which had been laughing freely, now moved with a slower, more deliberate grace, its surface beginning to crust with the first delicate lace of ice. "The forest does not die," Alastair said, his voice a gentle rumble. "It rests, it dreams, and in its dreams it gathers strength for the renewal to come. The magic is not fading, it is changing its form." He explained how the winter would blanket the forest in silence and snow, a time for roots to deepen, for seeds to sleep and gather potential, for the earth to breathe out and then in again. Just as you retreat to your burrow for long sleeps, the entire forest enters a period of quiet contemplation. It is necessary, it is wise. As if to emphasize his words, a soft snow began to fall, large, lazy flakes that drifted down like feathers, muffling the world in a peaceful hush. Thistle watched, mesmerized, as the snow settled on her spines, on Alastair's feathers, on the glowing mushrooms and the crystal-laden trees. The forest was being tucked in, and the feeling was not one of loss, but of profound comfort. She understood now. The sadness she had felt was not an end, but a part of the cycle, a gentle release, like the trees letting go of their leaves. It made the return of spring all the sweeter, the rebirth all the more magical. With a heart full of newfound peace, Thistle thanked Alastair, whose eyes twinkled with approval. "Remember this night, little one. Whenever change unsettles you, listen for the language of the forest. It will always guide you back to peace." The journey back to her burrow was transformed. Thistle heard the soft crunch of snow underfoot as a winter lullaby. The sigh of the wind through the pine needles was a whispered promise of comfort. Even the distant hoot of Alastair, bidding her good night, felt like a blanket of reassurance. She reached her burrow just as the snow began to fall in earnest, draping the world in a pristine white quilt. Curling into her nest of dry leaves and soft moss, Thistle felt no more restlessness, only a deep and abiding contentment. The crackle of the frost outside was not a threat, but a natural rhythm. The silence was not empty, but full of potential. As she drifted into sleep, she knew that the ancient forest was not slumbering helplessly, but dreaming powerfully, gathering its magic for the day the sun would return and the cycle would begin anew. And in her own dreams, she spoke the language of the trees, the streams, and the stones, forever part of the gentle, eternal dance of rest and renewal. Story 7. The world above the clouds was a tapestry of whispered secrets and floating lanterns, where the air smelled of rain-kissed lilacs and freshly spun sugar. Here in the Athenaeum, the libraries did not stand on solid ground but drifted between dimensions, their shelves lined with books that hummed melodies only the heart could decipher. It was to one such place that a young dreamer named Kalen journeyed, carrying with him a small woolen blanket his grandmother had woven, a soft, cinnamon-dusted thing that always smelled of home. Kalen had not come for himself, but for his village below the mist. Lately the springs that fed their gardens had grown quiet, and the flowers had begun to wilt. The elders spoke of a forgotten song, one that could wake the waters, but the memory of it had faded like ink in the sun. It was said that the grand Athenaeum, the library that drifted where dreams and reality brushed against one another, held every story ever lived and every song ever sung. If the song of the springs was anywhere, it would be there. His guide was a creature of light and air, a lumina, a being that looked like a swirl of liquid starlight, shaped vaguely like an otter with wings of gossamer. It did not speak in words, but in ripples of color and gentle touches that conveyed meaning as clear as any language. When Kalen felt doubt, it would brush against his hand, leaving a trail of warmth that smelled like morning dew and reassurance. They passed through the whispering archways, great stone frames hung with curtains of ivy that chimed softly in the wind. Each archway led to a different wing of the library, and each was guarded by gentle sentinels, stone giants who moved with the grace of clouds and whose eyes glowed with the soft light of forgotten constellations. They did not bar entry, but offered riddles woven from starlight and memory. Kalen answered with stories from his own life, tales of kindness, of shared bread, of laughter around evening fires. And the giants would step aside, their stone faces curling into something like a smile. Deep within the Athenaeum, they found the starlight atrium. Here, books did not rest on shelves, but floated in the air like lazy fireflies, their pages turning to a music only they could hear. The air was thick with the scent of old paper, vanilla, and something else, something like the electric tang of a coming storm. And there, nestled between a volume on ocean tides and one on mountain echoes, was the book Kalen sought, bound in silver-blue leather that felt like cool water to the touch. But as he reached for it, the lumina trilled a warning, a cascade of amber light. From the shadows emerged a creature of melancholy, a shade weaver. It was not evil, but lonely, a being made from forgotten memories and lost sighs. It communicated not in light or sound, but in temperature, a cold touch that spoke of isolation. It guarded the book not out of malice, but because it contained the very song of connection, something it had never known. Kalen felt a chill wrap around his heart. He could have turned away, could have searched for another path. But he remembered his grandmother's words. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is understand what frightens you. So he sat. He did not reach for the book. Instead, he unfolded his blanket, the one that smelled of cinnamon and home, and wrapped it around his shoulders. Then, softly, he began to hum. It was no magical tune, just a lullaby his grandmother sang, one that spoke of steady hands and kind eyes. The shade weaver stilled, its form flickering like a dying ember. Kalen reached out, not for the book, but for the creature. His fingers brushed against its cool, mist-like form. And in that touch, he shared warmth. He shared memory, the feel of sun on skin, the sound of shared laughter, the taste of fresh-baked bread. He shared home. The shade weaver did not pull away. Instead, it leaned into the touch, and its coldness softened into something like gratitude. It moved aside, and the book drifted gently into Kalen's waiting hands. He did not need to read it. As his fingers traced the water-like text, the song unfolded in his mind, a melody of underground streams and patient roots, of rain that nourishes and rivers that remember. It was a song of return. The lumina glowed with approval, a soft, gold-green light that filled the atrium with the scent of blooming jasmine. Together they retraced their steps, past the stone giants who nodded in silent respect, through the archways that chimed a little sweeter now, and back to the edge of the Athenaeum. Kalen returned to his village as the first stars pricked the evening sky. He stood by the silent spring, closed his eyes, and let the song flow from him, not in a loud voice, but in a whisper, as though sharing a secret with the earth. And the spring remembered. It began to murmur, then to chuckle, then to sing. Water, clear and cool, bubbled up from below, carrying with it the scent of wet stone and renewal. The villagers gathered, their faces lit by lanterns and wonder. Flowers lifted their heads, and the world felt whole again. That night, as Kalen wrapped himself in his grandmother's blanket, he looked up at the sky. Somewhere between the dimensions of dreams and waking, a library drifted, and a creature of light and a being of mist kept watch over stories yet to be discovered. And he knew, as sure as he knew the scent of cinnamon and the feel of wool, that every act of kindness, every shared understanding, became part of that great and humming library, a song that would never truly be forgotten. And in the gentle silence that followed, sleep came like a soft tide, carrying him into dreams of floating lanterns and whispered harmonies, where every heart found its melody, and no one was ever truly alone. Story 8. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle swirls of lilac and silver, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory. It was a place of soft, humming lights and crystalline windows that looked out upon the endless tapestry of space. Here, two unlikely souls found themselves drawn together by the silent call of the cosmos. The first was a being from the world of Lyria, where the very air shimmered with music. His name was Kalen, and his form was slender and graceful, with skin that shifted in color like the surface of a soap bubble catching the light. When he spoke, it was not with words but with soft, melodic hums that painted emotions in the air, a lilting tune for curiosity, a deep chord for comfort, a sparkling arpeggio for joy. His large, dark eyes reflected the stars he so loved to watch. The second was a creature from the rocky planet of Xylos, where communication happened through the gentle pulsing of light across one's skin. Her name was Nissa, and she was small and sturdy, with a hide like polished river stone that glowed with soft, bioluminescent patterns. Her way of speaking was a silent language of light, swirls of gold for greeting, soft blue waves for calm, and sudden bursts of silver for excitement. She expressed herself in luminescent whispers. They met by chance one evening, when both had sought refuge in the abandoned observatory during a meteor shower. Kalen was curled in a corner, humming a nervous melody as streaks of light flashed outside. Nissa had taken shelter beneath a console, her skin pulsing a worried gray. For a long time they simply watched each other, one humming softly, the other glowing cautiously. It was Kalen who made the first gesture of friendship. He began to hum a gentle, repeating tune, a Lyrian lullaby meant to soothe frightened young ones. Slowly, Nissa's gray worry light softened into a tentative blue. She responded by tracing a small circle of gold light on the floor between them. And so, without a single shared word, a conversation began. Over time, the observatory became their shared sanctuary. They swept away the cosmic dust and repaired the fractured crystal panes. In the center of the main chamber, they created a garden, not of earth and water, but of starlight and memory. Kalen brought glowing spores from Lyria that bloomed into delicate, bell-shaped flowers that chimed softly when touched. Nissa cultivated crystalline plants from xylos that absorbed starlight and glowed from within like captured constellations. Their garden became a place of wonder and gentle discovery. They learned to understand one another through patient observation. Kalen discovered that when Nissa's light patterns moved in quick, jumping dots, she was laughing. Nissa learned that when Kalen's hums dipped low and warm, he was content. They developed their own language, a beautiful blend of light and sound that expressed what words never could. Of course, there were misunderstandings. Once Nissa arranged her glowing crystals in what she intended as a welcoming pattern, a Xylosian gesture of invitation. To Kalen, the specific arrangement of lights resembled a Lyrian warning signal for approaching danger. He responded with a sharp, alarmed chord and retreated to a high platform, his skin flashing anxious oranges and reds. It took nearly an hour of gentle, repeated patterns from Nissa, soft pulses of blue and green, before Kalen understood. When realization dawned, his nervous colors softened, and he hummed a melody that combined apology and amusement. They both shared the moment, Nissa with dancing points of silver light, Kalen with warbling musical laughter. Another time, Kalen arranged the chiming flowers to create what he thought was a beautiful musical composition. Unfortunately, the specific sequence of notes happened to be the Xylosian equivalent of a deeply offensive nursery rhyme. Nissa's lights dimmed to an embarrassed mauve, and she turned away. It was only when Kalen noticed her discomfort and changed the arrangement that she turned back, her lights flickering with gentle forgiveness. These moments never caused lasting upset. Instead, they became stories they would tell each other later. Kalen with a humorous reenactment in musical notes, Nissa with playful light patterns that danced across her skin. Their differences became a source of laughter and deeper connection. Their favorite times were the quiet hours when they would sit together in their starlit garden, watching the cosmos through the great crystal dome. Kalen would hum soft, wandering melodies that seemed to harmonize with the distant pulsing of quasars. Nissa would let her skin glow in patterns that mirrored the slow dance of nebulas outside. In these moments they needed no translation. The language of the universe itself was enough. One particular evening, a rare alignment of 3 moons created a spectacle of silver light outside. They sat together on a bench woven from glowing vines, sharing a moment of perfect peace. Kalen hummed a question, a rising, curious note. Nissa responded with a soft pulse of gold, agreement. Slowly, carefully they reached out, Kalen with his shimmering hand, Nissa with her glowing one, and touched for the first time. Where their hands met, something wonderful happened. Kalen's colors brightened and swirled with new intensity, while Nissa's patterns began to pulse in time with his humming. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through learned signals, but through something deeper. It was as if their very beings were harmonizing, creating a new language made of shared feeling rather than sound or light. They sat like that for a long time, hand in hand, watching the moons dance their ancient patterns. In that silent communion, they discovered that the greatest understanding often needs no translation, that kindness, curiosity, and companionship transcend all barriers of world or language. As the moons continued their celestial waltz, the two friends remained in their garden observatory, a living bridge between worlds. Kalen's colors settled into a contented, steady glow, while Nissa's patterns softened to a gentle rhythm that matched his breathing. Together they watched the stars, safe in their shared sanctuary, knowing that no matter how far from home they were, they had found something universal, the quiet miracle of friendship written in light and song across the infinite canvas of space. And in that knowing there was peace. Story 9. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden spirits. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in this cozy space, all was safe and still. Listen closely now, for I have a tale to tell, a story about a boy who learned that the greatest warmth often comes from the most unexpected places. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a boy named Kalen. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of twilight and hair the shade of oak bark. While other children played boisterous games in the village square, Kalen often wandered alone along the forest paths, collecting interesting stones and listening to the secret language of the woods. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Kalen was returning from one of his solitary walks. His pockets were heavy with smooth stones and pine cones, and his heart felt unusually light. As he approached the edge of the forest where it met the village, something caught his eye, a faint, pulsing glow coming from beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity, that quiet companion of lonely souls, tugged at him. Kneeling down, Kalen carefully brushed away the fallen leaves and rich, dark soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was about the size of his palm, smooth and oval-shaped, with colors that shifted like captured sunset, deep oranges, soft golds, and the occasional flicker of crimson that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like embers breathing in the darkness. As Kalen's fingers closed around the stone, a wonderful warmth spread through his hand, not the harsh heat of a fire, but the comforting warmth of sunlight remembered on a chilly day. He tucked the stone into his pocket, feeling its gentle heat against his thigh as he walked the final distance home. That night, as Kalen lay in bed with the strange stone on his bedside table, he had the most peculiar dream. He dreamed of winding pathways deep beneath the earth, lit by the same gentle glow that pulsed from his stone. He dreamed of soft, melodic voices that seemed to hum through the very roots of trees, and of doors hidden in the sides of hills, waiting for just the right key to open them. When he awoke the next morning, the stone still pulsed with its soft light, and the memory of the dream felt more like a recollection than a fantasy. Throughout the day, whether helping his mother in the garden or studying his lessons, Kalen found his thoughts drifting back to the stone and the underground pathways of his dream. That evening, as twilight settled over the village once more, Kalen found himself drawn back to the ancient oak tree. The stone in his pocket seemed to grow warmer as he approached, its pulsing light quickening slightly. Standing before the massive tree, Kalen noticed something he hadn't seen before, a narrow opening between two particularly large roots, just wide enough for a boy to slip through if he turned sideways. Taking a deep breath of the crisp autumn air, Kalen squeezed through the opening. To his astonishment, instead of finding himself in the small, earthy space between roots he expected, he discovered a downward-sloping tunnel, its walls embedded with countless stones that glowed with the same gentle light as the one in his pocket. The air smelled of damp earth, growing things, and something sweet like honey and cinnamon. The tunnel descended gradually, curving gently as it went. Kalen walked slowly, his hand brushing against the glowing walls, which felt smooth and warm to the touch. The only sounds were his soft footsteps and a distant, melodic humming that seemed to vibrate through the very stone around him. After what felt like both moments and hours, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern that took Kalen's breath away. The ceiling arched high above, dotted with glowing crystals that twinkled like captured stars. Strange, beautiful plants grew in clusters, their leaves shimmering with soft light and their flowers emitting gentle chimes when the faint breeze stirred them. Through the center of the cavern flowed a stream whose water glittered, as if filled with liquid starlight. But most astonishing of all were their inhabitants. Small, gentle creatures moved about the cavern, their forms seeming to be made of earth and moss and stone. They had luminous eyes and moved with a graceful, flowing motion that reminded Kalen of wind through grass. They tended the glowing plants, gathered crystals in baskets woven from glowing fibers, and spoke to each other in soft, musical tones. One of these creatures noticed Kalen standing at the tunnel's entrance. Instead of being alarmed, it approached him with a curious tilt of its head. It stood about as tall as Kalen's waist, with skin that looked like polished river stone and hair like trailing moss. Its eyes glowed with the same warm light as the stones in the walls. "Hello," it said in a voice that sounded like wind chimes and flowing water. "You have the Heartstone. We wondered when you would come." Kalen looked down at the stone in his hand, which was pulsing in rhythm with the crystals throughout the cavern. "The Heartstone?" he asked. The creature nodded. "It calls to those who need to find their way here. My name is Bramble. Welcome to the Gloaming, the world between roots and rock, between setting sun and rising moon." Bramble extended a hand that felt surprisingly like smooth, warm stone. Kalen took it, and together they walked deeper into the cavern. As they went, other creatures paused in their tasks to offer gentle smiles and nods. They seemed neither surprised nor concerned by Kalen's presence. "Many seasons ago," Bramble explained as they walked along the starlit stream, "the Heartstone was created when a piece of sunset became trapped in Earth during the world's first twilight. It occasionally finds its way to the surface, always seeking someone who needs to discover our world, and perhaps, in doing so, discover something about themselves." Kalen listened, mesmerized by both Bramble's words and the wonder of the world around him. "But why me?" he asked softly. Bramble's glowing eyes seemed to twinkle. "The stone knows what the heart needs before the mind understands. Tell me, child of the surface world, do you often feel alone, even when surrounded by others?" Kalen nodded slowly, surprised that this stranger could understand something he had never spoken aloud. "The Heartstone often finds those who carry quietness within them," Bramble said gently. "But here in the Gloaming we understand that quietness is not emptiness. It is simply a different way of being. Come, let me show you." Over what felt like days but might have been only hours, Bramble introduced Kalen to the wonders of the Gloaming. They visited gardens where flowers sang soft lullabies, libraries where stories were stored in crystals that played them like music when touched, and kitchens where food was prepared that tasted like comfort and contentment. Kalen met other inhabitants, a creature named Moss who taught him how to listen to the stories stones could tell, another named Shale who showed him how to weave light into patterns that could calm anxious thoughts, and a particularly ancient being called Deeproot who spoke in rumbles that vibrated through the earth and told tales of times when the world was young. With each new experience, Kalen felt something within him unfolding, like a flower opening to morning sun. The quietness that had often felt like loneliness began to feel like peace. The thoughtful nature that sometimes made him feel separate from others now felt like a gift. One evening, or what passed for evening in the timeless Gloaming, Bramble took Kalen to a quiet pool at the edge of the starlit stream. The water's surface was perfectly still, reflecting the glowing crystals above like a second sky. "Look deeply," Bramble said softly. As Kalen gazed into the water, the reflection began to change. He saw himself back in his village, but different somehow. He saw himself sharing stories with other children, not as the center of attention, but as a quiet listener who knew just when to offer a word of comfort or understanding. He saw himself helping neighbors with tasks, his quiet observation making him notice needs others overlooked. He saw himself content in his own company, but also capable of connection when he chose it. "The stone showed you the way here," Bramble murmured, "not so you could escape your world, but so you could learn to live in it more fully. Your quiet nature isn't a barrier to connection, it's a different path to it." Kalen looked from the pool to Bramble, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I thought I needed to become different to belong," he whispered. Bramble's stone-like face seemed to soften. "The world above has many voices, and they are all needed, the boisterous and the quiet, the speakers and the listeners. You need not change your nature to find your place, only to understand how your particular nature fits into the greater pattern." As these words settled into Kalen's heart, he noticed the heartstone in his pocket had begun to glow less brightly. Its pulses were slowing, its warmth diminishing. "It is time for you to return," Bramble said gently. "The heartstone's work is nearly done." A feeling of sadness washed over Kalen. "But will I remember this place? Will I be able to return?" Bramble placed a warm, stone-like hand on Kalen's shoulder. "You will remember, though in the way one remembers a vivid dream, more feeling than detail. And as for returning—" Bramble smiled, a cracking of stone that revealed inner light. "You carry the gloaming within you now, its peace, its acceptance, its understanding that different natures have different beauties. Whenever you need to remember, simply find a quiet moment, close your eyes, and feel for that warmth we've shared." Together they walked back through the glowing tunnels, the journey feeling much shorter than before. At the entrance beneath the oak tree, Bramble paused. "Remember, child of two worlds," Bramble said softly, "that transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, your experiences here have lit a steady glow within you. Tend it well." With those final words, Kalen stepped back through the roots and into the cool night air of his own world. The stars above glittered coldly compared to the warm glow of the gloaming, but as he walked home, Kalen realized a new warmth was growing within him, a steady, peaceful light that had nothing to do with the stone in his pocket. When he reached his room and took out the heartstone, he found it had turned into an ordinary, though beautifully smooth, stone. Its glow had faded completely, its warmth gone. But Kalen didn't feel loss. Instead, he placed the stone on his windowsill where moonlight could touch it, a reminder that transformation often leaves behind the shell of what was, while the essence moves inward. The next day, and in the days that followed, Kalen found that something had indeed shifted within him. He still enjoyed his solitary walks, but now he also found himself noticing opportunities for small connections, helping a younger child reach a ball stuck in a tree, listening patiently when an elderly neighbor wanted to share a story, offering a quiet smile to someone who looked lonely. He discovered that his thoughtful nature allowed him to see things others missed, and that when he did speak, people often listened carefully, sensing the weight of his considered words. The children who had once seemed too boisterous for him now seemed simply different, not better or worse, and he found ways to interact with them that felt comfortable for him. One afternoon, he noticed a new girl sitting alone at the edge of the village square, watching the other children play with a look of hesitant longing that reminded him of his own former feelings. Remembering the acceptance he had found in the gloaming, Kalen walked over and sat beside her quietly. After a moment, he took a smooth stone from his pocket, not the heartstone, but one he had found that morning, and offered it to her. "It has interesting lines if you look closely," he said softly. The girl looked surprised, then took the stone, turning it over in her hands. "It looks like a tiny landscape," she said after a moment, her voice quiet like his. Kalen nodded. "I sometimes imagine the story stones could tell if they could speak." The girl smiled, a small but genuine expression. I'm Lyra, we just moved here. I'm Kalen, he said. Would you like to see where I find the best stones? And so began a friendship built not on loud games or constant talking, but on comfortable silences, shared curiosity, and the understanding that sometimes the deepest connections are woven from quiet threads. As seasons turned, Kalen grew into a young man known for his quiet wisdom and gentle presence. People sought him out when they needed someone who would listen without judgment, who noticed details others overlooked, who offered thoughtful perspectives. He never told anyone about the gloaming. Some experiences are too precious to be captured in words, but he carried its lessons in how he moved through the world. Sometimes, on evenings when the twilight seemed particularly soft and the boundary between worlds felt thin, Kalen would walk to the ancient oak tree and place his hand against its bark. He would close his eyes and remember the warmth of the gloaming, the musical voices of its inhabitants, the peace of that underground world. And in those moments he would feel an answering warmth pulse within him, a steady glow that reminded him that he belonged exactly as he was. Years later, when Kalen had children of his own, he would sometimes take them on walks through the forest. He taught them how to listen to the language of trees, how to find beauty in ordinary stones, how to appreciate both companionship and solitude. One evening, as they sat beneath the ancient oak tree sharing a simple meal of bread and cheese, his youngest daughter reached between the roots and pulled out a smooth, oval stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. "Papa," she whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "Look." Kalen smiled, a deep, peaceful joy spreading through him as he recognized the glow of a heartstone. Taking his daughter's hand, he said softly, "That is a very special stone. It has a story to tell if you're ready to listen." And as twilight settled around them, the boundary between worlds feeling thin once more, Kalen began to share not the story of the gloaming itself, but the lessons it had taught him. About acceptance, about the value of different natures, about the warmth that comes from understanding your own heart. The fire in the hearth crackles softly now, its embers glowing with the same steady light as the heartstone in our story. Can you feel that warmth spreading through you, gentle listener? Can you feel the peace that comes from understanding that we each have our own nature, our own gifts, our own way of belonging? Remember, as you drift towards sleep, that transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, may you carry your own steady glow within you. The night is deep and quiet now, filled with possibilities and peace. Let the warmth of this story wrap around you like a soft blanket as you journey into dreams, where perhaps you too might discover hidden worlds and unexpected friendships. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep well. Story 10. The air smelled of rain-kissed lilacs and freshly turned pages, a scent that seemed to curl around Leo like a friendly cat as he stepped through the shimmering veil. One moment he had been in his own small bedroom, the worn blue quilt pulled to his chin. The next he was here, standing on a pathway that felt like walking on a warm, firm cloud. He looked down at his feet, clad in soft woolen socks, and wiggled his toes. The pathway gave gently, springing back with a soft, sighing sound. Above him the sky was not a sky at all, but a vast, curving dome of interconnected bookshelves that stretched into infinity, glowing with a soft, golden light. This was the starlit Athenaeum, a library suspended between all that was and all that could be. In his hand, Leo clutched the reason he was here. It was a small brass music box, a gift from his grandmother. Its surface was worn smooth from generations of touch, and when opened, it played a faint, tinkling melody that always made him think of coming home. Lately the melody had grown weaker, the notes faltering, as if the box itself were growing sad. A whispered story from his grandmother had led him here, a tale of the resonant spires, crystalline structures deep within the Athenaeum that could heal ailing hearts and forgotten songs. The path beneath his feet, the cloud walk, pulsed with a gentle, guiding light. He began to follow it, his steps silent on the soft, yielding surface. The air was filled with a soft, continuous hum, like a chorus of distant, contented bees. As he walked, he realized the hum was coming from the inhabitants of this place. They flitted between the towering shelves, small furry creatures with wide, luminous eyes and wings that looked like stained glass. They were the Lumini, and they communicated by brushing their wings together, creating complex harmonies that shimmered in the air like visible sound. One, bolder than the rest, fluttered down and landed on his shoulder. It felt like being touched by a sun-warmed peach, soft and slightly fuzzy. It trilled a series of questioning notes that felt like curiosity against his cheek. "I'm looking for the resonant spires," Leo whispered, not wanting to disturb the profound peace. The lumini on his shoulder vibrated, and a cascade of shimmering light, the color of a happy sunrise, spilled from its wings. It took flight, beckoning him to follow. The cloud walk led him through grand reading rooms where armchairs shaped from puffy cumulus clouds invited rest, and past waterfalls that cascaded not with water, but with liquid starlight, filling the air with the clean, ozone scent of a night after a thunderstorm. They passed the grand chronoshelf, a towering structure where the books rearranged themselves constantly, their spines rippling like a school of fish. It was a waypoint, his little guide trilled, a place to reorient oneself in the vastness of the library. But the most breathtaking landmark was yet to come. The path descended, sloping down into a vast, open cavern within the clouds themselves. This was the cavern of the silent aurora. There were no books here. Instead, the walls, floor, and ceiling were alive with slowly shifting, silent ribbons of light, violet, emerald, cerulean, and gold. They moved in a slow, graceful dance, and the air hummed with their peaceful energy. It was completely silent, yet Leo felt the most beautiful, wordless symphony playing directly upon his soul. The texture of the air changed. It was thicker here, like breathing in cool silk, and it carried the faint, sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. His lumini guide glowed with a soft, reverent light, its usual musical chatter stilled in respect for the cavern's quiet majesty. This was another waypoint, a place of reflection. As Leo stood there, the silent lights weaving around him, he understood his journey was not just about fixing the music box. It was about understanding the song inside himself that had also grown quiet lately, the song of wonder, of curiosity, of connection. The music box was merely its echo. Leaving the serene cavern behind, the path began to glow more brightly, thrumming with a new urgency. The Lumini's song became a clear, guiding melody, leading him to an archway woven from living, singing vines. Beyond it stood the resonant spires. They were not tall or imposing, but a cluster of crystalline formations that grew from the cloud floor, each one a different height and thickness. They glowed from within with a soft, pulsing light, and as Leo approached, they began to vibrate, producing a deep, foundational hum that he felt in his bones. This was the heart of the Athenaeum's music. Hesitantly, Leo knelt before the central spire. He opened the little brass music box. It gave a weak, struggling chirp and fell silent. He placed it gently at the base of the crystal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the spires began to glow brighter. The lumini which had gathered around him in a silent, glowing cloud began to brush their wings together, not in their usual cheerful chatter, but in a slow, solemn, and incredibly beautiful harmony. The sound washed over the music box. The crystals absorbed the melody, amplified it, and poured it back out, pure and strong. The little box began to glow. The familiar, homely melody it played, his melody, rose from it, no longer weak and faltering, but clear and confident, weaving itself into the lumini's song and the spire's hum. It was his grandmother's lullaby, the sound of his own heartbeat, the memory of laughter in his kitchen, all given form and voice. The music filled the space, a tapestry of sound and light that was both foreign and utterly, deeply familiar. As the song reached its crescendo, Leo felt a warmth spread through his own chest, a gentle unlocking. The quiet song inside him, the one of wonder and connection, swelled to meet the music around him. He was not just fixing an object, he was remembering a part of himself. The symphony slowly faded. The lumini settled, their light soft in content. The spire's hum returned to its gentle bass line. Leo picked up the music box. It was warm to the touch, and the brass seemed to shine with a new inner light. He closed the lid, and the world felt right. His lumini friend led him back, the journey now a peaceful, familiar stroll. The cloud walk felt even softer under his feet, the scent of old books and lilacs even sweeter. When he reached the shimmering veil from which he'd entered, he turned to his guide. The little creature trilled a goodbye that felt like a soft, musical hug, and then Leo stepped through. He was back in his bed, the worn blue quilt pulled to his chin. Morning light was just beginning to filter through his window. For a moment, he wondered if it had all been a dream. Then he felt the weight in his hand. He opened his palm. The music box was there, still warm. And from within it, ever so faintly, he could still hear the echo of the Lumini's song, woven forever into its melody, a permanent reminder of the wonder between dimensions and the music that waits to be rediscovered inside us all. He held it to his ear, smiled, and drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, floating on the memory of a warm cloud. Story 11. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, where the cobblestones were polished smooth by centuries of gentle rains, and the rooftops wore thick blankets of moss, there lived a stargazer named Finn. Every evening, as the sky deepened from lavender to indigo, Finn would climb the winding stairs of the old clock tower, the tallest point in the village, to watch the stars awaken. The townsfolk often said Finn knew the constellations better than the lines on his own palms, and the children loved how he could trace stories in the heavens with nothing but a whispered word and an outstretched finger. But one autumn evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 times, each note ringing clear and golden through the misty air, Finn noticed something peculiar. The constellation of the Silver Swan, which should have been gleaming directly above the weeping willow by the river, was missing. Not a single star twinkled where the swan's graceful neck should have arched. Finn frowned, adjusting the brass telescope that had been passed down through generations of stargazers. Perhaps it was just the clouds, he thought, though the sky was perfectly clear. The next night it happened again. This time the dancing bear had vanished from the northern sky. And the night after that, the weaver's loom was gone, leaving an unsettling emptiness where its delicate threads of light should have shimmered. Soon the whole village was whispering about the missing stars. Mrs. Honeywort, who ran the tea shop where the air always smelled of cinnamon and chamomile, noticed that her lavender bushes had begun to bloom a silvery white instead of their usual violet. Old Mr. Breyer, the clockmaker, discovered that the hands of his pocket watch sometimes twitched backward, as if hesitant to move forward. And the children playing by the creek swore that the water occasionally flowed uphill, carrying fallen leaves back to the branches from which they'd tumbled. The village council gathered in the town square, their lanterns casting warm pools of light on the cobblestones as a soft rain began to fall. "It's magic gone wonky," declared the mayor, wringing his hands. Or worse, a curse. But Finn, who stood quietly at the edge of the gathering, noticed something else. The wind chimes hanging outside the bakery weren't ringing in the breeze. Instead, they were humming, a low, melodic sound that seemed to harmonize with the patter of rain on the rooftops. That night, unable to sleep, Finn wandered down to the village library, a cozy building with leaded glass windows and shelves that reached to the ceiling. Mrs. Ivy, the librarian, was still there, mending a torn page in an old book of nursery rhymes by the light of an amber lamp. "Trouble sleeping, dear?" she asked, not looking up from her work. Finn explained about the stars, the backward ticking clocks, the humming wind chimes. Mrs. Ivy listened patiently, her needle moving in and out of the paper like a tiny silver fish. When Finn had finished, she closed the book gently and said, "You know, the old rhymes say that when the stars forget their places, it's because the sky is dreaming. But dreams need anchors, something to tether them to reality." She handed Finn the book. "Perhaps there's a clue in here. The rhymes have guided this village through many strange happenings." Finn spent the rest of the night poring over the verses, the only sounds the rustle of pages and the steady ticking of the library clock. One rhyme in particular caught his attention. "When swan does hide and bear takes flight, and loom unravels in the night, seek the key where memories sleep, where roots run shallow and secrets keep." The next morning, Finn shared the rhyme with the villagers. Some thought it pointed to the old well in the center of town, a place where people often tossed coins to make wishes. Others were sure it referred to the family archives kept in the mayor's office. But Finn noticed the last two lines, "where roots run shallow and secrets keep." That sounded like the memorial grove at the edge of the village, where ancient trees stood with their roots sprawling above the mossy ground, and where stone markers held the histories of Glimmerbrook's founding families. As Finn walked toward the grove, the air grew still and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Beneath the oldest tree, a mighty oak with silvery bark, he found a small, weathered box half buried in the moss. Inside was not a key, but a map drawn on yellowed parchment. It showed the village not as it was now, but as it had been centuries ago, with constellations drawn above certain landmarks. The silver swan above the river, the dancing bear above the hills, the weaver's loom above the clock tower. But there was a fourth constellation Finn had never seen before, the Dreamcatcher, drawn right above the memorial grove. And beside it in faint ink were the words, "When the sky dreams, the Dreamcatcher gathers the lost lights." Excited, Finn rushed back to the village, only to find another strange occurrence. All the flowers in misses. Honeywort's window boxes had turned the same shimmering blue as the twilight sky. The villagers were now convinced that someone had cast a spell on Glimmerbrook. Suspicion fell on a reclusive painter who lived in a cottage deep in the woods, a quiet woman named Alara, who was known for creating landscapes so vivid they seemed to breathe. A small group, led by the nervous mayor, marched to Alara's cottage. Finn followed, not out of suspicion, but curiosity. They found Alara in her garden, her hands stained with paint, staring at a canvas that showed the night sky, complete with the missing constellations. "Ah," she said softly, not at all surprised to see them. "You've come about the stars." But as the mayor began to accuse her of sorcery, Finn noticed something. On Alara's easel, the stars weren't just painted, they seemed to be glowing with their own light. And on her work table lay sketches of the village, but with the clock tower's hands pointing backward, the creek flowing uphill, the flowers shifting colors. She hadn't caused the strange events, she was painting them as they happened. "I'm not making this occur," Alara explained, her voice as calm as a still pond. "I'm trying to understand it. You see, the stars aren't missing, they're gathering." She led them to a corner of her studio where an enormous tapestry hung. It depicted the Dreamcatcher constellation, its web glittering with what looked like captured starlight. "According to legend," she said, "every century or so the sky dreams a great dream, a renewal of magic. The constellations briefly withdraw to weave themselves into new patterns, but the dream needs a guide, a pattern to follow, or the stars might not return correctly." Finn remembered the map and showed it to Alara. Her eyes lit up. "The Dreamcatcher, of course. The anchors aren't objects, they are stories. The stars need to hear the old tales to find their way back." So that evening, as the clock tower chimed and a gentle rain began to fall, the entire village gathered in the memorial grove. They built a small fire whose flames danced in harmony with the humming wind chimes, and they began to tell stories, the same stories that had been passed down for generations. Mrs. Honeywort told of the silver swan that brought the first lavender seeds to Glimmerbrook. Old Mr. Briar recounted how the dancing bear's paw had shaped the northern hills. The children sang the song of the weaver's loom, which was said to have woven the first rays of moonlight into the river's surface. And as they spoke, something magical happened. One by one the stars returned, not to the sky, but to the grove itself, drifting down like slow, gentle fireflies to settle in the branches of the ancient oak. The tree began to glow with a soft, silvery light, and the stars rearranged themselves among its leaves, forming the pattern of the dream catcher. Then, as the last story was told, the stars rose from the tree in a shimmering spiral, returning to the sky, but in new, even more beautiful formations. The silver swan now had a cygnet swimming beside it, the dancing bear held a starry fish in its mouth, the weaver's loom had added a new thread of gold. And all across the village, the peculiar happenings gently resolved. The clocks ticked forward again, but now they chimed a melody that matched the wind chime's hum. The creek flowed downhill, but sometimes, for just a moment, it would pause and ripple backward, as if remembering. The flowers kept their new colors, painting the village in hues of twilight blue and dawn pink. The community, once worried and suspicious, now felt closer than ever. They had faced the unknown not with fear, but with curiosity and shared wisdom. And every year thereafter, on the anniversary of the night the stars gathered, the villagers would meet in the memorial grove to tell stories under the dreamcatcher's gentle light. As for Finn, the stargazer continued to climb the clock tower each evening, but now never alone. Often children would join, or Mrs. Ivy would bring a book of rhymes, or Alara would set up her easel to paint the renewed constellations. And sometimes, on especially clear nights, they would see the dreamcatcher shimmering above the grove, a reminder that even the sky sometimes dreams, and that every ending is but a new pattern waiting to be woven. And as the fire in the hearth crackles and the wind whispers through the pines, may you too dream of gentle mysteries and stars that always find their way home. Story 12. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young boy named Kalen who knew every secret path and hidden stream, yet felt a loneliness that even the whispering pines couldn't quite soothe. His cottage stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began its deep embrace, and each evening he would sit on his windowsill watching the fireflies dance above the meadow, wondering if there existed a light that could understand the quiet longing in his heart. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped behind the western peaks and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Kalen noticed something unusual, a soft, pulsing glow deep within the Elderwood forest, where the trees grew so close together their branches intertwined like old friends sharing secrets. It was not the flicker of a firefly nor the cold shimmer of starlight, but something warmer, something that seemed to breathe in rhythm with the falling night. Curiosity, that gentle tug at the heart, drew him from his windowsill. Pulling on his worn boots and wrapping a woolen scarf around his neck, Kalen stepped into the crisp evening air. The path into the Elderwood was one he knew well, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that crunched softly beneath his feet, releasing the rich scent of damp earth and decaying wood. As he walked deeper, the ordinary night sounds of crickets and owls faded, replaced by a peculiar silence that felt neither empty nor lonely, but expectant. And then he saw it again, that warm, pulsing light, now clearer between the ancient trunks. It glowed like embers in a dying fire, but with a steadiness that suggested purpose rather than chance. Following its gentle beckoning, Kalen soon arrived at a small clearing he had never seen before, though he had explored these woods since he could walk. At the center stood a tree unlike any other, its bark silvered with age, its leaves holding the last hints of autumn gold, and nestled within a hollow in its trunk rested a single perfect ember, glowing with a light that seemed both ancient and kind. As Kalen approached, the ember's glow brightened, casting dancing shadows that twisted and turned like smoke patterns in the night. He reached out, his fingers trembling slightly, and as they brushed against the warm surface, a voice, soft as rustling leaves, filled the clearing. "You have been waiting," it said, not in words exactly, but in feelings that settled in his mind like a familiar melody. "And so have I." From behind the tree stepped a creature no taller than Kalen's knee, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that held the same warm glow as the ember. It moved with a quiet grace, its paws making no sound on the forest floor. "I am Finn," the creature said, its voice a gentle hum. "And this," it gestured to the ember, "is a heartstone. It glows for those who are ready to see beyond what is visible." Kalen, though startled, felt no fear, only a strange sense of recognition, as if he had always known that something magical waited in these woods. "What does it do?" he asked, his own voice barely a whisper. "It reveals," Finn replied. "But only to those who understand that light is not just for seeing, but for failing. Would you like to learn?" And so began Kalen's unexpected friendship with Finn, the guardian of the Heartstone. Night after night he would return to the clearing, and each time Finn would share small wonders, how the Heartstone could make hidden pathways visible, how it could warm the chill from lonely bones, and how it responded to kindness the way a flower turns toward the sun. One evening, as the first snow of the season dusted the forest in a thin layer of white, Finn seemed quieter than usual. The Heartstone's glow, too, had dimmed, pulsing weakly like a tired heart. "What's wrong?" Kalen asked, sitting beside his small friend. Finn sighed, a sound like wind through pine needles. "The Heartstone is fading. It draws its strength from connection, from stories shared and friendships nurtured." For many years the creatures of this hidden world visited regularly, but now they have grown distant. Busy with their own worries, they have forgotten the way. Kalen looked at the weakening glow, feeling an ache in his chest. What happens if it goes out? "The pathways between our world and yours will close," Finn said softly. "The magic will sleep, and this clearing, it will become ordinary. You might forget it ever existed." The thought struck Kalen with a sadness deeper than the winter cold. He had only just found this magic, this friendship that warmed the lonely corners of his heart. "There must be a way to help," he said. Finn's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope. "There is, but it requires a journey to the 3 forgotten guardians who once tended the Heartstone. They have wandered far, lost in their own solitude. If we can find them and remind them of the light we share, the Heartstone may grow strong again." And so, as the moon rose full and bright overhead, Kalen and Finn set out on their journey. The Heartstone, though dim, still cast enough light to reveal a path Kalen had never noticed. A trail of soft, glowing moss that wound between trees and over streams, leading deeper into the heart of the forest than Kalen had ever ventured. Their first stop was the Grove of Whispers, where the air hummed with the echoes of unspoken words. There, beneath a willow tree whose branches wept silver tears, they found Orla, the first guardian. She was a woman woven from moonlight and memory, her hands busy threading stories into the hanging tendrils of the willow. "Orla," Finn called gently. She turned, her eyes distant. "The stories are tangled tonight," she murmured. "So many words, but none that find their way home." Kalen stepped forward, the Heartstone cupped in his hands. "Maybe," he said softly, "the stories don't need to be perfect. Maybe they just need to be heard." Orla looked at him, then at the faintly glowing stone. Slowly, she reached out and touched it. As her fingers made contact, the Heartstone brightened slightly, and a single, clear story unwound from the willow, a tale of a lost feather finding its way back to a waiting nest. Orla smiled, and the air around them grew warmer. "I had forgotten," she whispered. "It is not the telling that matters, but the sharing." With a grateful nod, she joined them. Their journey continued to the Cavern of Echoes, a place where the walls shimmered with captured laughter and sighs. Here the second guardian, Bram, sat surrounded by mirrors that reflected not images, but feelings. He looked weary, his shoulders slumped as if carrying the weight of every reflected emotion. "They come and go," Bram said without turning. "Joy, sorrow, hope, but none stay long enough to mean anything." Kalen approached, holding out the heartstone. "Maybe," he suggested, "the feelings aren't meant to be kept. Maybe they're meant to be passed along." Bram gazed into the heartstone's glow, and as he did, one of the mirrors shimmered brightly, reflecting not a feeling but a memory of two friends sharing a laugh under a summer sky. The heartstone pulsed stronger, and Bram's weariness seemed to lift. "You are right," he said, his voice firmer now. "A feeling is a gift, not a burden." And he, too, fell into step behind them. The last guardian proved the hardest to find. She dwelled in the meadow of memories, where flowers bloomed in shades of nostalgia, and the air smelled of forgotten birthdays and long-lost hugs. Her name was Senna, and she moved among the flowers, touching each one as if trying to recapture something just beyond reach. "They fade so quickly," she sighed when Finn and Kalen approached. "I try to hold them, but they slip away." Kalen knelt beside her, the heartstone now glowing steadily in his hands. "Perhaps," he said gently, "the beauty isn't in holding them, but in knowing they happened at all." He placed the heartstone on the ground between them, and as its light touched the flowers, they didn't brighten. Instead, they released their scents more fully, filling the air with the perfume of moments loved and released. Senna breathed in deeply, and a tear rolled down her cheek, not of sadness, but of gratitude. "I was trying to preserve them," she said, "when I should have been letting them live." She rose, and the heartstone glowed as brightly as Kalen had ever seen it. Together the five of them returned to the clearing, Kalen, Finn, and the three guardians. The heartstone, now held in the center of their circle, blazed with a light that pushed back the winter darkness, warming the air and making the shadows dance with joy. And as they stood there, connected by shared purpose and newfound friendship, other creatures began to emerge from the forest, shy, forgotten beings drawn by the light they had almost ceased to believe in. They gathered around, sharing stories, laughter, and quiet moments of understanding, and with each exchange, the heartstone grew brighter, until the clearing was filled with a glow that felt like a hug for the soul. When the first light of dawn tinged the sky, the creatures began to disperse, but not before promising to return often, to keep the heartstone strong with their presence. Orla, Bram, and Senna bid farewell, their steps lighter now, their hearts unburdened. Finn looked up at Kalen, his eyes glowing with pride. "You see," he said, "the magic was never just in the stone, it was in us all along." Kalen smiled, feeling a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the heartstone and everything to do with the connection he had helped rebuild. "Will you be all right now?" he asked. Finn nodded. "The heartstone is strong again, but more importantly, so are we." As Kalen made his way back home, the first rays of sun breaking through the trees, he realized that the journey had transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood. He was no longer the lonely boy on the windowsill. He was someone who understood that light, whether in a stone or a heart, grows brighter when shared. That night and every night after, Kalen would look out his window and see the gentle glow of the heartstone pulsing softly in the distance, a reminder that magic exists in the spaces between us, waiting only for a kind heart to bring it to life. And as he drifted to sleep, wrapped in the warmth of that knowledge, his dreams were filled with light, friendship, and the quiet certainty that he was never truly alone. The heartstone continued to glow, season after season, tended by many but cherished by all, a beacon in the darkness that whispered, through its gentle light, the most important lesson of all, that the smallest spark of connection can illuminate the largest darkness, and that true magic lies not in what we find, but in what we share. Story 13. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there was a village where the lanterns glowed with a peculiar warmth, and the nights were filled with the scent of pine and distant wood smoke. It was here that a young girl named Anya lived with her grandmother, in a cottage whose chimney always puffed gentle gray curls into the twilight sky. Anya was a quiet child, with curious eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. She often spent her evenings by the hearth, watching the flames dance and listening to her grandmother's stories, tales of whispering woods and kindly spirits, of hidden paths and treasures that glowed with inner light. One evening, as the first stars pricked the violet sky, her grandmother handed her a small, rusted lantern. It was no bigger than Anya's palm, its glass smudged with age, its metal tarnished and cool to the touch. "This," her grandmother said softly, "was given to me by my own grandmother. They say it holds a spark that never goes out, but it must be awakened by a willing heart." Anya turned the lantern over in her hands. It felt ordinary, yet there was a weight to it that had nothing to do with its size. "How do I awaken it?" she asked. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled in the firelight. "That, my dear, is a journey you must take yourself. But remember, the truest light is often found where the world feels darkest." That night, as Anya lay in her bed, the lantern resting on her windowsill, she noticed something peculiar. Whenever the wind sighed through the pines outside, the lantern emitted the faintest shimmer, a glow like dying embers, soft and amber and warm. It pulsed gently, as though breathing in time with the world. Unable to sleep, she rose and lifted the lantern. As her fingers brushed its surface, the glow intensified, casting a gentle circle of light around her. And then she heard it. A whisper so faint it might have been the rustle of leaves, yet unmistakably a voice. "Follow the light," it seemed to say. "Follow the light where the path is hidden." Her heart beating softly with wonder rather than fear, Anya wrapped herself in her warmest shawl, pulled on her boots, and stepped out into the night. The world outside was bathed in silver moonlight, and the air was crisp with the coming autumn. Holding the lantern before her, she saw that its light did not simply illuminate the path ahead, it changed it. Where there had been only grass and stone, now a narrow, glowing trail wove between the trees, shimmering like a thread of gold spun from dreams. She followed. The path led her deep into the woods behind her home, a forest she thought she knew well, but which now seemed entirely new. The trees stood taller, their branches arching like cathedral ceilings. Moss clung to ancient bark, glowing softly in the lantern's light, and the air hummed with a low, musical warmth. After what felt like both moments and hours, Anya arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. At its center stood a great oak, its trunk wide enough that 3 children holding hands could not have encircled it. And nestled among its roots was a small, furry creature, a fox, but unlike any fox she had ever seen. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes held a deep, gentle wisdom. One of its paws was caught beneath a fallen branch. Without thinking, Anya set down the lantern and hurried over. "Oh, you're hurt," she whispered. The fox looked up at her, unafraid. "Not hurt," it replied, its voice like the stirring of dry leaves. "Only stuck." Anya's eyes widened. She had heard tales of talking animals in her grandmother's stories, but she had never imagined. "Can I help?" she asked. The fox nodded. "If you would." Carefully, gently, Anya lifted the branch. It was heavier than it looked, but she braced herself and pushed until the wood rolled away. The fox pulled its paw free and shook it delicately. "Thank you," it said. "I am Kale, and you are the one with the lantern." "I'm Anya," she replied, still marveling at the talking fox. "How did you know?" Kale nodded toward the lantern, which now glowed with a steady, comforting light. "That lantern has not shone so brightly in many years. It remembers old friendships." He tilted his head. "You are looking for something." I think I am," Anya said. "My grandmother said it must be awakened by a willing heart, but I don't know what that means." Then come, Kale said. The night is deep and the path is long, and you have already taken the first step by helping a stranger. So Anya walked with Kale beneath the ancient trees, the lantern casting its warm glow ahead of them. As they went, Kale told her of the hidden world that existed just beside her own, a world of gentle spirits, of trees that sang in the wind, of stones that remembered the stories of those who had passed by. Your lantern, Kale explained, is a bridge light. It reveals what is always there but seldom seen, and it grows brighter with each act of kindness, each moment of courage. As if in response, the lantern's glow intensified, painting the forest in hues of gold and amber. They walked until they came to a stream that shimmered like liquid silver under the moonlight. But the footbridge that once crossed it had collapsed, leaving only a few scattered stones. We must cross here, Kale said. But the current is swift and the stones are slippery. Anya looked down at the lantern. Its light flickered as if encouraging her. She took a deep breath. I can help us cross, she said. I'll go first. Step by careful step, she picked her way across the stream, testing each stone before putting her full weight on it. Kale followed nimbly behind. When they reached the other side, Anya felt a warmth spread through her, not from the lantern, but from within. She had been afraid, but she had done it anyway. The lantern glowed a little brighter. Beyond the stream, the forest changed. The trees grew denser, their branches weaving together to form a tunnel of whispering leaves. And there, nestled between two great elms, was a door made of woven vines and blooming night flowers, with a handle shaped like a crescent moon. This, Kale said softly, is the gateway of whispers. Few humans have seen it, fewer still have stepped through. Anya reached out, her fingers brushing the cool, smooth wood of the door. It swung inward without a sound, revealing a world beyond that took her breath away. They stepped into a meadow under a sky filled with swirling constellations she had never seen. The grass beneath her feet was soft and emitted a faint, pleasant warmth. All around, will-o'-the-wisps drifted like lazy fireflies, and in the distance, a village of cozy, round houses glowed with inviting light. Welcome, Kale said, to the Glimmerhold. As they walked toward the village, figures emerged from the houses, beings of light and shadow, of leaf and earth. There were tree spirits with bark-like skin and hair like moss, tiny sprites with wings that chimed like bells, and creatures made of starlight and curiosity. They gathered around Anya, not with fear or suspicion, but with gentle curiosity. An elder stepped forward, a woman with silver hair that flowed like water and eyes that held the depth of the night sky. She smiled at Anya. We have been waiting for you, she said, her voice like the murmur of a distant stream. I am Lyra. The bridge light you carry has long been dormant. Its awakening signals a time of reconnection. Lyra explained that the Glimmerhold was a refuge for magic that the world above had forgotten, a place of balance and memory. But lately, a shadow had fallen over parts of their realm. A deep, silent cold was spreading, causing the lights to dim and the warmth to fade. They did not know its source, only that it grew stronger each night. The bridge light, Lyra said, is one of the few things that can push back the chill, but it must be fully awakened, not just with kindness, but with understanding. Anya looked at the lantern in her hand. Its light was warm and steady, but she sensed there was more it could do. How? She asked. By remembering, Lyra said. By listening. The cold comes from forgotten stories, from loneliness that has grown too heavy. You must find the heart of the silence and remind it that it is not alone. So Anya, with Kale by her side, set out once more, this time toward the edges of the Glimmerhold, where the light grew faint and the air grew still. They walked until the cheerful glow of the village faded behind them, and the world grew quiet. The grass underfoot became brittle with frost, and the will-o'-the-wisps dared not venture further. Soon they stood at the mouth of a a place so dark it seemed to swallow the light from Anya's lantern. But she did not turn back. Step by step she entered the cave, Kale a warm presence at her side. The darkness pressed in around them, cold and heavy. But the lantern's glow held firm, a small circle of warmth in the overwhelming silence. Deep in the cave they found the source of the cold, a figure huddled in the shadows, wrapped in a cloak of frost. It was not a monster, not a creature of malice, but a spirit made of forgotten memories and lost connections. It shivered, alone in the dark. Anya's heart ached. Without a word she approached and sat beside the spirit, holding out the lantern so its light fell gently upon them both. For a long time there was only silence. Then slowly the spirit began to speak, in whispers and sighs, in images that flashed in the lantern's glow. It spoke of friendships that had faded, of stories left untold, of laughter that had been swallowed by time. It was the embodiment of all that had been neglected, all that had been left behind in the rush of the world above. Anya listened. She did not try to fix or reassure. She simply listened, her presence a steady, warm constant in the cold. And as she listened, the lantern began to change. Its light grew softer, deeper, warmer, until it was no longer just a light, but a storyteller. Images flickered within its glow, memories of kindnesses given and received, of friendships forged in unlikely places, of moments of courage and connection. The spirit watched, its shivering slowly stilling. The frost on its cloak began to melt, replaced by a gentle steam that smelled of rain and earth after a long drought. Then something remarkable happened. One by one the beings from the Glimmerhold appeared at the mouth of the cave, not with torches or weapons, but with offerings. A tree spirit brought a song on the wind. A star being brought a fragment of constellation. A tiny sprite brought the sound of laughter from a childhood memory. They gathered around, adding their warmth to Anya's light, until the cave was no longer cold and dark, but filled with a soft, collective glow. The spirit looked around, its eyes wide with wonder. For the first time in centuries, it felt seen, heard, remembered. It did not vanish or transform in a flash of light. Instead, it simply unfolded, like a flower opening to the sun, and merged with the warmth around it, becoming one with the shared light of the community. The cold retreated. The darkness lifted. And the cave, once a place of silence, now hummed with a low, musical warmth. When Anya emerged from the cave, the Glimmerhold was waiting. Lyra stepped forward and placed a hand on Anya's shoulder. "You have done what few could," she said. "You reminded us that even silence wishes to be heard, that even cold wishes to be warmed." Anya looked down at the lantern. It now glowed with a steady, eternal light, a light that needed no fuel, no wick, only the memory of kindness and the courage to listen. As dawn approached, painting the sky in soft hues of rose and gold, Anya knew it was time to return home. Kale walked with her to the gateway of whispers. "Will I see you again?" Anya asked. Kale smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Whenever you listen to the wind, or watch the embers in your hearth, or help someone in need, I will be there. And so will the Glimmerhold." With a final nod, Anya stepped through the door, and found herself back in the familiar woods behind her cottage, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the trees. She walked home, the lantern now glowing with a soft, inner light that she knew would never fade. When she entered the cottage, her grandmother was waiting by the fire, a knowing smile on her face. "You found it," her grandmother said softly. Anya nodded. "I think," she said, "it found me." She placed the lantern on the mantelpiece, where it cast a warm, gentle glow over the room, a light that would forever remind her of hidden worlds and unexpected friendships, of the courage to listen and the warmth of being heard. That night, as Anya lay in bed, she watched the lantern's light play across the ceiling, soft patterns that shifted like smoke, like memories, like promises kept. And as she drifted into sleep, she felt the warmth of the Glimmerhold around her, a gentle presence that would linger in her dreams forever. And somewhere in a hidden meadow under a starlit sky, a community of light beings raised their own lights in response. A silent thank you to the girl who had reminded them that no heart is ever truly alone, and that even the smallest spark can illuminate the darkest night. Story 14. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls, as if inviting listeners to lean closer. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the world preparing to sleep. And here, by the warmth of the flames, a story begins, one of quiet magic and gentle transformation. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Anya. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the curious glint of starlight. Anya was a dreamer, often found gazing at the horizon, as if searching for something just beyond sight. Though her days were filled with simple joys, helping her grandmother bake honey cakes, tending to the garden, listening to the old tales told by the village elders, she often felt a quiet restlessness in her heart, as if she were waiting for a secret only the world knew. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Anya sat on her windowsill, watching the first stars emerge. Her grandmother entered the room, her footsteps soft as falling snow. In her hands she carried a small wooden box, intricately carved with patterns of vines and moons. This, her grandmother said, her voice like the rustle of old pages, has been in our family for generations. It is said that when the right person holds it under the light of a crescent moon, it reveals a glow, a warmth that guides the way to forgotten wonders. Anya took the box, her fingers tracing the carvings. It felt both ancient and alive, as if it held a heartbeat of its own. That night she waited until the silver crescent moon hung high in the sky, then stepped into the garden. As moonlight touched the box, a soft, amber light emanated from within, pulsing gently like embers in a dying fire. With a click, the lid opened, revealing a small, smooth stone that glowed with a warmth that seeped into her palm. Guided by the stone's gentle light, Anya felt an irresistible pull toward the edge of the ancient forest. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches creating a natural archway as if welcoming her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the woods. The forest was alive with whispers. Leaves rustled secrets to one another, and the air smelled of damp earth, pine, and something sweet she couldn't name. The stone in her hand glowed brighter, casting a warm circle of light around her feet. She walked deeper, following a path only she could see, until she arrived at a clearing where fireflies drifted like living stars. And there, sitting on a moss-covered log, was a creature no larger than her hand, with wings like stained glass and eyes that shimmered like dew. It was a firefly, but unlike any she had ever seen. Its light was not cold and fleeting, but warm and steady, glowing with the same amber hue as her stone. "Hello," the firefly said, its voice a soft chime. "I've been waiting for you." Anya knelt, her curiosity outweighing her surprise. "Waiting for me?" "The stone you carry," the firefly replied, "is a piece of the ember of memories. It calls to those who are meant to remember what the world has forgotten." "Remember what?" Anya asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The stories," the firefly said. "The old stories that live in these woods, stories of kindness, of friendship, of growth. They have faded from the world outside, but here they are kept alive. My name is Flicker, and I am one of their guardians." And so began an unexpected friendship. Flicker settled on Anya's shoulder, its light blending with the glow of the stone. Together, they ventured deeper into the hidden world within the forest. They walked paths lined with silver ferns and beneath canopies where bioluminescent mushrooms glowed like tiny lanterns. Anya's restlessness began to ease, replaced by a sense of wonder she had never known. Flicker showed her wonders, a stream that sang melodies as it flowed over smooth stones, trees that bloomed with flowers that changed color with the time of day, and clearings where the air itself seemed to shimmer with forgotten tales. But Flicker also shared its sorrow. "The stories are fading," it explained one evening as they rested by a softly glowing pool. "Fewer believe in them. Without belief, they lose their light." Anya understood then why she had been called. Her restlessness had been a longing, not for adventure, but for meaning. She had always felt that there was more to the world than what could be seen, and here, in this hidden realm, she found it. As days turned into weeks, Anya visited the forest regularly, each time learning more from Flicker. She discovered that the ember of memories did not just glow, it responded to emotions. When she felt joy, it shone brightly. When she felt doubt, it dimmed. It was a mirror to her heart, and Flicker taught her to listen to its light. One evening, as the first chill of autumn tinged the air, Flicker's glow seemed weaker. "The longest night of the year approaches," it said, its voice tinged with worry. "If the stories grow any dimmer, they may vanish entirely. There is a place, the Heartwood Grove, where the oldest stories are kept, but the path is difficult, and I cannot guide you there alone." Anya did not hesitate. "I will help," she said, her voice firm. "Tell me what to do." Flicker explained that the Heartwood Grove was protected by puzzles of memory and emotion. To enter, one had to understand the language of the forest, the subtle signs others missed. The journey would require patience, empathy, and most of all, belief. They set out at dawn, the stone glowing warmly in Anya's hand. The path grew more challenging, vines twisted into intricate patterns that had to be navigated with care, clearings where mist formed shapes that told stories of the past, and bridges made of light that appeared only when she stepped with certainty. Along the way, they encountered others who dwelled in the hidden world, a family of foxes who remembered tales of bravery, an old owl who knew stories of wisdom, and a brook that whispered secrets of resilience. Each shared a piece of their light with Anya, and with every story, the ember in her hand glowed brighter. But the greatest challenge came when they reached the Whispering Gorge. A deep ravine stretched before them, with no bridge in sight. The only way across was to listen, to the wind, to the stories carried on its breath, and to find the path woven from sound and memory. Anya closed her eyes, focusing on the stone's warmth. She remembered her grandmother's stories, Flicker's gentle guidance, the kindness of the creatures she had met. She thought of the joy of discovery, the comfort of friendship, the quiet strength of growth. And as she did, a bridge of soft light materialized before her, sturdy and sure. On the other side stood the Heartwood Grove. Trees with bark like silver and leaves like gold formed a circle, and in the center grew the oldest tree of all, its branches reaching toward the sky like open arms. But the grove was dim, its light faint and flickering. "The stories are fading," Flicker said, its own light wavering. "You must remind them." Anya approached the ancient tree and placed her hand upon its trunk. The ember of memories glowed fiercely, and she began to speak, not with grand words, but with simple truths. She spoke of kindness, of helping a lost bird find its nest. She spoke of friendship, of sitting quietly with someone who needed comfort. She spoke of growth, of learning to see the world with new eyes. And as she spoke, the grove began to brighten, the trees shimmering with renewed light. But it was not enough. The stories needed more than memory, they needed belief. Anya realized then that the true magic was not in the stone or the grove, but in the heart. She closed her eyes and poured all her belief into the stories, not as tales of fantasy, but as reflections of the goodness that existed in the world. A warm radiance spread from the tree, flowing through the grove and into the forest beyond. The air hummed with renewed energy, and Flicker's glow returned, brighter than ever. The stories were saved. As the longest night passed, Anya and Flicker made their way back to the edge of the forest. The ember of memories no longer glowed, its light had merged with the grove, its purpose fulfilled. But Anya knew she carried its warmth within her. At the forest's edge, Flicker landed gently on her palm. "You have done what few could," it said. "The stories will live on, not just here, but in the world outside, through you." Anya smiled, her heart full. "I will remember," she promised. And she did. She returned to her village not as a dreamer searching for something beyond, but as a storyteller, sharing the tales of kindness, friendship, and growth with anyone who would listen. The restlessness in her heart was replaced by a steady, warm light, the certainty that magic existed in small, authentic moments, in the belief that even the quietest heart could hold wonders. Now, as the fire crackles and the night deepens, remember Anya's journey. Remember that within you, too, glows an ember of memories and magic. Let it guide you toward kindness, toward friendship, toward growth. And as you drift into dreams, may you carry with you the warmth of stories, the comfort of resolution, and the gentle certainty that you, too, are part of something wondrous. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with soft light and peaceful woods. Story 15. Deep within the heart of the world, where the shadows grew long and the air tasted of damp earth and forgotten secrets, lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. It was a place untouched by time, where the trees whispered stories older than the oldest mountains, and the streams sang lullabies in a language only the pure of heart could understand. On nights when the moon hung like a silver pearl in the velvet sky, the forest awoke with a magic so gentle it could mend even the most fractured of souls. It was on such a night that a young girl named Alara found herself at the edge of this slumbering realm. She had followed the sound of a distant brook, its watery melody calling to her through the stillness. The day had been long and weary, filled with worries that clung to her like burrs. But here, beneath the arching boughs of ancient oaks, her troubles seemed to soften at the edges, fading into the hushed symphony of the night. The forest welcomed her with open arms. Moonlight filtered through the canopy above, painting silver patterns on the moss-covered ground. Each step she took was met with the gentle rustle of fallen leaves, a sound like pages turning in a beloved book. Fireflies drifted through the air like living embers, their golden light dancing in time to some unheard rhythm. Alara breathed in deeply, the scent of pine and damp earth filling her lungs like a balm. As she wandered deeper, the forest began to reveal its secrets. She noticed how the trees seemed to lean toward one another, their branches intertwining as if sharing whispered confidences. If she listened very carefully, she could almost make out the words, a language of creaks and sighs that spoke of seasons passing and roots delving deep into the heart of the world. A soft rain began to fall, not a stormy downpour but a gentle mist that kissed her cheeks and beaded on the leaves like tiny crystals. The sound was a soothing patter, a natural lullaby that seemed to slow the very beating of her heart. She followed the sound of water until she came upon a stream that glimmered with starlight, its banks lined with smooth, dark stones that hummed with a deep, resonant energy. When she placed her palm against one, she felt a warmth that pulsed in time with her own heartbeat, and a sense of ancient patience washed over her. It was then that she noticed the fox. He stood watching her from across the stream, his coat the color of autumn leaves and his eyes holding the wisdom of countless seasons. There was no fear in his gaze, only a quiet curiosity. He dipped his head in a gesture of greeting, and Alara found herself returning the nod. "You have come seeking peace," the fox said, his voice not a sound heard by the ears, but a thought that bloomed in her mind like a flower opening to the sun. "The forest knows your heart. Follow me, little one. There is much to see and much to learn." Without hesitation, Alara stepped across the stream, the water cool and gentle around her ankles. The fox turned and led her along a path only he could see, through thickets that parted like curtains and into clearings where mushrooms glowed with an ethereal blue light. These bioluminescent wonders dotted the forest floor like fallen stars, casting a soft radiance that made the raindrops sparkle like diamonds. As they walked, the fox shared the forest's wisdom. He showed her how the trees communicated through their roots, sending messages of warning and comfort across great distances. He taught her to listen to the language of the wind, how it carried stories from distant lands and sang of change and renewal. He pointed out the stones that remembered everything, their memories etched into their very cores, and the streams that carried dreams from the mountains to the sea. All things in Eldermere understand the cycles of rest and renewal, the fox explained as they paused beside a great willow, its branches trailing in the water like silver hair. The trees shed their lives not because they have died, but because they are making room for new growth. The bears sleep through the winter not to escape the cold, but to gather strength for the spring. Even the stars must rest behind the veil of daylight, only to return each night brighter than before. Alara thought of her own worries, how she feared the dark times, the moments of silence and solitude. But here, in this moonlit sanctuary, she saw that rest was not an ending, but a preparation. A necessary pause in the great melody of life. They came at last to a clearing where the moonlight fell unimpeded, bathing everything in a soft, silver glow. At the center stood the oldest tree Alara had ever seen, an oak so vast and grand that it seemed to hold up the very sky. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the lines on a wise elder's face, and in its highest branches perched a great horned owl, her feathers the color of night and wisdom. "Ah," the owl said, her voice a low, resonant hoot that vibrated through the air like the lowest note of a cello. "You have brought a seeker, dear fox." The fox bowed his head. "She listens with her heart, elder one. I thought she might benefit from your counsel." The owl's large, knowing eyes turned to Alara. "Come closer, child, do not be afraid." Alara approached, her footsteps silent on the velvety moss. She looked up into the owl's face and saw galaxies swirling in the depths of her eyes. "You have been carrying a great weight," the owl observed gently. "You fear that in stillness you are alone, that in silence you are forgotten, but look around you." She spread one great wing, indicating the forest. "Is this place still? Is it silent?" Alara listened. She heard the gentle patter of rain on leaves, the soft gurgle of the nearby stream, the whisper of the wind through the branches, the distant call of a nightingale. She saw the fireflies dancing, the mushrooms glowing, the moonbeams tracing patterns on the forest floor. It was not silent at all. It was filled with a music so subtle and profound that it could only be heard when one truly listened. "Rest is not emptiness," the owl said softly. "It is fullness of a different kind. It is the time when the seeds of tomorrow are nurtured, when the roots grow deeper, when the soul remembers what the busy world has made it forget." As she spoke, the clearing began to change. The bioluminescent mushrooms brightened, casting a soft blue light that intertwined with the silver of the moonbeams. The air itself seemed to shimmer, and Alara realized that what she had thought were fireflies were actually tiny forest spirits, their forms barely visible but their presence unmistakable. They drifted around her, their light warm and comforting, and she felt a sense of peace settle over her like a warm blanket. "The forest has shared its magic with you," the owl said. "Remember this feeling when the world grows loud again. Remember that stillness is where strength is born. That darkness is where light is most appreciated. That winter always gives way to spring." The fox nudged her hand with his nose. "It is time for you to return, little one, but know that the forest is always here, waiting in the spaces between heartbeats, in the pause between breaths." Alara nodded, her eyes brimming with grateful tears. She knew that her worries had not vanished, but they had been put into perspective, folded into the greater tapestry of life, where every thread had its purpose and its place. As she turned to leave, the owl spoke one last time. "Take this with you." A single feather drifted down from the branches, landing softly in Alara's palm. It was dark as midnight but tipped with silver, and it seemed to hum with the same ancient energy as the stones and the streams. With the feather clasped in her hand, Alara retraced her steps through the forest. The rain had ceased, and the world seemed to glow with a soft, internal light. She crossed the stream, its song now a familiar friend, and passed beneath the whispering trees, their creaks and sighs now a language she understood in her soul. When she emerged from the forest, the first hints of dawn were painting the sky with strokes of rose and gold. She looked back once, and for a moment she thought she saw the fox standing at the edge of the trees, his eyes kind, his tail waving in a gentle farewell. Alara returned home, but she was not the same. That night she placed the owl's feather on her windowsill, where it caught the moonlight and seemed to store its silver glow. And whenever the world felt too heavy, too loud, too hurried, she would close her eyes and remember the ancient forest of Eldermere. She would remember the sound of rain on leaves, the whisper of the wind, the hum of the stones, and the gentle wisdom of the fox and the owl. She would remember that rest was not idleness, but renewal. That darkness was not absence, but presence of a different kind. And in remembering, she would find her way back to that peace, that quiet magic that lived not only in the heart of the forest, but in her own heart as well. For the forest was always there, in the spaces between heartbeats, in the pause between breaths, waiting patiently for all who sought its comfort, its wisdom, and its gentle, enduring magic. Story 16. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley where the mountains whispered secrets to the clouds, there was a gentle hum of magic that wove through every cobblestone and curled around every chimney smoke. The villagers lived in harmony with the whims of the enchanted woods that bordered their homes, and each evening, as the sun dipped behind the elderberry hills, the sky would blossom with stars so bright they seemed close enough to pluck like silver apples from a celestial tree. But one autumn evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 times, its melodic bells echoing through the misty air, young Finn noticed something amiss. Finn, with a heart as curious as a sparrow and eyes that missed very little, was sitting on the porch of his cottage, sipping warm spiced cider. He had just begun counting the first stars when he realized that the constellation known as the Weaver's Spindle, which always hung just above the old oak tree, was missing. Not a single star from that cluster twinkled in the deepening indigo sky. Puzzled but not alarmed, Finn mentioned it to his grandmother, who was knitting by the firelight. "Perhaps the stars are simply hiding behind a cloud, dear," she said, her needles clicking softly like cricket song. But Finn knew better. The sky was clear, and the missing stars felt intentional. The next morning, the village awoke to another peculiarity. Old Man Hemlock, who tended the gardens near the glen, found that the stream behind his cottage was flowing backwards. Instead of trickling east toward the sea, it now rippled westward, carrying fallen leaves upstream, as if time itself had decided to stroll in reverse. The water gurgled playfully, as though sharing a private joke, and the irises along its bank had turned from violet to a soft, glowing gold. Whispers rustled through Willowbrook like autumn leaves. Some thought it was the work of the Wind Singer, a mythical being said to tune the winds like a lute. Others blamed the mischievous forest sprites. But Finn, who spent his days sketching maps and tracing patterns in the moss, felt a pull to understand. He believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a reason, and often that reason was kinder than it first appeared. That afternoon, as a gentle rain began to fall, pattering on rooftops and dancing in puddles, Finn decided to visit the village archive, a cozy nook tucked beneath the clock tower. The archive was kept by Alara, a woman with silver-streaked hair and a memory as deep as the oldest well. As Finn stepped inside, the scent of aged paper and dried lavender greeted him. Wind chimes hanging by the window tinkled softly in the breeze. Looking for something, Finn Alara asked, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Finn explained about the missing stars and the backward stream. Alara's eyes twinkled. Strange happenings indeed. You know, long ago, my grandmother used to sing a nursery rhyme about the stars and the stream. I wonder. She hummed softly, then recited. When the spindle forgets to spin, and the stream flows away from the sea, seek the heart where the colors begin, and listen to what the old tree sees. Finn's mind whirred. The spindle, that was the missing constellation. And the stream flowing away from the sea, that matched perfectly. But what did the heart where the colors begin mean? And the old tree. There were many ancient trees in Willowbrook. Thanking Alara, Finn stepped back into the drizzling rain, his thoughts as tangled as yarn. He decided to start with the old oak tree, the very one that usually stood beneath the weaver's spindle. Perhaps it held a clue. The oak was magnificent, its bark gnarled like wise old hands, and its branches spread wide as if embracing the sky. As Finn approached, he noticed something odd. The leaves, which should have been tinged with autumn red, were shimmering with hints of blue and silver. And nestled in the hollow of the trunk was a small, forgotten nest made of twigs and dried flowers. Within it lay a smooth, opalescent stone that seemed to pulse with a soft light. Finn picked it up carefully. The stone was warm to the touch, and as he held it he heard a faint, melodic whisper, like wind passing through reeds. It sounded almost like a sob. Suddenly Finn remembered another part of the village lore, the Storykeeper's stones. It was said that long ago, the villagers would leave stones imbued with memories or emotions in places of significance, so that the land itself would remember their joys and sorrows. Could this be one of them? His curiosity now a gentle flame, Finn decided to follow the backwards flowing stream. Maybe it would lead him to the heart where the colors begin. As he walked, the rain softened to a mist, and the world seemed hushed and dreamy. The stream giggled over pebbles, winding its way past meadows where sheep grazed unconcernedly, their woolly coats beaded with moisture. After a while, Finn arrived at the Glimmerglen, a meadow famous for its flowers that changed color with the seasons. But today the blossoms were not merely changing. They were swirling with rainbows, each petal shifting from crimson to azure to gold, as if breathing in time with some unseen rhythm. In the center of the meadow stood a single, slender willow tree, its leaves weeping tears of dew. And beneath it, curled in a tight ball, was a small, shimmering creature Finn had only ever heard tales of, a starlight sprite. Sprites were shy beings, rarely seen, said to be woven from starlight and moonlight. This one looked distressed, its glow flickering like a candle in the wind. As Finn approached slowly, he hummed a calming tune his grandmother often sang. The sprite uncurled slightly, revealing large, luminous eyes filled with tears. "Why are you sad?" Finn asked softly, kneeling so he wouldn't loom over the tiny being. The sprite's voice was like the ringing of a distant bell. "I am the keeper of the weaver's spindle. Each night I must weave the stars into their patterns, but I lost my weaving needle. It fell into the stream days ago, and without it I cannot complete the constellation. The stars have scattered, hiding until I can call them back." Finn's heart swelled with empathy. And the stream, why is it flowing backwards? The sprite sighed. "I asked the water spirits to help me find the needle. They reverse the flow to try to bring it back to me, but it hasn't appeared. And the flowers, they change color with my worry." So that was it. The mysteries were not mischievous acts, but cries for help. Finn thought back to the nursery rhyme, "Seek the heart where the colors begin." The Glimmerglen was certainly where the colors began tonight. And listen to what the old tree sees. The oak tree must have witnessed the needle falling. But then Finn remembered the opalescent stone. He pulled it from his pocket. "Is this related?" he asked. The sprite's glow brightened. Oh, that's a memory stone. My grandmother placed it there long ago when she lost her first needle. It holds the memory of where she found it. Finn held the stone to his ear again. This time the whisper was clearer. Where the water laughs and the roots drink deep, the silver needle lies asleep. Water laughing, that must be the small waterfall near the old mill. Finn had often gone there to skip stones. The water there had a cheerful, chuckling sound. With the sprite fluttering anxiously beside him, Finn hurried to the mill pond. The waterfall cascaded down mossy rocks, giggling as it went. And there, caught in a crevice behind the curtain of water, gleamed a slender, silver needle, no larger than a pine needle, but glowing with a faint, steady light. Carefully, Finn retrieved it. The moment the sprite took the needle, its entire being brightened, and the air around them hummed with relief. "Thank you," the sprite whispered, its voice now clear and musical. "You have kindness in your heart." That evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 once more, the villagers gathered in the square, marveling as the weaver's spindle returned to the sky, brighter and more beautiful than ever. The stream had righted itself, now flowing peacefully eastward again, and the flowers in the Glimmerglen settled into a soft, steady silver. Finn explained everything to the villagers, who listened with wonder. They decided then and there to create a new tradition. Each year they would place a memory stone in the oak tree, sharing stories of kindness and help so that no one, sprite or human, would ever feel alone in their troubles again. And as the stars shimmered above, the wind chimes sang, and the gentle rain returned to whisper against the windows, the people of Willowbrook felt closer than ever, bound by the magic of empathy and the warmth of community. Finn sat on his porch once more, this time with a contented sigh. His grandmother handed him a cup of cider and smiled. "You see, my dear, every mystery has a heart, and every heart just needs a little listening to." And under the watchful, kindly eyes of the weaver's spindle, the village of Willowbrook drifted into a peaceful, dream-filled night, where even the stars seemed to hum a lullaby of gratitude and grace. Story 17. In a quiet little house at the end of a winding lane, where the roof tiles wore crowns of emerald moss and the windows blinked sleepily in the afternoon sun, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her house was the kind that breathed, a gentle sigh through the floorboards, a soft murmur in the pipes, and always, always the comforting hum of memories tucked into every corner. One rainy afternoon, when the sky was the color of a dove's wing and the world outside dripped and whispered, Clara found herself wandering up the narrow staircase to the attic. The air there was thick with the scent of cedar and old books, and dust motes danced like tiny fairies in the slanted light from the round window. Creak. The floorboards sang under her feet as she moved deeper into the shadowy space. There, tucked beneath the sloping eaves, sat an old trunk, the kind with brass fittings and a curved lid, worn smooth by time and touch. With a soft thump, she lifted it open. Inside, nestled among yellowed lace and faded photographs, lay a small wooden compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Its face was carved with delicate patterns of ivy and stars, and instead of pointing north, its needle quivered and spun as if dreaming. Wrapped around it was a scrap of parchment that read, "For the one who listens." Clara's fingers tingled as she picked it up. The needle stilled for a moment, pointing not toward the window or the door, but toward her own heart. Then it began to glow with a soft, golden light. Just then, a rustle came from a nearby stack of quilts. Out poked a round, furry face with whiskers that twitched with importance. It was Mortimer, the attic's resident cat, whose fur was the color of dust and whose purr could mend cracks in the quiet. "That," he said in a voice like gravel wrapped in velvet, "is the heart compass. It doesn't show you where you are, it shows you where you need to be." Clara blinked. "And where is that?" Mortimer's tail gave a thoughtful flick. "Wherever you're most afraid to go." As if on cue, the compass needle shifted, pointing firmly toward a dark corner of the attic where an old grandfather clock stood, its face pale and still. Clara had always been a little frightened of that clock. It hadn't chimed in years, and its silence felt heavy, like a held breath. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound didn't come from the clock itself, but seemed to echo from somewhere deep within it. "It's time," murmured a new voice, thin and metallic. From behind the clock's pendulum stepped a small, nervous-looking cricket with spectacles balanced on his antennae. "I'm Horatio, keeper of the ticks and tocks. The clock's heart has stilled. It needs a new one." Clara's own heart beat a little faster. "How do we help?" Mortimer purred reassuringly. "We follow the compass, but remember, the journey isn't measured in steps. It's measured in breaths, in moments of bravery." So Clara, with Mortimer padding softly beside her and Horatio perched on her shoulder, approached the grandfather clock. The compass glowed brighter as she drew near. With a gentle push, the clock's wooden panel swung inward, revealing not gears and weights, but a winding path lined with velvet shadows and the faint, sweet smell of forgotten birthdays. They stepped inside. The world within the clock was both strange and familiar. Starlight filtered through the cracks between the numbers on the clock face, and the air hummed with the memory of chimes. But the further they went, the thicker the silence grew, until it felt like walking through deep water. Rustle swish, rustle swish. Something moved in the darkness ahead. There, curled in a nest of cobwebs and lost hours, was a creature made of tangled threads and twilight. It was shivering, and with every tremble, the silence seemed to deepen. "The weaver of stillness," whispered Horatio. "She mends the quiet places, but she's lonely, so very lonely." Clara's fear melted away, replaced by a swell of kindness. She approached slowly, her footsteps silent on the soft ground. "Hello," she said softly. The creature uncurled slightly, revealing eyes like polished jet. "No one comes here," it whispered, its voice like the sound of pages turning. "The ticks and tocks avoid me. The chimes have faded." Clara sat down, not too close, but not too far. Mortimer settled beside her, his purr a gentle engine of comfort. Horatio cleared his throat nervously, but stayed put. "Would you like some company?" Clara asked. And so they sat. Clara told stories, silly ones about misplaced slippers, and earnest ones about firefly evenings. Mortimer shared tales of sunbeams and snoozes. Even Horatio chimed in with a rhyme about minutes and hours. Slowly, the weaver began to change. The tangled threads softened, weaving into patterns of silver and gold. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by a gentle, rhythmic hum, like a heartbeat returning. Ding-dong from deep within the clock, a chime sounded, clear and sweet. The weaver smiled, and in that smile was the warmth of found friendship. "Thank you," she said. "I had forgotten how to listen." With that, the path ahead brightened, leading back to the attic. The compass in Clara's hand glowed one last time before fading to ordinary wood. But she knew she could feel that its magic hadn't left, it had simply settled inside her. They stepped out of the clock just as the first star blinked awake outside the attic window. The grandfather clock's pendulum swung steadily now, and its face glowed with a soft, timely light. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound was no longer eerie, but comforting, a reminder that time could be kind, and that even the quietest places held music if one knew how to listen. That night, as Clara curled under her quilt with Mortimer purring at her feet and the distant chime of the clock marking the hours, she understood. The greatest adventures weren't about how far you traveled, but how deeply you dared to care. And the most magical objects weren't those that glittered, but those that helped you find your way home to your own brave heart. Outside, the rain had softened to a whisper, and the world settled into a deep, contented sigh. all was well and all was warm. And somewhere in the dreams of the sleeping house, a compass needle rested, pointing always toward kindness. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. Pip, 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 chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. Elder Rowan's waiting said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. The forest feels too still. Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk. He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. Children, he began, leaves rustling softly, tonight we speak of the heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be. As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. Long ago, the oak murmured, when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades. Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. The ice spreads, Fern whispered, her breath misting. It's reaching for the heartstone. Pippin's spines bristled. What can we do? The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor. that three things can melt unnatural ice: the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiverwillows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. "Smell that," he whispered, "like cold metal and lost things." The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiverwillows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. "Turn back," they hissed. "The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing." Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. "But without change there is no bloom, without rest no awakening." She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. "Remember summer," he called. "Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover." The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. "We carry summer inside us," he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. Their branches uncurled, forming an archway. "Pass," they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. "Remember us when the thaw comes." Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. "Now what?" Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. "The legends spoke of a song," Fern said. "But how do we sing for summer?" Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. "Together," he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. Frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elder Rowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. "You've done more than mend the seasons," he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now, rest. That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, bramble, and fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elder Rowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. Balance is not stillness, Elder Rowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping. Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind. As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than velvet and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between what is and what could be shimmered like heat haze on a summer afternoon. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of stars, seen only through the leafy canopy, lived creatures who understood the forest's quiet heartbeat. Among them was Pip, a young squirrel with fur the warm brown of freshly turned earth and eyes that held the sparkle of dew-kissed cobwebs. Pip loved the turning seasons. He thrilled to the crisp crackle of autumn leaves underfoot, the sleepy hush of winter snows muffling the world, the vibrant explosion of green and blossom in spring, and the drowsy, sun-drenched hum of high summer. Each shift was marked by subtle magics known only to the forest's inhabitants. Spring arrived on the breath of the zephyr sprites, tiny beings woven from wind and pollen, who danced through the branches, coaxing buds to unfurl with their laughter. Summer was ushered in by the sunfire beetles, whose glowing carapaces cast warm, shifting patterns on the forest floor at dusk, encouraging berries to plump and sweeten. Autumn belonged to the amber weavers, spider-like creatures spinning threads of pure golden light that painted the leaves in fiery hues and guided them gently earthward. And winter was the domain of the frost whisperers, gentle spirits who breathed intricate frost patterns on frozen streams and tucked seeds safely beneath a blanket of white. This delicate balance, this intricate dance of magic and nature, was the forest's lifeblood. It was wisdom passed down through generations, from the oldest, gnarled badger in her deep-set burrow to the newest hatchling in a robin's nest. Pip learned it from Bramble, a wise old hedgehog whose spines held fragments of forgotten moonlight and whose voice was as comforting as the rustle of dry ferns. "The forest breathes, little Pip," Bramble would murmur, her dark eyes kind. "Each season is an inhalation and exhalation. The magic is the rhythm, the creatures the steady beat. Disturb one and the song falters." One unusually warm autumn, Pip noticed something amiss. The air, usually crisp and smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, felt thick and sluggish, tasting faintly of dust. The vibrant tapestry woven by the amber weavers seemed muted, patches of leaves turning a sickly brown instead of gold and crimson. The streams, normally chuckling over stones smoothed by centuries, ran low and silent. Most worrying, the zephyr sprites were nowhere to be seen, and the sunfire beetle's glow was dim, casting long, melancholy shadows instead of warm light. The forest felt tired. Perched high in his oak tree home, Pip felt a prickle of unease. He remembered Bramble's words about the rhythm faltering. Gathering his courage, he scampered down to the mossy clearing where Bramble often rested near the great heartstone, a smooth, moss-covered boulder that pulsed with a faint, warm light, said to be the forest's anchor. Bramble was already there, her snout twitching as she sampled the heavy air. The song is off-key, Pip, she sighed, her voice thick with concern. The amber weavers grow weak, the pools of seasonal essence they are not filling as they should. The connection is blocked. Pip knew of the pools. Deep within the whispering woods, hidden in root-choked grottos or beneath waterfalls, were sacred places where the pure essence of each season pooled. These pools fed the magic that sustained the sprites, the beetles, the weavers, and the whisperers. If they were blocked. We must find out why, Pip declared, his small chest puffing out. For the forest. Bramble nodded slowly. Wisdom lies in seeking, little one, but remember, harmony requires many voices. Seek the elder. The elder was Thorn, an ancient owl who lived in the hollow heart of the oldest oak, a tree whose roots were rumored to touch the very soul of the world. Pip journeyed towards the sentinel oak, the path unfamiliar in the oppressive stillness. The usual symphony of bird calls was muted. The rustle in the undergrowth sounded hesitant. The scent of decay hung heavier than the scent of fallen leaves. Reaching the sentinel oak felt like stepping into a cool, green cathedral. Moonbeams, even in daylight, seemed to filter through the dense canopy, illuminating the intricate carvings of lichen on the bark. Pip chirruped a soft greeting. Slowly, with immense dignity, Thorn emerged from the shadowed hollow. His feathers were the color of storm clouds in ancient silver, and his eyes, large and luminous, held the depth of star-strewn skies. "Little Pip," Thorn hooted, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "The forest whispers of imbalance. You feel it too in the heavy air, the fading colors." "Yes, Elder Thorn." Pip chattered urgently. "Bramble says the seasonal pools are blocked, the amber weavers are weak, autumn isn't singing right." Thorn closed his great eyes for a moment, as if listening to a voice only he could hear. "The spring pool," he intoned. "Deep within the fern grotto, where the zephyr sprites draw their first breath, a great stone, shaken loose by the grumbling earth in the deep places, has fallen across its mouth. The essence cannot flow. Spring's renewal is stifled, weakening the chain that follows. Summer cannot fully wane, and autumn cannot fully awaken." "But how can we move a great stone?" Pip asked, his heart sinking. He was just a squirrel. Alone. Thorn opened his eyes, a spark of gentle wisdom within them. "No creature of the whispering woods stands truly alone. Strength lies in the root, not just the branch. Seek the diggers, seek the lifters, seek the clearers. Remember the harmony." Pip understood. He raced back through the unnervingly quiet woods, his small heart pounding not just with fear, but with purpose. He found Badger Clan near their set. Brock, the sturdy leader, listened gravely to Pip's tale, the scent of disturbed earth clinging to his fur. "A blockage," Brock grunted. "Badgers know the ways of earth and stone. We will dig for the forest." Next, Pip sought the mighty stags. Orion, the herd leader, stood tall and proud, his antlers like a crown of polished wood catching the weak sunlight. "The stone is large," Orion mused, his voice deep and calm. "Strength we have, we will lift for the forest." Finally, Pip scurried to the banks of the silver thread stream, where the water voles lived. Their matriarch Willow, sleek and quick-eyed, listened intently. "Debris clogs the path," she chittered. "Water voles know the flow we will clear for the forest." Guided by Thorn's silent wisdom carried on the wind, the unlikely procession made its way to the fern grotto. It was a hidden sanctuary, usually vibrant with maidenhair ferns and the sound of trickling water. Now it felt choked. The air was stale. At its heart, where crystal-clear water should have bubbled from a cleft in the rock, a massive, moss-slicked boulder lay lodged, completely blocking the entrance. Behind it, a faint, struggling blue-green light pulsed weakly the trapped essence of spring. Without a word, the Badger clan set to work. Powerful claws used to digging deep burrows scraped and pulled at the earth around the base of the boulder, loosening its grip. The scent of damp soil filled the grotto. Orion and the strongest stags lowered their magnificent heads. With a collective grunt of effort that echoed softly off the stone walls, they pressed their broad foreheads and mighty shoulders against the boulder. Muscles strained, tendons stood out like ropes. The stone groaned, shifted infinitesimally. But it was not enough. Soil and smaller rocks, dislodged by the badger's digging, threatened to tumble back and block the path further. This is where Willow and her water voles sprang into action. With incredible agility and teamwork, they darted in, their small, strong paws swiftly pushing aside loose earth and pebbles, clearing channels for the water that would eventually flow, ensuring the path remained open. Pip, feeling a surge of determination, joined them. He might not move mountains, but he could carry small stones, clear tiny paths, chirp encouragement to the straining stags. It was hard, slow work. The air grew thick with effort and the smell of damp fur and earth. Moonlight began to filter into the grotto, painting the struggling creatures in silver. Pip's paws ached, his fur was matted with mud, but he looked around at the badgers digging tirelessly, the stags straining with noble effort, the voles darting with precise purpose, and felt a profound sense of belonging. This was the forest harmony, different strengths, different skills, working together for the whole. Finally, with a deep, grating rumble that vibrated through Pip's small bones, the boulder yielded. It rolled ponderously aside, crashing onto the soft earth the badgers had prepared. A gasp seemed to go through the grotto. Then, with a sound like 1,000 tiny sighs of relief, the trapped spring essence surged forth. It wasn't water, but pure, liquid light, cool, blue-green, smelling of snowmelt and crocuses and the very first breath of dawn. It flowed over the stones, soaking the earth, revitalizing the drooping ferns instantly. They unfurled, glowing with renewed life. The effect was immediate and magical. Outside the grotto, the oppressive warmth began to lift, replaced by the true, crisp kiss of autumn air. A gentle breeze, carrying the faintest giggle, rustled the leaves. The zephyr sprites, revived, darting through the canopy. High above, the dim glow of the sunfire beetles flickered, then brightened steadily, casting warm, dancing patterns once more. And most gloriously, Pip saw the amber weavers emerge from hidden crevices. They moved with renewed energy, their spinnerets glowing. Where their threads touched the leaves, the sickly brown vanished, replaced by vibrant golds, fiery oranges, and deep, regal reds. Autumn's true colors began to blaze across the whispering woods. Exhausted but elated, the creatures gathered near the now freely flowing spring pool. The blue-green light pulsed healthily, reflecting in their weary but happy eyes. Orion dipped his great head to drink the cool, magical essence. Brock nodded solemnly. Willow chittered softly with her kin. Pip scampered up onto Bramble's back, who had arrived silently to witness the restoration. "See, Pip," Bramble murmured, her voice thick with emotion, as she watched the amber weavers paint a nearby maple in brilliant crimson. No single root holds up the tree, no single note makes the song. It is the harmony, the digging, the lifting, the clearing, the caring that keeps the forest breathing. The wisdom passed down is not just knowledge, but the understanding of connection. High in his sentinel oak, Elder Thorn watched the transformed woods. The air hummed with the restored magic, clean and sharp. The leaves rustled a joyful chorus in the proper autumn breeze. The silver thread stream chuckled over its stones, reflecting the brighter glow of the sunfire beetles and the newly vibrant canopy. He gave a soft, satisfied hoot that echoed like a benediction through the trees. Pip snuggled into his nest later that night, woven from soft moss and lined with thistle down. The air drifting in was properly cool, carrying the rich, comforting scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Through his little window in the oak, he saw the forest bathed in moonlight. The leaves, now ablaze with the amber weaver's artistry, shimmered like stained glass. The gentle chirp of crickets, the distant hoot of thorn, the rustle of a badger settling into its set, it was the sound of balance restored, a deep, peaceful sigh from the ancient woods. He thought of the straining stags, the digging badgers, the darting voles, the wise guidance of bramble and thorn. The lesson wasn't loud or preaky. It was woven into the very fabric of the night, as tangible as the moonlight on his fur. True strength wasn't about size or power alone. It was about knowing your part in the great, interconnected web of life and acting with kindness and cooperation to preserve its delicate, beautiful harmony. The forest breathed evenly once more, its magical rhythm steady and sure. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the whispering woods cradled him in its timeless, peaceful embrace, whispering its ancient secrets of balance on the gentle autumn wind. The story of the blocked pool and the creatures who mended it would become another thread in the tapestry of wisdom passed down, a quiet reminder that even the smallest paw, guided by a kind heart and joined with others, could help heal the world. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world." Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors. leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be given a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Glimmerbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it, a reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. Story 94. Story 95. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the quiet, sleepy village of Amberwood, where chimney smoke curled into the twilight like lazy gray ribbons, there lived a young boy named Kalen. His cottage stood at the very edge of the woods, where the whispering pines seemed to lean in close, sharing secrets with the wind. Every evening, just as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, Kalen would sit by the hearth, watching the flames dance and pop, a symphony of warmth and light that kept the encroaching shadows at bay. But tonight was different. Tonight, as a particularly stout log split open under the heat, something unusual tumbled from its heart. It was no ordinary piece of wood. It glowed with a soft, pulsing light, the color of ripe apricots in autumn sunsets. It was warm to the touch, but not hot, comforting like a hand held in friendship. Kalen carefully picked it up, marveling at the way it seemed to breathe in his palm, its light ebbing and flowing like a tiny, captive star. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was no ordinary ember. It felt alive. That night, as he lay in bed with the ember resting on his bedside table, its gentle glow painted shifting patterns on the ceiling. And in the quiet between heartbeats he heard it, a faint, melodic hum like a distant song carried on the breeze. It was a sound that spoke of ancient forests and hidden pathways, of mysteries waiting just beyond the edge of sight. The next morning, Kalen awoke with a new restlessness. The ember still glowed softly beside him, and its hum seemed to have woven itself into his dreams, leaving behind a lingering sense of purpose. After a breakfast of warm oatmeal sweetened with honey, he bundled up in his warmest woolens, tucked the ember safely into his pocket, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The forest welcomed him with open arms. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny fairies. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden flowers. But Kalen did not wander aimlessly. The ember in his pocket seemed to guide him, its hum growing slightly louder when he chose the right path, softening when he hesitated. He walked for what felt like hours, the world around him shifting from familiar oak and birch to older, grander trees with bark like wrinkled parchment and roots that sprawled across the forest floor like sleeping serpents. The light grew dimmer, the air cooler, and a deep, resonant quiet settled over everything. It was a silence that felt sacred, not lonely. And then he saw it, a door. It was woven into the massive trunk of an ancient willow, its frame formed by living, bending branches, and its surface an intricate tapestry of moss, lichen, and shimmering spiderwebs that caught the light like dewdrops. It was a door that seemed both part of the tree and something altogether magical. The ember in his pocket flared warmly, its hum now a clear, inviting melody. Hesitantly, Kalen reached out. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing not the hollow of a tree, but a path descending into soft, dappled darkness. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through. The world that unfolded around him was unlike anything he had ever imagined. He found himself in a vast, subterranean grotto, but it was not dark. The walls and ceiling were studded with crystals that glowed with their own soft, bioluminescent light, blues, greens, and gentle golds that shimmered like captured starlight. Giant mushrooms, their caps as wide as wagon wheels, dotted the landscape, emitting a soft, rhythmic pulse of light. A shallow stream meandered through the center of the cavern, its water clear as glass and filled with tiny, glowing fish that darted like living sparks. And there, sitting by the stream with her feet dipped in the water, was a girl. She looked to be about his age, with hair the color of moss and eyes that held the deep, knowing glimmer of the oldest forests. She was humming the same melody that his ember had sung. She looked up as he approached, but she did not seem surprised. "You found the heart ember," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. I wondered when it would call someone new. Her name was Leora, and she was the guardian of this hidden world, a place she called the Glimmerdeep. She explained that the heart ember was a fragment of the forest's oldest magic, born from the first fire ever kindled under these trees. It occasionally found its way into the world above, seeking out those with kind hearts and curious spirits. "The ember is fading," Leora said softly, her gaze falling to the glowing stone in Kalen's hand. Indeed, its light seemed weaker now, flickering uncertainly. "The balance above is shifting, the old trees are forgotten, the streams are choked with silence. The Glimmerdeep draws its strength from the health of the forest above. If it weakens, we weaken." Kalen's heart ached. He thought of the woods he loved, the quiet groves and chattering brooks. He had not realized they were in pain. "What can I do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Leora smiled, a small, sad thing. "The Ember chose you for a reason. It believes you can help, but the way is not easy. The source of the fading is a mystery, a quiet sorrow that has settled over the land. We must find its heart and soothe it." And so began their journey, not a frantic race, but a slow, deliberate exploration of both the Glimmerdeep and the woods above. They walked together, Kalen with his warming ember, Leora with her innate connection to every root and stone. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories, Kalen of his life by the hearth, of baking bread with his grandmother and listening to the owls call at night, Leora of dancing with fireflies and understanding the language of trees. As they traveled, Kalen began to notice things he had never seen before. A patch of ground where nothing grew, though the soil seemed rich. A stream that flowed clear, but where no frogs sang. An old oak, its branches bare despite the season, standing lonely in a clearing. Each place felt heavy, burdened by a silence that was more than mere quiet. The ember would grow warm in these spots, its light pulsing slowly, as if in sympathy. It was near the silent oak that they met another unexpected friend. A small, elderly badger, her fur grizzled with age, was digging patiently at the base of the tree. She paused as they approached, looking up at them with wise, dark eyes. "You feel it too," she said, her voice a low, gravelly rumble. "The loneliness." Her name was Thistle, and she had lived by this oak for many seasons. She told them that the tree had once been the heart of a great gathering place for forest creatures. But over time, as animals grew scarce and humans kept more to their villages, the meetings had stopped. The tree had withdrawn into itself, its sorrow seeping into the earth around it. "It's not just this tree," Thistle sighed, settling onto her haunches. "It's many places. The forest forgets its own songs." The three of them sat together under the oak's skeletal branches, and Kalen felt a profound sadness wash over him. It was not his own but the tree's, a deep, weary loneliness. Without thinking, he drew the heart ember from his pocket. It was glowing faintly, its light a pale, hopeful yellow. He placed it gently against the rough bark of the tree. A soft warmth spread from the point of contact, flowing up the trunk and down into the roots. The ember's light grew brighter, steadier. And then something miraculous happened. A single tender green leaf unfurled from a twig above their heads. It was small and fragile, but it was alive. Thistle let out a soft, amazed breath. Leora placed her hand on the tree, closing her eyes. "It remembers," she whispered. "It remembers it is not alone." They realized then that the mystery was not one single thing to be fixed, but many small fractures in the spirit of the forest. Places of forgotten joy, of abandoned connection. The fading was a loneliness that had taken root. Guided by the ember and Thistle's knowledge of the woods, they visited these places one by one. A meadow where no rabbits played anymore. A bend in the river where the kingfishers had nested for generations, now empty. Each time Kalen would place the ember there, and its warm, persistent light would seem to awaken something, a memory of community, of shared life. And each time the ember itself grew stronger, its light more vibrant, its song clearer. It was as if by healing these lonely places, they were feeding the magic that sustained it. Throughout their journey, the friendship between Kalen and Leora deepened. He taught her how to whistle using a blade of grass. She showed him how to listen to the stories the wind carried in its arms. They shared quiet meals of foraged berries and nuts, their laughter a new, joyful sound in the quiet glades. Thistle often joined them, her gruff warmth a steady comfort. Kalen found himself changing, too. The boy who had been content to simply watch the fire now understood its true nature, not just as a source of warmth, but as a gatherer, a storyteller, a keeper of hearts. He understood that transformation was not always a dramatic burning, but often a slow, steady glow that nurtured new growth. One evening, as the three of them rested in a soft hollow carpeted with moss, the heart ember suddenly rose from Kaelin's palm. It hovered in the air between them, spinning slowly, its light now a brilliant, steady gold. The melody it hummed was no longer faint but full and complete, a song of wholeness, of balance restored. It floated to Leora, brushing softly against her cheek, then to Thistle, touching her nose, and finally back to Kaelin, resting once more in his hand. Its job was done. "The forest remembers its song," Leora said, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Thanks to you." But Kaelin shook his head. "Thanks to us." He looked at his friends, the forest guardian with mossy hair, the old badger with a heart as soft as her paws, and the magical ember that had brought them together. It was never about one person fixing everything. It was about remembering to listen, to care. The next day, Kaelin knew it was time to return home. The path back to the woven door felt familiar now, no longer strange or frightening. At the threshold he hesitated, looking back at Leora and Thistle. "Will I see you again?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. Leora smiled. "The forest is always with you, Kaelin, and so are we. Listen for the hum in the hearth, look for the light in the leaves. We are never as far apart as it seems." Thistle nudged his hand with her wet nose. "Visit the old oak," she rumbled. "I'll save you the best blackberries." With a final, grateful look, Kaelin stepped through the door and back into the familiar woods of Amberwood. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He walked home, the now-dormant heart ember cool and smooth in his pocket. It was just a stone again, but the magic it had carried was now a part of him. That night, as he sat by his crackling fireplace, the flames seemed to dance with a new, knowing light. He could almost hear a faint, familiar hum woven into the pop and hiss of the burning logs. He knew with a calm certainty that the forest was healing, that he had helped, that he had made true friends in unexpected places. He climbed into bed, the events of his journey replaying in his mind like a sweet, lingering dream. The warmth of the friendship, the gentle guidance of the ember, the quiet triumph of healing, it all settled around him like a soft, comforting blanket. Outside his window an owl called into the night, a deep, soothing sound that spoke of wisdom and watchfulness. In the distance, the wind rustled the leaves of the old oak, now sporting a brave crown of new green buds. The world was as it should be, connected, remembered, loved. And as Kaelin drifted into a peaceful sleep, he knew that the true magic was not in glowing embers or hidden doors, but in the willingness to listen, to care, and to reach out a hand in friendship. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, its light flickering across the room in a gentle, rhythmic dance, keeping watch over the boy who had learned to hear the song of the world and who would never feel alone again. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so and the windows winked with warm lamplight, lived a quiet child named Leo. The cottage had been in their family for generations, and every corner held whispers of stories past. But the place Leo loved most was the attic, a dusty, shadowy space filled with forgotten treasures and the gentle scent of old wood and memories. One rainy afternoon, with drops pit-patting against the window panes like tiny fingertips, Leo decided to explore the attic more thoroughly than ever before. Under the soft glow of a hanging lantern, between a stack of yellowed books and a basket of woolen blankets, Leo's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was a small wooden music box, carved with intricate patterns of twisting vines and sleeping birds. Its surface was worn with age, but it hummed with a strange, gentle warmth. With a soft click, Leo opened the lid. Instead of a melody, a soft, silvery light spilled out, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "I have been waiting for you." Leo started, nearly dropping the box. "Who's there?" they whispered, their voice barely a breath. the keeper of stories, the voice replied. This music box does not play songs, it plays memories, but it has been silent for many years and its magic is fading. To restore it, you must find 3 lost harmonies: the laughter of a friend, the comfort of a stranger, and the courage of your own heart. Leo's eyes widened. They were not usually one for adventures, preferring the safety of books and familiar corners. But the music box seemed to pulse with hope, and its light wrapped around their fingers like a promise. And so, with the music box tucked safely in their pocket, Leo's journey began, not across mountains or seas, but through the landscape of their own quiet bravery. Their first guide was an old tortoise-shell cat named Barnaby, who often napped in a sunbeam on the attic stairs. He stretched lazily as Leo descended, his purr rumbling like a tiny, contented thunderstorm. Off on an adventure are we, he mused, blinking amber eyes. I may be old, but I know a thing or two about finding what's lost. Barnaby led Leo to the village square, where children were chasing each other, their laughter ringing like bells. The laughter of a friend is close, Barnaby said, curling his tail thoughtfully. But it isn't about volume, you know, it's about sincerity. They approached a little girl named Maya, who was sitting alone on a bench, looking sadly at a broken jump rope. Leo hesitated, their usual shyness rising like a wall. But the music box pulsed gently, encouraging them. Would you like help with that? Leo asked softly. Maya looked up, surprised. With patience and clever fingers, Leo tied the rope back together, and soon the two were jumping and laughing, a true, bright sound that seemed to make the very air sparkle. As they laughed, a shimmering, golden note floated from Maya's smile and settled into the music box with a soft ping. One harmony found. Next, Barnaby led them to a small bakery at the corner of a cobblestone street. The air was rich with the smell of cinnamon and warm bread. The comfort of a stranger, the cat murmured, leaping onto a windowsill. Sometimes it appears where you least expect it. Inside, an elderly baker was wiping flour from her brow. Her eyes were kind, but her hands trembled slightly as she placed loaves into baskets. Leo watched quietly, then noticed a small bird had flown in and was trapped, fluttering anxiously near the ceiling. Without a word, Leo found a broom and gently guided the bird toward an open window. The baker watched, her worried expression softening into a smile. "Thank you, dear," she said, her voice as warm as her oven's. "It's a small thing, but you've brought comfort to us both." She handed Leo a freshly baked muffin, still warm from the oven. As Leo accepted it, a soft, amber glow drifted from the baker's hands into the music box, which chimed gently this time, like a distant bell. 2 harmonies found. Now only one remained, the courage of your own heart. And for this, Barnaby could not guide them. "This part of the journey," he said, rubbing against Leo's leg, "you must walk alone." Leo returned home as evening settled, painting the sky in hues of lavender and soft orange. The cottage was quiet, but the attic felt different now, less dusty, more welcoming. Leo sat cross-legged on the rug, the music box open in their lap. Its light was brighter now, swirling with gold and amber, but it still waited for that final, silvery note of courage. Leo thought about the day, how they had spoken to Maya, helped the baker, listened to the wise old cat. Each step had required a deep breath, a quiet gathering of bravery they hadn't known they possessed. Taking one more breath, Leo closed their eyes and whispered, "I may be small and I may be quiet, but I am brave in my own way." And from their own chest, a soft, silver light emerged, warm and steady, and drifted into the music box. With a sound like 100 gentle bells, the music box began to play. But it wasn't a tune of notes, it was a melody of memories. Leo heard their grandmother's laughter, the crackle of long-ago fires, the rustle of turning pages, and the whisper of kind words spoken through generations. The attic seemed to sigh in contentment, and even the shadows looked friendly now. Barnaby purred loudly from his perch on a trunk, and outside the first stars began to gleam like diamonds scattered on dark velvet. Leo realized that the greatest adventures aren't always about going far away. They are about listening closely, loving bravely, and discovering that magic often lives in the most ordinary of places, waiting for a willing heart to find it. And as the music played on, wrapping the room in a soft, glowing harmony, Leo knew that this was only the beginning of many gentle adventures to come. With the music box cradled in their hands and a purring cat at their side, Leo smiled, feeling for the first time that the world was not so large and frightening after all, but rather cozy and kind and full of secret songs just waiting to be heard. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Shadows swayed upon the walls, and the scent of cedar smoke and cinnamon filled the air. Outside, the world was hushed beneath a blanket of fresh snow, but here, by the warmth of the flames, all was cozy and safe. In a small village nestled between ancient hills and whispering pines, there lived a quiet child named Kalen. While other children raced through the meadows or climbed the gnarled oak trees, Kalen preferred the company of old books and the gentle hum of the spinning wheel in grandmother's cottage. Often they felt a little out of place, like a single star trying to shine in a sky already crowded with constellations. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate patterns upon the window panes, Kalen's grandmother beckoned them closer to the fire. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves, soft and full of secrets. "Come, child," she said, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "I have something for you." From a small wooden chest, she drew out an object wrapped in velvet the color of midnight. As she unfolded the cloth, a soft, warm light spilled into the room. It was a lantern, not of metal or glass, but carved from what looked like petrified honeycomb, and within it glowed something that pulsed like a sleeping heart. "This," grandmother said, her voice barely above a whisper, "is an ember lantern. It does not hold fire, but memory, the memory of light from places few have ever seen. It has been in our family for generations, waiting for the right keeper." Kalen reached out, their fingers trembling slightly as they took the lantern. It was warm to the touch, and the light within swirled like molten gold. "What does it do?" they asked, their voice full of wonder. "It guides," grandmother replied. "Not along roads you can see with your eyes, but paths you feel in your heart. When the time is right, it will show you the way." That night, Kalen fell asleep with the ember lantern on their bedside table, its gentle glow casting soft shapes upon the ceiling. And in their dreams they heard a melody, a distant, humming tune that seemed to call from deep within the woods. The next morning, a thick mist had settled over the village, softening the edges of cottages and fences, muffling the sounds of waking life. Kalen dressed quietly and almost without thinking, took the ember lantern from its place. As they stepped outside, the lantern's light brightened, pulsing in time with that strange, dreamlike melody. Curiosity tugged at Kalen's heart. They followed the light, leaving the village behind and venturing into the forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow. The world was so still that Kalen could hear their own heartbeat, and the soft crunch of their boots in the snow seemed to echo in the vast, white silence. For hours they walked, the ember lantern glowing ever brighter, its light cutting through the mist like a beacon. Just as the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long blue shadows across the snow, Kalen came upon a sight that made them catch their breath. There, half hidden behind a curtain of frozen ivy, was a door set into the side of an enormous, ancient oak. It was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and from beneath it spilled a warmth that smelled of earth and honey. The ember lantern pulsed joyfully, as if greeting an old friend. Hesitantly, Kalen reached out and pushed the door. It swung open without a sound, revealing not a hollow tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward, lined with roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light. The air grew warmer, and the humming melody grew louder, now accompanied by the gentle sound of trickling water. Kalen stepped inside, and the door closed behind them. But instead of fear, they felt a strange sense of homecoming. The passage opened into a vast, underground cavern, where the ceiling was studded with glowing crystals like a starry sky, and a slow, clear river wound its way between banks of soft moss and luminous flowers. This was a hidden world, a place of gentle light and deeper quiet. And there, sitting by the river with a fishing rod made of willow, was a creature unlike any Kalen had ever seen. It was small and stout, with fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It turned as Kalen approached, and its face broke into a warm smile. "Ah," it said in a voice like stones smoothing in a stream. "You've come at last. I am Thistle." Kalen stood frozen for a moment, then remembered their manners. "I'm Kalen," they said softly. "And this lantern brought me here." Thistle nodded, setting aside the fishing rod. "The ember lantern knows its own. It remembers the light of this place, you see. It was made here long ago, from the crystal that grows only in these caves." The creature gestured around them. "Welcome to the Glimmerdelve." Over the next few hours, Thistle showed Kalen the wonders of the Glimmerdelve. They walked along the riverbank where flowers chimed softly when touched, and through meadows of glowing grass that swayed in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Thistle explained that this was a place of balance, where light and shadow, sound and silence lived in harmony. "But something is changing," Thistle said, their voice growing somber. "The heart crystal, the source of all light in the Glimmerdelve, has begun to dim. The flowers chime less brightly, the river flows more slowly, and even the air feels heavier. I have tried everything I know, but I fear the balance is shifting." Kalen looked at the ember lantern in their hand. Its light, too, seemed softer than before. "Can I help?" they asked. Thistle's eyes softened. "Perhaps the heart crystal does not respond to force or haste. It responds to memory, to stories, to kindness, to the quiet moments that often go unnoticed. You carry an ember lantern, which holds a piece of its light. You may be able to remind it how to shine." Together they journeyed deeper into the cavern, following the river to its source, a vast crystalline chamber where a massive crystal, twice as tall as Thistle, stood pulsating with a faint, weary light. This was the heart crystal, and Kalen could feel its sadness like a weight in the air. Thistle placed a paw on the crystal's surface. "It has grown lonely," they murmured. "For centuries, keepers like me tended to it, sharing stories and songs. But I am the last of my kind, and my voice alone is not enough." Kalen stepped forward, holding up the ember lantern. As its light touched the heart crystal, a soft shimmer ran through the chamber. Then, without quite knowing why, Kalen began to speak. They spoke of grandmother's cottage, of the smell of baking bread, and the sound of the spinning wheel. They described the way frost painted the windows, and how firelight made stories dance upon the walls. They talked about feeling out of place, and yet how the lantern had made them feel chosen. As Kalen spoke, the ember lantern glowed brighter, and the heart crystal began to hum in response, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. Encouraged, Kalen shared more, small, tender memories they hadn't realized they cherished. The time they helped a fallen bird back to its nest. The first snowflake they ever caught on their tongue. The way their grandmother's laughter sounded like bells. With each memory the crystal brightened, its light growing warmer, stronger. Thistle joined in, adding their own stories, of underground rivers that sang, of glowing mushrooms that bloomed only once a century, of generations of keepers who had loved this place. And then something miraculous happened. The heart crystal began to project their memories into the air around them, soft, glowing images that danced and swirled like living paintings. Kalen saw Thistle as a young keeper, learning to fish in the glowing river. Thistle saw Kalen reading by firelight, safe and content. They saw each other's joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, and in that sharing they understood they were not so different after all. The chamber filled with light, brighter and more beautiful than before. The flowers on the riverbank chimed in celebration, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with joy. The heart crystal was restored not by magic or force, but by friendship and shared memory. Thistle turned to Kaelin, their eyes shining. You have given it what it needed most, connection. You have reminded it that it is loved. Kaelin smiled, feeling a warmth spread through their chest that had nothing to do with the lantern. And you've reminded me that I have something to offer, too. As the balance restored itself, Kaelin knew it was time to return home. Thistle walked with them to the oak tree door, the ember lantern now glowing with a steady, confident light. You will always be welcome here, Thistle said, placing a small, smooth stone in Kaelin's hand. It glowed with the same soft light as the cavern. Whenever you feel lost or alone, hold this. It will remind you that you carry a light within you, one that can brighten even the darkest places. Kaelin hugged Thistle, feeling the rough warmth of their fur. I'll come back, they promised, and I'll bring more stories. The journey home felt shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding them back. When Kaelin stepped into grandmother's cottage, the fire was still crackling, and the smell of cinnamon still hung in the air. Grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes gentle. You've been on a journey, she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Kaelin nodded, placing the ember lantern on the table. I found where the light comes from, they said softly. And I learned that it lives in stories and in kindness and in not being afraid to share who you are. Grandmother smiled, her face crinkling like a well-loved map. Then the lantern has found its true keeper. That night, as Kaelin lay in bed, the ember lantern glowed peacefully on the bedside table. They held Thistle's stone in their hand, its light soft and steady. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a blanket of silence and peace. And as sleep began to pull them into dreams, Kaelin realized that the journey had transformed them. They no longer felt like a star alone in the sky, but like part of a constellation, connected to others by light and story, by memory and friendship. They had discovered that the greatest magic was not in glowing alone, but in helping others to shine. The fire in the hearth whispered its last embers, and the room grew dark save for the gentle light of the lantern and the stone. And in that quiet, comforting glow, Kaelin drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that somewhere beneath an ancient oak, a friend was smiling up at a crystal sky, remembering them too. And all was well. The fire crackled softly, its warm light dancing on the walls like shy sprites. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the sleeping world. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to the heart of Greenwood Hollow, a village nestled in a valley where the air smelled perpetually of damp earth and wild thyme, and where the gardens held whispers of magic. In this village lived a young gardener named Silas. Silas had hands that knew the language of the soil, fingers that could coax the shyest seedling from the earth with infinite patience. His garden, tucked behind a cottage with a mossy roof, was a tapestry of vibrant blooms and lush greenery, each plant thriving under his gentle, predictable care. Silas loved the rhythm of his days, the cool dawn mist settling on petals, the warm afternoon sun coaxing fragrance into the air, the quiet evenings spent listening to the rustle of leaves. Change, however, even the gentle shift of seasons, filled his heart with a quiet unease. He preferred the familiar hum of bees to the unpredictable flutter of a new butterfly. One crisp autumn morning, Silas discovered a peculiar sight. Nestled amongst his prize-winning moon petals, known for their cool, silver luminescence at dusk, was a plant he had never sown. It was a fern, but unlike any ordinary fern. Its fronds were a deep, velvety green that seemed to drink the light, and at their very tips, tiny, gem-like buds glowed with a soft, internal warmth, a deep, shifting rose gold. Silas felt a prickle of anxiety. This unknown beauty felt like an intrusion on his carefully ordered world. He tentatively named it the blushing fern, for the buds reminded him of a shy maiden's cheeks. Yet as days turned into weeks, the fern became Silas's secret worry. Despite his meticulous care, the exact amount of water, the perfect dappled shade, the rich compost he made himself, the fern seemed restless. Its fronds would tremble faintly when he approached, a soft sighing sound rustling through them. The rose-gold buds remained tightly closed, their light dimming. Silas felt a pang of failure, a familiar knot tightening in his chest whenever he looked at it. He felt like he was failing this strange, magical guest. His unease didn't go unnoticed. Silas often sought solace and advice from Mistress Willow, the village's oldest gardener, whose own cottage was practically swallowed by an astonishing jungle of plants. Her eyes, the color of moss after rain, held centuries of green wisdom. One afternoon, as Silas confided his worries over steaming mugs of chamomile tea, the fragrant steam curling around them like friendly ghosts, Mistress Willow listened patiently. "Ah, the blushing fern," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves skittering across stone. "A rare visitor indeed, a mirror fern, some call it. It doesn't just grow in the garden, young Silas. It grows with the gardener." "What does that mean?" Silas asked, perplexed, tracing the rim of his warm mug. "It reflects," Mistress Willow explained gently, "the inner state of the one who tends it most closely. Its restlessness, its reluctance to bloom, it speaks of a heart holding tightly to the banks of a stream, afraid of the current." She reached out a gnarled hand and patted his arm. "Change isn't a storm to be weathered, Silas. It's the soil turning, making way for new roots." Silas pondered her words, finding them both comforting and unsettling. He also found support in his cheerful friend, Briar. Briar, who ran the village bakery, was all laughter and flour-dusted aprons, embracing each new recipe and mishap with equal gusto. "Stuck, are you?" Briar chuckled one day, handing Silas a warm honey oat roll that smelled like sunshine. "Remember when I tried to make those star-shaped pastries? Looked more like grumpy badgers, but you know what? Some folks love the grumpy badgers. Maybe your fern just wants to be a grumpy badger for a while, or maybe," Briar added, his eyes twinkling, "it just needs to know it's okay to be something different." Silas carried Briar's words and Mistress Willow's wisdom back to his garden. He sat beside the blushing fern, not just to tend, but to listen. He felt the familiar knot of resistance in his own chest, the fear of disrupting his peaceful routine, the anxiety of the unknown. He realized the fern's trembling fronds mirrored his own nervous energy. Its closed buds reflected his own reluctance to open to possibilities beyond his carefully controlled world. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate lace on the cobwebs, Silas noticed the fern looked particularly sad. Its fronds drooped, the rose-gold light within the buds barely a flicker. Mistress Willow's words echoed, "It grows with the gardener." He knew what he had to do, though the thought sent a tremor through him more chilling than the frost. The fern needed pruning. Some of the oldest, outermost fronds, though still green, were overshadowing the heart of the plant, stifling the potential of the central buds. Pruning meant cutting away the familiar, the established, to make room for new growth. It meant embracing change, trusting that beauty could emerge from loss. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, Silas selected his sharpest, cleanest shears. His hands shook slightly. Each snip felt like a tiny leap into the unknown. As he carefully removed the older fronds, a remarkable thing happened. The remaining fronds seemed to sigh, not in sorrow, but in profound relief. They lifted, stretching towards the fading light. And the rose-gold buds, they pulsed. A soft, warm light emanated from them, bathing the surrounding moon petals in a gentle, rosy glow. Silas felt a corresponding shift within himself. The knot of anxiety loosened, replaced by a warm, expanding sensation like the first unfurling of a new leaf. It wasn't reckless abandon, but a quiet courage, a trust in the natural cycle of growth and release. He hadn't destroyed his garden, he had helped it breathe. Winter settled over Greenwood Hollow, a blanket of quiet transformation. Silas continued his routines, but with a new awareness. He noticed the subtle shifts in light, the way the snow insulated the sleeping earth, protecting the promise beneath. He found himself experimenting, slightly planting a few early snowdrop bulbs in a sunnier spot, trying a new blend of compost. The blushing fern thrived. Its remaining fronds grew stronger, a deeper, richer green. The rose-gold buds swelled, their internal light growing steadier, warmer, casting a cozy aura in the winter-dim greenhouse Silas had built. One late winter afternoon, when the sun hung low and golden, Silas was tidying the greenhouse. Mistress Willow and Briar had come to share spiced cider. As they admired the fern, bathed in the golden sunlight streaming through the glass, it happened. With a soft, almost musical chime, the largest rose-gold bud began to unfurl. Layer after delicate layer peeled back, not to reveal a flower, but a cascade of pure, shimmering light. It wasn't harsh or blinding, but a warm, liquid radiance that flowed downwards, touching the soil around the fern's base. Where the light touched the earth, impossible things happened. Tiny, crystalline frost flowers bloomed instantly, sparkling like captured starlight. A patch of dormant moss turned a vibrant, glowing emerald green. Even the moon petals nearby, usually dormant in winter, perked up, their silver edges catching the rosy light and reflecting it in soft rainbows on the greenhouse walls. Silas gasped, tears pricking his eyes, not tears of sadness, but of awe and profound understanding. Mistress Willow smiled, a knowing glint in her mossy eyes. Briar clapped his hands softly. Well, would you look at that, told you grumpy badgers have their charm. The magical light pulsed gently, a visible manifestation of the transformation both Silas and the fern had undergone. It wasn't about becoming something entirely different, but about embracing the fullness of potential within. The fern hadn't changed its nature, it had simply been allowed to express its true, radiant self. Silas hadn't abandoned his love for peace and care. He had deepened it by learning that true growth sometimes requires the courage to let go, to trust the unseen roots, and to welcome the light that comes after the pruning. As the last embers in the fireplace settled into a bed of warm ash, the tale of Silas and the blushing fern comes to a close. The garden in Greenwood Hollow still blooms with quiet magic, tended by hands that understand both the comfort of the known and the gentle necessity of change. The blushing fern continues to glow with its rose-gold light, a quiet beacon reminding all who see it that the most beautiful transformations often begin with a single brave step into the unknown, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the quiet courage to let your own inner light unfurl. Remember, dear listener, as you drift towards dreams, that your own heart holds seeds of wonder, waiting for the right moment, the right care, to blossom into something uniquely, beautifully yours. Sleep peacefully, wrapped in the warmth of growth and the quiet magic of becoming. In the quiet cobblestone village of Starlight Hollow, where the air always smelled of fresh rain and baking bread, there lived a gentle soul named Arden. Arden was the village stargazer, a keeper of celestial maps and whispered legends, whose small cottage was tucked between the whispering pines and the gently babbling brook's silver thread. Each evening, as the great clock tower in the village square chimed 7 times, Arden would climb the winding stairs to the rooftop observatory, unfold a worn velvet blanket, and settle in to trace the constellations with a knowing finger. But one crisp autumn evening, as the last chime faded into the twilight hush, something felt amiss. The sky, usually a tapestry of glittering diamonds, seemed dimmer. Arden's heart gave a little flutter of concern. Peering through the brass telescope, a gift from a long-ago traveler, Arden soon realized what was wrong. The 7 sisters, a cluster of stars that always watched over the village, were missing. Not clouded over, not hidden, simply gone, as if someone had gently plucked them from the heavens. The next morning the village was abuzz with soft, puzzled whispers. Old Miss Alara, who ran the tea shop with its fragrant shelves of herbal blends, noticed her wind chimes, carved like celestial bodies, were singing a different, melancholy tune. The baker, a round-cheeked man named Finn, mentioned that the dough for his star-shaped shortbread cookies refused to rise properly. And young Lily, who loved painting the night sky, found that all the silver in her paint box had turned a dull, listless gray. Arden, with a kind and curious heart, decided to investigate. Tucking a warm woolen scarf around their neck and slipping a notebook and a thermos of spiced apple cider into a satchel, they set out into the village. The air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop tapping a soft rhythm on the cobblestones and leafy canopies overhead. Their first stop was the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. Arden sought out the oldest book of nursery rhymes, bound in cracked leather. There was one rhyme, often sung by children skipping rope near the brook. When the sisters hide from view, and silver turns to morning dew, seek the path where time flows back, to find what pure hearts alone unpack. Where time flows back, Arden murmured, tapping a thoughtful finger on the page. That could mean the old sundial in the meadow, which was known to cast its shadow backward on certain days due to a quirk of the light. Or perhaps it referred to the grandfather clock in the clockmaker's shop, which sometimes ticked in reverse when the air grew heavy with magic. Following this thread, Arden visited the sundial first. The meadow was lush and green, dotted with color-changing flowers that shifted from blue to violet as the rain gently kissed their petals. But the sundial showed nothing unusual. Its shadow stretched long and true. A red herring, perhaps, but a beautiful one. As Arden turned to leave, they noticed a patch of moonbell flowers glowing softly near a gnarled oak. They made a note to bring some to Miss Alara later. She loved them for her evening tea. Next, Arden headed to the clockmaker's workshop. The shop was a delightful clutter of gears, pendulums, and chiming clocks of all sizes. The clockmaker, a small woman with spectacles perched on her nose, was humming as she polished a delicate timepiece. "Ah, Arden, here to see the old grandfather," she asked cheerfully. "It's been acting odd again, ticking backward every now and then. But listen." She held up a finger. In the quiet between the rhythmic tick-tock of a dozen clocks, the large oak grandfather clock in the corner let out a soft, reverse tock-tick, tock-tick. Arden's eyes lit up. "Has it done this before?" "Only when something in the heavens shifts," the clockmaker replied. "But I'm afraid it's just old and sentimental. It doesn't mean anything sinister." Another red herring, but as Arden thanked her and stepped back into the drizzling rain, they noticed something etched faintly on the clock's face. A tiny pattern of stars, almost invisible unless you knew to look. It matched the constellation of the Seven Sisters. Evening was drawing near, and the mystery deepened. Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, sipping the warm spiced cider and watching as the village lanterns were lit one by one, their golden glow reflecting in the rain-slick streets. The missing stars weighed on their mind. What could have caused them to vanish? And why did it affect the village's magic so? Then Arden remembered the old map of Starlight Hollow, drawn by the founders centuries ago. It was kept in the archives beneath the library, a delicate thing illustrated with constellations and secret pathways. Hurrying back through the gentle rain, Arden unrolled the map on a large oak table. There, near the brook's silver thread, was an illustration of the Seven Sisters, with a notation in elegant script. Where the water mirrors the sky, the stars may dip to drink. Could it be? Arden rushed to the brook, the sound of the water a soft, constant murmur. The rain had eased to a mist, and the moon was rising, casting a silvery path on the water's surface. And there, nestled among the reeds and smooth stones, was a sight that made Arden catch their breath. 7 small glowing stones, each pulsing with a gentle star-like light, were arranged carefully in a shallow pool where the brook widened. They were the missing stars. But how? And why? Then Arden noticed faint, small footprints in the soft mud nearby. They followed them quietly past the whispering pines until they came upon a little clearing. There sat a young forest sprite, no taller than a buttercup, weeping softly into her hands. Her name was Piper, and she was known for her love of shiny things. Piper, Arden said gently, kneeling so as not to startle her. What's the matter? The sprite looked up, her eyes like dewdrops. Oh, Arden, I only wanted to help. The stars looked so lonely up there, so far from everyone, and the brook looked so inviting. I thought if I brought them down for just one night, they could see how beautiful our village is from below. But now I can't get them back into the sky, and everything is going wrong. Arden's heart swelled with empathy. They sat beside Piper, listening to the distant chime of the clock tower marking the hour, the wind rustling the leaves like a lullaby. You have a kind heart, Piper, Arden said softly. But the stars have their own magic. They watch over us, and we watch over them. They must return to their places so the balance remains. Together, they devised a plan. Arden remembered the nursery rhyme, seek the path where time flows back. It wasn't the sundial or the clock, it was the reflection of the stars in the water. When the stars were placed in the brook, time itself seemed to ripple backward in their glow. With the help of the villagers, who had gathered curiously by now, they carefully lifted the glowing stones from the water. Miss Alara brought her wind chimes, whose new melody seemed to guide them. Finn brought a basket of freshly baked star-shaped shortbread, now perfectly risen, and Lily brought her paints, the silver restored to its luminous shine. Arden arranged the stones in a circle on the bank, and as the moon rose higher, everyone joined hands, sprite, human, young, and old, and hummed an old, comforting tune. The stars began to glow brighter, rising slowly from the stones like bubbles of light, drifting upward until they settled back into their familiar constellation high above. The village sighed in relief and wonder. The sky was whole again, shimmering with a renewed brilliance. Piper, though initially sad, was now beaming. Her wish had been granted in a way she never expected. The stars had indeed seen the village, reflected in the eyes of its people. From that night on, the villagers of Starlight Hollow began a new tradition. Every full moon they would gather by the brook with lanterns and stories, and together they would trace the constellations in the water's reflection, reminding themselves that sometimes the most magical things are those we share. And as Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, wrapped in the velvet blanket, the gentle sounds of the night, the brook's murmur, the wind chime's song, the distant clock tower, lulled them into peaceful dreams under the watchful, loving gaze of the 7 sisters, forever home where they belonged. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the enchanted hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. The village of Willowvale nestled in a valley where moonlight pooled like liquid silver and dawn arrived in a hush of peach and lavender. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals of wood smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and damp earth. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows, young Clara stirred beneath her patchwork quilt, listening to the familiar morning chorus, the chirp of sunfinches, the rustle of the old oak outside, and the distant chime of the village baker's bell. But today, a murmur of unease threaded through the air. Clara's grandmother, Alara, stood at the garden gate, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the chaos. Overnight, their lovingly tended plot had become a tapestry of upheaval. Marigolds lay uprooted, their golden heads drooping in the dirt. Carrot tops peeked haphazardly from furrows torn asunder. Even the protective charm Alara had woven from moonbeam threads and rosemary sprigs, a shimmering net draped over the soil, lay in tatters, glinting weakly in the pale light. Third morning in a row, Alara sighed, her voice as soft as crumbling autumn leaves. An old man Hemlock's prize pumpkins were scattered clear across the brook yesterday. Whatever's causing this slips through magic like water through a sieve. Clara pulled on her woolen socks, the mystery coiling in her chest like a curious kitten. Willowvale was a place where dew fairies polished cobwebs at dawn and hedgehogs delivered lost thimbles, but this felt different, an anxious rustle beneath the valley's usual peace. After breakfast, oatmeal sweetened with honeycomb from the bees who hummed lullabies, Clara tied her cloak and ventured out. The village green buzzed with puzzled voices. Mrs. Gable's herb spirals were unraveled into tangles, and the miller's daughter wept over trampled moon petals, their luminous blooms crushed into the mud. "No tracks bigger than a field mouse," said Benji the blacksmith, kneeling by his flattened cabbages. "But mice don't shred moonbeam charms." A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Magic was Willowvale's bedrock. Its failure felt like a stone skipping across their pond of tranquility. That afternoon, Clara sought the wisdom of the whispering woods. Beneath ancient pines whose needles muffled sound into a velvet hush, she found the mossy burrow of Thistleback, a silver-muzzled badger whose eyes held the patience of centuries. His den smelled of loam and dried chamomile. "Ah, little observer," he rumbled, stirring a clay pot of steaming root tea over glowing emerald crystals. "Trouble in the valley, I scent it on the wind. Sit, warm your bones." Clara described the gardens, the stealth, the defiance of spells, the peculiar lack of large footprints. Thistleback's claws tapped thoughtfully on an acorn cup. "Magic unseen often hides in plain sight, child. The strongest wards guard against force, not fragility. Perhaps the culprit isn't breaking through, but slipping between." He nudged a dried firefly husk toward her. "Watch when the world sleeps, not with spells, but with stillness. Let the night show you its secrets." So Clara prepared. She bundled herself in quilts on the porch swing, a thermos of lavender milk beside her. The moon rose, casting long Inkai shadows. Crickets sang their rhythmic ballads. Hours drifted by, filled only with the creak of the swing and the sigh of wind through the apple orchard. Doubt began to nibble at her resolve, until a faint shimmer caught her eye near the radish patch. Not a glow, but a disturbance, like heat rising from sun-baked stones. Peering closer, Clara gasped. Delicate footprints no larger than her thumbnail dappled the soil. They sparkled with minute, iridescent dust, visible only when moonlight struck them just so. They led toward the brook. Silent as a shadow, Clara followed. The prints wove through ferns heavy with dew, across moss-slicked stones, and into a thicket of weeping willows. There beneath a gnarled tree whose bark peeled like parchment, she heard tiny, frantic voices, a chorus of chitters and squeaks laced with despair. Peering through a curtain of leaves, she saw them, 6 creatures no taller than her hand, with fur like spun starlight and wings like crumpled holly leaves. Their eyes, wide and anxious, reflected the moon. They scurried around the willow's roots, digging frantically with shimmering claws, scattering soil and uprooting bluebells. One clutched a withered acorn, weeping silvery tears that hissed where they struck the ground. "Too deep, always too deep," whimpered one, its wings drooping. "The heartnut must find soil before the roots turn to dust." Another tugged at a root, sending a clod of earth flying. "But the digging wakes the big ones, their glowing nets sting." Clara's heart softened. These weren't vandals, they were terrified, grieving. She stepped forward slowly, hands open. "Please," she whispered, "I won't hurt you." The creatures froze, then huddled together, trembling. The bravest, with a tuft of cobalt fur on its brow, fluttered forward. You see us, the big ones never see." "I see you," Clara said gently. "Why are you digging?" The creature, Bramble, as she introduced himself, explained. They were pixie squirrels, guardians of the heartnut tree, a sacred willow that anchored magic to the valley's pulse. But their tree was dying, poisoned by creeping blight, only a new heartnut seed could cure. They'd found one miraculously preserved, but needed fertile, enchanted soil to plant it, soil like Willowvale's gardens. Yet every attempt failed. Their claws, meant for weaving starlight, were clumsy for digging. Worse, human wards repelled their magic, forcing them to work unseen, tearing through protections in their desperation. We never meant harm, Bramble sniffled. Only to save our home. Dawn's first blush painted the sky as Clara led the pixie squirrels to Thistleback's den. The badger listened, his gaze deepening with understanding. "The blight," he murmured. "I felt the valley's ache, but mistook it for winter's approach." He nudged the withered acorn Bramble carried. "This seed needs more than soil, it needs a heartroot bond. Your willow is too frail to nurture it, but I know another." He led them to a sun-dappled clearing where a young, vibrant willow stood beside the brook, its leaves singing softly in the breeze. This sapling grew from a seed carried by the last heartnut tree centuries ago. Its roots remember. With Thistleback's guidance and Clara's gentle hands, the pixie squirrels planted the seed at the sapling's base. Villagers gathered, drawn by whispers of the solution. Benji brought a tiny, polished trowel. Ilara wove a new charm, not a barrier, but a bridge of moonbeams and goodwill that shimmered like a welcoming path. As the seed settled into the rich, dark earth, Bramble and his kin danced upon it, their wings casting prismatic sparks. The soil glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Days later, Willowvale's gardens bloomed with unnatural vigor, roses as big as teacups, tomatoes gleaming like rubies. But the true wonder was the new heartnut tree, already sprouting emerald shoots under the pixie squirrels' devoted care. At dusk they flitted through village plots, not as intruders, but as helpers. With delicate precision they aerated soil, whispered encouragement to seedlings, and polished dewdrops on petals, leaving gardens more beautiful than before. The torn moonbeam nets were replaced with garlands of glowing friendship, strung between fence posts by human and pixie squirrel alike. That night Clara lay in bed, her window open to the symphony of the valley, the chuckle of the brook, the rustle of the thriving willows, and the faint, musical chitter of grateful guardians tending their tree. The mystery hadn't been one of malice, but of unseen sorrows and tangled needs. As sleep wrapped around her like a familiar quilt, she smiled. In Willowvale, even the deepest troubles could be untangled with kindness, a watchful heart, and the quiet wisdom found in moonlit footprints. And high above, the new heartnut tree cradled its precious seed, its roots already weaving magic into the dreaming earth, gentle and deep as a lullaby. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered, not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. "The balance is askew," old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear, his den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbursant, smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. "Wake," Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. "The long dark," she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. "Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply." Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered emberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with Thistle and Bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. "Well done, little thorn," Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. "You wove many threads into one tapestry." As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. Balance isn't stillness, Fern murmured to all, but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales. Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. Deep in the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stood as sentinels of time and moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very roots of the forest. Here the air hummed with the breath of magic, a gentle force that stirred the petals of dawn-touched flowers and guided the dance of fireflies in the twilight. Among them was a young fox named Bramble, whose russet fur held the warmth of autumn leaves and whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of spring's first bud. Each season the forest celebrated the turning, a sacred alignment where the boundaries between earth and enchantment thinned. In spring the blossom song would begin, a melody sung by the wind through newly unfurled leaves, coaxing sleeping seeds to life. Summer brought the rainweavers, tiny tree frogs whose croaks summoned gentle showers that painted rainbows in the mist. Autumn belonged to the leaf keepers, squirrels who gathered fallen foliage not for nests, but to weave them into shimmering cloaks that stored sunlight for the barren months. And winter. Winter was guarded by the frost sprites, ethereal beings who spun ice crystals into lace to protect sleeping roots from the bitter cold. But this year, as the first blush of spring painted the forest, an unsettling chill lingered. Bramble noticed it one dew-kissed morning while padding toward the sunken brook. The water, usually murmuring with melted snow, lay silent under a skin of ice. Bluebells bowed under unexpected frost, their petals brittle as glass. Even the air tasted sharp, like unripe berries, where it should have been sweet with cherry blossoms. Worried, Bramble sought old Badger in his set beneath the grandfather oak. The set's walls, lined with dried moss and velvety lichen, held the earthy scent of wisdom. Old Badger's fur was grizzled with age, his claws worn smooth from tracing maps of the forest's ley lines in the soil. "Ah, little traveler," he rasped, stirring a pot of thyme-scented tea over a glowworm lamp. "The balance trembles, the frost sprites have not retreated to their northern caves, their icy threads cling where warmth should reign." Bramble's ears drooped. "But why, elder?" the rainweavers sang the thawing songs weeks ago. Old Badger poured tea into an acorn cup, the steam curling like ghostly vines. "Long ago, when I was but a cub, a similar frost came. The heartstone, a crystal born from the forest's first lightning strike, had cracked, its warmth faltered, and winter's fingers crept too far south." He gestured to a tapestry on the wall, woven from spider silk and dandelion fluff, depicting a glowing stone nestled in the roots of the guardian tree. "We mended it then with kindness, a drop of honey from the hive mother, a tear of joy from the brook's spirit, and a chorus of the forest's purest laughter." Determined, Bramble gathered friends, Pip, a sparrow whose wings shimmered with iridescent dew, and Moss, a rabbit whose fur held the softness of twilight shadows. Together they journeyed to the guardian tree, a colossal willow whose branches wept silver tendrils into a pool of liquid starlight. At its base the heartstone pulsed weakly, its usual amber light dimmed to a flicker. Frost sprites fluttered nearby, their delicate forms shivering not from cold, but sorrow. "Our queen is lost," whispered one, her voice like icicles chiming. "She wandered into the shadowed vale, lured by echoes of eternal winter. Without her song, we cannot weave the frost away." The shadowed vale lay beyond the forest's edge, a place where sunlight dared not tread. Bramble's heart quivered, but Pip trilled courageously. "We'll find her, the vale fears laughter, it melts gloom like sunshine." Moss nodded, thumping a steady rhythm on the earth. "And I know the hidden paths, follow my thumps." Their quest led them through groves where mushrooms glowed like fallen constellations, across streams where water spirits wove liquid bridges of lily pads, and into thickets where sentient vines curled protectively around them. In the vale, darkness clung like wet velvet, and the air smelled of forgotten things. There amid skeletal trees sat the Frost Queen, a being of crystalline beauty, her eyes hollow as she hummed a dirge to the frozen ground. "Your Majesty," Bramble called softly, "the forest needs your frost to rest, not to linger." The Queen's voice cracked. "Why should I return? The vale whispers that warmth forgets the beauty of stillness." Then Pip did something extraordinary. He flew to a gnarled branch and sang, not a forest melody, but a silly, chirping tune about a worm who wore a hat of clover. Moss joined in with a comical wiggle dance, kicking up puffs of frost. Bramble, recalling old Badger's lesson, offered a story. In summer, the rainweaver's showers make rainbows. In autumn, the leaf-keeper's cloaks glow like captured sunsets. Your winter lace is part of the dance, not the whole song. As he spoke, he placed a thawed bluebell at her feet, its petals releasing a honeyed sigh. A tear, clear and warm as spring sap, welled in the Frost Queen's eye. It fell onto the heartstone Bramble had brought, sealing its crack with a sound like chimes. The stone blazed anew, its light piercing the vale's gloom. Laughing, the Queen gathered her sprites. "Forgive me, I mistook solitude for strength, forgetting that balance needs all voices." Together they wove one final tapestry of frost, a glittering bridge leading home. Back at the guardian tree, the forest waited. As the Frost Queen sang a high, crystalline note, her sprites spun the lingering ice into 1,000 shimmering threads that lifted skyward, dissolving into the dawn. Warmth rushed back, brooks babbled, bluebells straightened like eager children, and the blossom song swelled from every branch, scattering golden pollen that smelled of hope and apricots. That evening, creatures gathered beneath the grandfather oak for the Bloomfire feast. Fireflies strung lanterns in the boughs, badgers passed mushroom pies, and frogs drummed on lily pads. Bramble curled beside old Badger, watching the Frost Queen dance with Pip atop a toadstool, her laughter now bright as sleigh bells. "You see, little one," murmured the Badger, his eyes reflecting the fire's glow, "harmony isn't the absence of winter or storm. It's the trust that every season has its purpose, and every heart, no matter how icy, can thaw when met with kindness." As stars embroidered the sky, the forest sighed into contented silence. The heartstone pulsed steadily, its light a golden promise in the roots of the guardian tree. And Bramble, nestled in a bed of clover, dreamed of dappled sunlight and the gentle, everlasting rhythm of the turning, a lullaby sung by the world itself, reminding all who listened that balance, like friendship, is tended one warm breath at a time. The whispering locket and the moonlit grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener." The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you. The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. "I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tear floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tear hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. "Reflections crave substance." But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Leela hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tear into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. It's binding you to the grove, Corwin said quietly. To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to leave. He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet. The grove sighed, not in anger, but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. You'll always hear its whispers, Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. Keeper or not. Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. Just a dream, her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Layla knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. The world's fuller than it looks, she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra, she soothed. To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new. Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress. Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. Perhaps, she said softly, we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart. As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful. Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go. With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Deep in the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring, the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood song, it's fading. The balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, Grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart. Carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. Oh. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the mosquin hollow beneath old man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered mosquin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of old man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the mosquin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosquin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushroom's glow brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the mosquin elders, journeyed to the rain-singer's pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the mosquin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The moskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the moskins sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The whisperwood breathed, its magic a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderwood, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderwood was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering wood seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen. Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Glimmerbrook. It was a place where the cobblestones shimmered with morning dew, where wind chimes made of crystal and silver sang soft melodies in the breeze, and where the clock tower at the village square kept time not with harsh bells, but with the gentle, rhythmic chime of raindrops falling into a copper basin. Each hour was marked by a single, clear plink, and the villagers set their days by this watery music. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars usually began to twinkle awake, young Finn noticed something peculiar. The sky remained a deep, unbroken indigo. Not a single star shone overhead. The moon, usually bright and cheerful, seemed lonely and dim without its sparkling companions. Finn, a quiet child with thoughtful eyes and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, sat on his windowsill, his chin resting in his hands. The usual night sounds were different. The wind chimes in the garden played a slower, sadder tune, and the plink from the clock tower's water clock seemed to hesitate, as if unsure of itself. The next morning the village awoke to more strangeness. Old Mrs. Higgins, who ran the apothecary, found that her sunflowers had turned a soft, sleepy blue overnight. Mr. Barley the baker discovered that his freshly baked cinnamon buns had lost their swirls. They were now perfectly smooth, though just as delicious. And young Finn, walking to the town square, noticed that the puddles from last night's gentle rain reflected not the sky above, but a sky full of stars that were no longer there. A soft murmur of curiosity rustled through Glimmerbrook. The villagers gathered under the clock tower, their faces lit by the warm, golden light of lanterns, for the sun seemed hesitant to fully rise. "Perhaps it's the work of the shadow spinners," whispered one villager, though everyone knew the shadow spinners were gentle weavers of dreams and not prone to mischief. "Or maybe the stars are simply tired and need a rest," suggested another. But Finn noticed something else. As the water clock plinked the hour, he saw that the ripples in the copper basin moved not outward, but inward, as if time itself were flowing backwards. That afternoon, Finn visited the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. The librarian, a kind woman with spectacles perched on her nose, helped him find a book of ancient nursery rhymes, said to be written by the founders of Glimmerbrook. One rhyme in particular caught Finn's eye. "When stars do hide and colors slide, and time forgets its way, seek the map the moon has made, at the closing of the day. Follow where the reflections lead, to find what's gone astray." Finn's heart beat a little faster. A map made by the moon. He thought of the starry puddles. That evening, as the sky darkened into a starless navy blue, he took a small lantern and went to the village square. He knelt by a rain puddle near the clock tower and gazed into its depths. There, shimmering on the water's surface, was a perfect map of constellations, but not as they usually were. The stars were connected by lines that formed a path leading toward the oldest oak tree in the Whispering Woods. Just then Mr. Barley came by, carrying a basket of his smooth but still warm cinnamon buns. "Looking for stars in puddles, Finn?" he asked with a warm smile. "I was looking for the swirls in my buns this morning. Found none, but little Lily from next door said they taste better this way. Easier to share, she says, since there's no swirl to argue over." He offered Finn a bun and wandered off, humming. Finn smiled, munching on the sweet bun. A red herring, but a delightful one. The missing swirls weren't part of the mystery. They were just a change, and one that brought a small joy. The next clue came from the wind chimes. As Finn stood under the old oak tree, the crystal chimes hanging from its branches played a series of notes that sounded almost like a tune. Finn recognized it, an old lullaby his grandmother used to sing, about the moon weaving a blanket of light for the stars. He noticed that one of the chimes, shaped like a crescent moon, had a tiny inscription, "Only the patient ear hears the true hour." Patient. Finn sat down under the tree, closed his eyes, and listened. Beyond the rustle of leaves, beyond the distant plink of the water clock, he heard it, a faint, rhythmic sound like a heartbeat. It was coming from the base of the tree. Gently he brushed away the layer of moss and fallen leaves. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, silver pocket watch. But its hands were moving counterclockwise. Finn picked it up carefully. As he held it, he felt a strange sensation, a memory of sitting with his grandmother, listening to her stories, feeling completely safe and loved. The watch was warm to the touch. He realized then that this wasn't a thing of mischief, but of sadness. The watch belonged to someone who missed the past, who wanted to turn back time. Just then, a soft sound made him look up. Old Mr. Hemlock, the clockmaker, stood there, his eyes kind but filled with tears. "I made that watch for my wife," he said softly. "She loved the stars. She used to say that each one was a memory, shining down on us. When she passed, the stars felt too far away. I tried to make time slow down, even reverse, just a little. I adjusted the water clock, hoping to delay the nights without her. I never meant to hide the stars themselves." Finn understood. Mr. Hemlock's loneliness had subtly affected the magic of Glimmerbrook, for the village was woven with the emotions of its people. The backwards flowing time had caused the stars to hide. They weren't gone, but waiting. The color-changing flowers and the missing swirls were just echoes of time's confusion. "The stars aren't lost, Mr. Hemlock," Finn said gently. "They are waiting for you to remember them with joy, not sadness." Together, they returned to the village square. Mr. Hemlock, with Finn's help, readjusted the water clock. As he did, the plinks grew clearer and more confident. The wind chimes picked up a hopeful melody. And then, one by one, the stars emerged overhead, brighter than ever, as if they had been polished by the night itself. The blue sunflowers gradually returned to their golden hue, though many villagers decided they rather liked the blue and asked Mrs. Higgins if she could grow more that color next season. The next evening, the entire village gathered under the starry sky with blankets and lanterns. Mr. Barley brought cinnamon buns, some with swirls, some without, and everyone shared stories of loved ones they missed and memories that made them smile. The stars seemed to twinkle in agreement, and the moon beamed down, full and warm. Mr. Hemlock sat among them, a peaceful smile on his face. He had brought a telescope, and he showed the children how to find the constellations, telling them the stories behind each one. Finn lay on his back, listening to the comfortable murmur of the villagers, the gentle plink of the water clock, and the soft song of the wind chimes. The mystery was solved not through fear or urgency, but through patience, observation, and empathy. And the community of Glimmerbrook, wrapped in the soft blanket of night and shared understanding, felt closer than ever before. As the clock tower chimed the final hour with a clear, soothing plink, Finn felt his eyes grow heavy. The stars above seemed to whisper a lullaby of their own, a promise that some things, like kindness and connection, never fade, they only shine brighter with time. And with that comforting thought, the village of Glimmerbrook drifted into peaceful dreams, under a sky once again filled with gentle, watchful light. The soft hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was the only sound in the vastness of Sector Nebula 7. Aboard the small scout vessel, Tick, a small, furry mammal from the lush forests of Felnar, adjusted her navigation console with nervous pause. Her large, dark eyes scanned the unfamiliar star patterns. She was on a simple botanical survey mission, collecting samples of resilient space moss, when an unexpected gravity surge sent the Weaver careening off course, its systems flickering. Emergency protocols kicked in, jettisoning her towards the nearest habitable zone, the uncharted moon, Lyra's Tier. Her landing was rough, the pod skidding through silvery blue grass that shimmered like liquid metal under the twin moons. Tick stumbled out, her thick brown fur ruffled, clutching her precious sample case. The air was cool and crisp, smelling faintly of ozone and something sweet, like crushed mint. Towering crystalline formations, glowing with internal light, dotted the landscape. It was eerily beautiful and utterly silent. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A massive figure emerged from behind a cluster of glowing spires. Tick froze, heart pounding against her ribs. It stood easily 3 times her height, its body composed of smooth, interlocking plates of what looked like polished obsidian and amber crystal. 4 long, multi-jointed limbs ended in delicate, claw-tipped appendages. Where a face might be, a cluster of deep blue crystals pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light. This was Core, a mineralogist from the molten core world of Xylos, whose own survey craft had been damaged by the same gravity anomaly. Stranded and scanning for usable mineral deposits, Core had detected Tick's landing. To Tick, Core was a terrifying, silent monolith. The way the crystals pulsed felt like a threatening glare. She chittered a warning, baring small teeth, and scrambled backwards, hiding behind her overturned escape pod. Her fear was a sharp, acrid scent in the air. To Core, Tick was a chaotic, vibrating bundle of unpredictable energy. The high-pitched chittering sounded like aggressive static, and the sudden movements were jarring against the moon's natural harmonic resonance. Core emitted a low, subsonic rumble, a sound of confusion and caution that vibrated through Tick's bones, amplifying her fear. Core took a step closer, a long limb reaching out slowly. "Stay back." Tick squeaked, throwing a small pebble. It harmlessly bounced off Core's crystalline chest. The pebble's strike registered to Core not as pain, but as a sharp, discordant note disrupting the ambient harmony. Core recoiled, the blue crystals flaring brighter for a moment. Aggression, Core thought, interpreting the vibration. A profound misunderstanding settled between them, thick as the moon's strange fog. Night fell swiftly on Lyra's Tier, bringing a deep chill and a howling wind that swept across the plains. Tick shivered violently in the meager shelter of her pod's wreckage. Her fur was good for Felnar's humidity, not this biting cold. Across the clearing, Core stood motionless near a large crystal formation, seemingly unaffected. Tick watched, teeth chattering, as the wind whipped around the giant being. Then she noticed something. Core's crystal plates were subtly realigning, channeling the wind into a low, resonant hum that generated warmth. The air directly around Core shimmered slightly with heat haze. Desperation overcoming fear, Tick inched closer, drawn by the promise of warmth. Core, sensing the small creature's approach and its intense shivering, understood its distress cold. Core shifted slightly, angling a large, flat crystal plate towards Tick. Instantly, a wave of gentle, radiant heat washed over her. It was blissful. Tick cautiously sank down near Core's massive foot, the warmth seeping into her bones. She looked up at the pulsing blue crystals. The light seemed softer now. She tentatively reached out a paw, not to touch, but to feel the heat radiating from the crystal surface. Core remained perfectly still, observing. The next day brought a shared challenge. A violent ionic storm, common on Lyra's tier, rolled in with terrifying speed. Jagged forks of purple lightning split the sky, and the howling wind turned ferocious, threatening to sweep Tick away. Rain, cold and stinging, lashed down. Tick huddled against Core's warm leg, terrified. Core, however, perceived the storm differently. The intense electromagnetic bursts were painfully loud, a cacophony of screeching frequencies that vibrated Core's very core, threatening to shatter delicate internal structures. The wind's roar was physically jarring. Core needed shelter from the sound. Tick needed shelter from the elements. Core scanned the terrain with senses attuned to mineral densities and spotted a cave entrance partially hidden behind a curtain of glowing vines, nestled within a large crystal mountain. Core pointed a long limb towards it, emitting a series of low, pulsed rumbles that Tick felt as vibrations in the ground. This time, Tick didn't interpret it as a threat, but as communication. She saw the cave. Shelter. Go. Tick squeaked, pointing frantically at the cave as a particularly fierce gust nearly lifted her off her feet. Core understood the gesture. Moving with surprising swiftness despite the buffeting wind, Core scooped Tick up gently in one large, clawed hand, shielding her from the worst of the rain and wind with the other. Tick gasped but didn't struggle, feeling the secure enclosure. Core lumbered towards the cave, the chaotic storm frequencies causing visible distress, small cracks appearing on some of Core's outer plates. Tick felt the vibrations of pain through Core's hand. Inside the cave, it was blessedly quiet and dry. Bioluminescent moss coated the walls, casting a soft green glow. Core carefully set Tick down, then retreated deeper into the cave, pressing large crystal hands against the walls. A deep, resonant hum filled the space as Core tried to ground the painful frequencies, small fractures spreading further on Core's limbs. Tick watched, understanding dawning. Core wasn't immune, Core was hurting. Tick remembered her sample case. Among the space moss was a rare Felnarian plant, the whisper root. When chewed, it emitted a powerful, localized field of harmonic dampening, used to calm agitated flora. Tick hurriedly dug it out, a gnarly brown tuber. She broke off a piece and cautiously approached Core, who was shuddering with the residual vibrations. She held up the root, making chewing motions with her mouth. Core's blue crystals pulsed slowly, observing. Tick took a small bite herself, then offered the larger piece. Trusting the small creature who shared warmth, Core took the root. As Core's crystalline mandibles ground the fibrous material, a wave of profound silence washed over the cave. The painful resonance of the storm faded to a distant murmur. Core straightened, the cracks on the plates stopping their spread. The blue crystals pulsed with a warm, steady light relief, gratitude. Core looked down at Tick and emitted a soft, harmonious chime, like glass bells underwater. It was the first sound Core had made that wasn't a rumble or a vibration felt through the ground. It was beautiful. In the quiet sanctuary of the cave, warmed by Core's presence and the soft moss light, the barriers dissolved. Tick, emboldened, pointed to herself. Tick, she said clearly. She then pointed at her furry arm, then at the cave wall, mimicking digging. Felnar plants. Core watched intently. Then Core pointed a claw tip at Tick. A soft, complex harmonic resonated, like two notes played simultaneously. Tick. Core then touched a large crystal plate on its chest, producing a deeper, richer chord core. Core gestured towards the ground, then upwards, mimicking flight, followed by a low, grinding sound xylos. Minerals. They spent hours like this, sheltered from the storm. Tick showed core samples of Felnarian moss, explaining through gestures and simple sounds how it stored starlight. Core showed Tick how to tap certain crystals to make them glow brighter or resonate with different pitches, demonstrating the musical geology of xylos. Tick learned that Core's glare was often just focused observation, and the rumbles were attempts at communication or expressions of emotion Core couldn't vocalize like Tick. Core learned that Tick's quick movements weren't aggression, but curiosity or anxiety, and her chittering could mean many things depending on the pitch. They laughed, Tick with a series of high-pitched giggles, Core with a cascade of shimmering chimes that vibrated pleasantly in Tick's chest. When the storm finally passed, revealing Lyra's tear bathed in serene moonlight, they emerged together. They worked as a team to gather materials. Tick, with her small size and dexterity, collected edible glowing berries from high vines and soft, insulating moss for bedding. Core, with immense strength and mineral senses, broke off specific resonant crystals to repair critical components on Tick's escape pod beacon, and located rare minerals needed for Core's own craft's power core. One afternoon, while searching for a specific conductive ore, Core's massive foot dislodged a rock slide near a precarious cliff edge where Tick was foraging. Tick shrieked as the ground gave way. Without hesitation, Core lunged, a long limb snapping out faster than thought. The powerful claws closed gently but firmly around Tick, lifting her to safety just as the rocks tumbled into the abyss. Tick clung to Core's claw, her heart hammering, not with fear of Core, but with gratitude. Core set her down carefully, the blue crystals pulsing rapidly with concern. Tick patted the cool crystal surface reassuringly. Safe, Core safe, Tick. Later, when a territorial, six-legged reptilian creature, attracted by the glow of Core's crystals, lunged from the undergrowth, Tick didn't freeze. She remembered Core's sensitivity to sound. She let out a piercing, sustained shriek, a sound specifically designed on Felnar to startle predators. The frequency was agonizingly high for the reptile, which screeched and retreated. Core, protected by the dampening effect still lingering from the whisper root, watched in astonishment as the tiny creature defended the giant. Core chimed a melody of profound thanks. The day came when both their crafts were repaired enough to send signals. A Felnarian recovery ship and a Xylosian mineral barge responded, homing in on their beacons. As the ships descended through the lavender sky, casting long shadows on the shimmering grass, Tick and Core stood side by side near the cave entrance. Tick felt a pang of sadness sharper than the moon's chill. She looked up at Core, her large eyes glistening. She reached into her sample pouch and pulled out her last, perfectly preserved whisper root, the one that had eased Core's pain. She held it up. Core understood. The giant crystalline being knelt, bringing its cluster of blue crystals level with Tick. Core carefully pried off a small, perfect shard from an inner plate not damaged, but deliberately chosen. It pulsed with a warm, steady blue light. Core offered it to Tick with infinite gentleness. Tick placed the whisper root into Core's large claw. Core placed the glowing blue crystal shard into Tick's small paws. It was warm to the touch, radiating a soft, comforting hum that resonated deep within her. It wasn't just a crystal, it was a piece of Core's harmony, a tangible memory of shared warmth in a cold cave, of protection, and of understanding forged in silence and storms. The recovery teams found them like that, the small, furry botanist from the green world, holding a pulsing blue crystal, and the towering crystalline geologist from the molten core, cradling a gnarled brown root. They exchanged no words their rescuers could understand, only a look that spoke volumes, Tick's eyes soft with affection, Core's crystal light pulsing with a gentle, steady warmth. As Tick's pod lifted off, she pressed the blue crystal shard against the viewport. Far below, Core stood, a dark silhouette against the glowing landscape, holding the whisper root. Core raised a limb in farewell, a single pure harmonic note rising through the air, reaching Tick even through the pod's hull, a sound of friendship, clear and true. Tick settled back in her seat, the crystal's soft hum a constant, soothing presence against her chest. It was a reminder that across the vast, silent gulf of space, under different suns and moons, friendship could bloom in the most unexpected soil. It wasn't about understanding every word, but about listening with the heart, sharing warmth in the cold, and offering shelter from the storm. The universe felt less lonely, filled not just with stars, but with the quiet, resonant echo of an unlikely, precious bond. And as the stars blurred past, Tick knew the true treasure she brought back wasn't moss or samples, but the warm, humming memory of Core, a friend written not in words, but in light and harmony, forever held close. The village of Willow Hollow nestled between whispering pines and a chuckling brook, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. Here cobblestone paths wound past cottages with mossy roofs, and the air always smelled of baking bread and damp earth. Young Finn, with eyes like polished river stones, loved his home's quiet rhythm, until the day the ordinary began behaving extraordinarily. It started subtly. Mrs. Bramble's prize-winning teapot, usually content to whistle a cheerful tune, began pouring lavender-scented tea instead of Earl Grey. Then old Mr. Thistle's garden rake danced a jig among the carrots when no one was looking. By week's end, woolen mittens knitted themselves into curious star shapes overnight, and the bakery's sourdough loaves emerged from the oven speckled with edible silver glitter. Whispers fluttered through Willow Hollow like autumn leaves. The quiet fidgets, folks called it, a gentle, puzzling unrest among everyday things. Finn, ever observant, noticed patterns others missed. The oddities always happened near dusk and only around objects touched by many hands, a well-loved teapot, a shared rake, community knitting wool. Determined to help, he visited the village's wisest soul, Ilara, who lived in a cottage shaped like a toadstool, its walls woven with living honeysuckle. Her eyes, deep as forest pools, crinkled kindly. "Ah, Finn," she murmured, stirring a pot of moonflower syrup that smelled of cinnamon and starlight. "The world whispers when it's unsettled. We must listen with more than our ears." That evening, as fireflies blinked like tiny lanterns, Finn and Ilara sat on her porch. She handed him a magnifying glass framed in willow wood. "Look closely, child. Magic leaves traces softer than cobwebs." Finn peered at a fidgeting knitting needle. There, glimmering faintly on its surface, were minuscule, iridescent footprints, like those of a tiny, nervous bird. "Pixie tracks," breathed Ilara. "But pixies are merry tricksters. These prints tremble. Something troubles them." Their investigation led them to the heartwood tree, an ancient oak at the village center, its bark etched with generations of wishes. Beneath its roots lay the pixie post, a hollow where villagers left offerings of honey or shiny pebbles for good luck. That night they found the post in disarray. The usual gifts were scattered, and the air hummed with a faint, anxious buzz. Hiding behind a clover leaf was Pip, a thumb-sized pixie with moth-wing sleeves, wringing her hands. "It's the grumble stone," she piped, voice like a shaken bell. "It rolled into our nest beneath the post. It mutters such sad, heavy thoughts, and its grumbles make everything jittery." Pip led them down a root tunnel into a cavern glittering with crystal dew. There, wedged among pixie feather beds, was a smooth, gray stone, ordinary except for the low, rhythmic murmur it emitted. "No one notices, too plain, forgotten," Ilara knelt, her palm hovering above it. "This isn't just a stone, Finn, feel its energy." Finn placed his hand near it. A deep loneliness pulsed from it, cold as forgotten cellar air. "It's not magic," realized Finn softly. "It's unhappy. It came from the brook, maybe tumbled down in the last storm, and all the village's shared warmth above made it feel left out. The solution came not through spells, but empathy." "Every heart needs to belong," said Ilara. With Pip's help, they gently carried the Grumble stone to the brook's sunniest bend, where dragonflies skimmed the water. Finn placed it among friendly, chattering river stones. Then, inspired, he fetched the village's polishing cloth, used by everyone to buff the wishing bell, and gave the stone a gentle rub. As the cloth passed over it, the stone's murmur softened into a contented sigh. Shiny, warm home. The next morning, Willow Hollow awoke to restored peace. Teapots whistled familiar tunes, rakes stood quietly, and bread baked golden brown. But something new graced the brook's edge. The stone, now gleaming like quartz, sat amidst its kin, radiating a soft, happy hum that harmonized with the water's song. Villagers, noticing its newfound glow, began leaving smooth pebbles beside it, a tiny, welcoming council. That evening, Finn joined Alara by her crackling hearth, sipping lavender tea that tasted perfectly of lavender. The greatest magic, she said, her firelight casting dancing shadows, is often kindness. Even stones remember how it feels to be seen. Outside, the brook chuckled, the wind sighed through pines, and the heartwood tree stood guardian over a village where every belonging, large, small, or even stony, had found its place. And as Finn walked home beneath a sky dusted with stars, he knew the deepest mysteries were solved not with wands, but with watching eyes and a willing heart, ready to mend what was quietly broken. Sleep wrapped around him like a soft quilt, filled with the comforting certainty that in Willow Hollow all was well, and all would ever be well. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moonbeams wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with quiet magic, there existed a world that only truly awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as sentinels of time, their bark etched with stories older than memory, and their leaves whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand. On this particular night, the forest was bathed in the soft glow of a full moon, casting everything in shades of silver and shadow. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soothing symphony that seemed to harmonize with the distant babble of a hidden stream. High above, the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, and in the clearings below, tiny points of bioluminescent light danced, glowworms tracing patterns in the air, and luminous fungi carpeting the forest floor like fallen constellations. It was in one such clearing that a young fox, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the curiosity of countless moonlit adventures, found herself sitting beside a moss-covered stone. She was listening, not just with her ears, but with her very soul, to the murmurs of the forest. The trees spoke in creaks and sighs, sharing tales of seasons long past. The stream gurgled melodies of journeys to distant lands, and the stones, warm from the day's sun, hummed with the deep, steady wisdom of the earth. But tonight the fox noticed something unusual. The usual gentle glow of the moon petals, flowers that bloomed only under moonlight and cast a soft, silver radiance, seemed dimmer than usual. Their light flickered uncertainly, as if hesitant to shine. A subtle tension threaded through the forest's nightly chorus, a note of concern woven into the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. Determined to understand, the fox padded softly through the undergrowth, her steps silent on the bed of pine needles and moss. She followed the sound of the babbling brook, knowing that water often carried answers from deeper parts of the forest. As she walked, she passed ferns that glimmered with dewdrop jewels and mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle, greenish light. The air itself seemed to shimmer with magic, cool and refreshing against her fur. Soon she reached the stream, where the water chuckled over smooth, dark stones. She dipped her paw into the cool current and listened. The stream's language was one of flow and change, and tonight it murmured of a stillness creeping into the forest, a quietness that felt heavy rather than peaceful. The balance wavers, the water seemed to say. The time of deep rest approaches, but something resists. Puzzled, the fox continued her journey, now climbing a gentle slope where the trees grew older and grander. Their trunks were thick with lichen, and their branches reached like wise, gnarled fingers toward the sky. Here the air was scented with damp earth and the faint, sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. She knew that somewhere among these ancient beings lived the great horned owl, a creature whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the oldest oak. It wasn't long before she found him, perched on a low branch of a towering cedar, his feathers speckled with moonlight and his eyes glowing like amber pools of knowledge. He turned his head slowly, regarding her with a calm, knowing gaze. "You have heard it too, little one," the owl said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that blended seamlessly with the night sounds. "The forest holds its breath." The fox nodded. "The moon petals are fading and the stream speaks of stillness. What does it mean?" The owl shifted slightly, his feathers rustling like parchment. "The seasons turn as they always have. The time of autumn's surrender to winter's rest is upon us, but sometimes the forest forgets how to let go. It clings to the light, fearing the darkness rather than trusting in the renewal that follows." He gestured with a wing toward a particularly ancient tree, its trunk hollowed by time yet still standing strong. "That elder maple has seen countless cycles. Its leaves have fallen and regrown more times than any of us can count. Yet, even it sometimes hesitates to release the last of its foliage, as if holding on might keep the warmth a little longer." The fox tilted her head. "But why would the forest resist? Rest is part of the magic." "Indeed," the owl replied. "But change can be frightening, even when it is natural. The moon petals dim because they feel the uncertainty in the air. The stream murmurs of stillness because the energy of the forest is caught between holding on and letting go." As if to emphasize his words, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that pattered rhythmically on the leaves above, each drop a tiny drumbeat in the night symphony. The sound was soothing, almost hypnotic, and the fox felt a sense of calm settle over her despite the tension in the air. "What can be done?" she asked. The owl's eyes seemed to deepen with warmth. "We must remind the forest of the beauty in release. We must show it that rest is not an end, but a promise of renewal. The magic of this place is not only in its light, but in its shadows, not only in its warmth, but in its cool, quiet moments of reflection." Together they decided to journey to the heart of the forest, a starlit clearing where the moon petals grew thickest, and where the trees formed a protective circle around a small, crystal-clear pond. As they walked, the owl shared stories of winters past, of how the snow blanketed the earth in silence, allowing the roots to dream deeply, and how the spring always returned with vibrant life, fueled by that very rest. The rain continued to fall, its gentle percussion mingling with the whisper of the wind through the pines and the distant hush of the stream. The fox felt each sound deep within her, a natural lullaby that eased her worries. When they reached the clearing, they found the moon petals indeed glowing faintly, their silver light wavering like a timid heartbeat. Around the pond, the trees stood solemnly, their leaves trembling slightly in the breeze as if unsure whether to hold on or let go. The owl alighted on a stone at the water's edge, and the fox sat beside him. For a time they simply listened, to the patter of rain on the pond's surface, to the sigh of the trees, to the soft cheer-up of crickets hidden in the grass. Then the owl began to speak, not in words, but in a series of soft, melodic hoots that wove through the night like a thread of comfort. It was a song of cycles, of trust, of the deep and abiding truth that every ending is a beginning in disguise. Inspired, the fox moved to the center of the clearing. She closed her eyes and let the forest sounds fill her, the rustle, the babble, the patter, the hum. And then she began to dance. It was a slow, graceful movement, a mimicry of falling leaves and flowing water, of shifting shadows and returning light. Her steps were gentle on the damp earth, and as she moved, she poured all her love for the forest into her dance. Something shifted in the air. The moon petals seemed to brighten, their glow strengthening as if drawing courage from her grace. One by one, the trees began to release their hold on their final leaves. They drifted down silently, spinning and twirling in the moonlight, each a testament to the beauty of letting go. The stream's murmur grew cheerful once more, chuckling with the joy of renewed flow. The stones hummed a little louder, their vibration a steady, grounding presence. And the rain, now softening to a drizzle, left behind a fresh, clean scent that spoke of washing away doubt and fear. As the fox danced, she noticed other nocturnal creatures emerging from the shadows. A badger with a striped face, a family of hedgehogs, a doe with her fawn, and even a circle of rabbits with ears perked in curiosity. They gathered at the edge of the clearing, their eyes reflecting the now bright glow of the moon petals. Together they added their own quiet presence to the symphony of the night, a collective embrace of the forest's natural rhythm. When the dance ended, the fox stood still, breathing deeply. The clearing was now awash with silver light, brighter than she had ever seen it. The moon petals shone with renewed vigor, and the air thrummed with a peaceful, settled energy. The forest had remembered how to trust. The owl flew down to land beside her. "You see, little one," he said softly, "sometimes all that is needed is a gentle reminder that we are part of something greater, a cycle that has turned long before us and will continue long after. There is wisdom in rest and magic in release." The fox nodded, her heart full. She looked around at the gathering of creatures, at the glowing clearing, and at the ancient trees now standing with a sense of peaceful surrender. The subtle tension had melted away, replaced by a deep, abiding calm. One by one the animals slipped back into the shadows, returning to their nightly routines, but carrying with them the renewed sense of trust and peace. The owl gave a final, soft hoot and took flight, disappearing into the dark branches above. The fox remained for a while longer, sitting by the pond as the moon began its slow descent toward the horizon. She listened to the gentle lap of water against the shore, the distant whisper of the wind, and the steady, rhythmic pulse of the forest at peace. She knew that come winter, the snow would fall, silencing the world in a blanket of white. The streams would slow, the creatures would sleep, and the trees would stand bare against the sky. But she also knew that beneath that stillness, the magic would continue, dreaming, waiting, gathering strength for the return of spring. As she finally turned to make her way home, the first flakes of snow began to drift down, soft, silent, and gentle. They landed on her fur like cold kisses, and she smiled. The forest was embracing its rest, and she felt honored to have played a small part in reminding it of the beauty in letting go. And so, under the fading moonlight and the watchful eyes of the stars, the ancient forest settled into its seasonal slumber, wrapped in the quiet magic of renewal, and filled with the peaceful certainty that after every night, without fail, the dawn would always come. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like melted gold through ancient canopies, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew thick as velvet pillows, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. At the forest's heart stood the grandmother oak, her bark etched with centuries of stories, roots weaving deep into the world's magic. She was the keeper of seasons, her branches holding the delicate balance between spring's blush, summer's hum, autumn's sigh, and winter's hush. Among her roots dwelled Thistle, a silver-furred badger whose paws knew every hidden pathway. His den smelled of dried lavender and warm soil, where fireflies nested in jars like living constellations. High in the oak's branches lived Pip, a quick-pawed squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns. Her nest was lined with thistle down and moonbeam silk, and she spent dawns watching dew transform spiderwebs into necklaces of light. Nearby, in a burrow fringed with bluebells, lived the hedgehog family, Bramble, Moss, and their 3 prickly youngsters, who tended the glow-cap mushrooms that pulsed softly at twilight, recycling fallen leaves into starlight. The forest thrived on rituals. Every first frost, Thistle would lead the creatures to the crystal stream, where they'd place river-smooth stones in spirals to thank the water for its songs. In spring, Pip organized the blossom dance, where butterflies scattered pollen that made the air taste like honey. The hedgehog sang nightly lullabies to the grandmother oak, their voices harmonizing with the wind, so her roots drank melodies instead of rain. All things breathe together, elder fern, the oldest turtle, would murmur from her sun-warmed rock. Upset one thread and the whole tapestry trembles. But one sultry summer evening, as fireflies painted the dusk, an unnatural chill crept in. Frost feathered over ferns that should have been lush, silencing crickets mid-chirp. Pip shivered on her branch, watching her breath mist in the air. Thistle emerged from his den, whiskers stiff with ice crystals. The seasons are knotted, he rumbled, nose pressed to the trembling earth. The grandmother oak's roots feel cold. They gathered beneath the oak, where moonlight usually pooled like liquid silver. Now the clearing was eerily still. Bramble nudged a frostbitten glowcap, its light guttered weakly. The balanced stone whispered moss, her spines drooping. Deep in the oak's roots lay a geode older than the forest, a stone that pulsed with the forest's heartbeat, warming the earth in winter and cooling it in summer. Thistle's grandfather had shown it to him as a cub, warning, harm it, and the seasons unravel. A frantic woodmouse brought news. Near the stone, the earth had cracked. Young foxes, new to the forest, had chased a rabbit into the roots, clawing at the soil where the stone lay hidden. Their playful digging had exposed it to the night air, freezing its magic. Pip scampered down, her tiny paws tracing the fissure. Cold seeped from it, withering nearby flowers. They didn't know, she said softly. The stone's song is fading. Thistle nodded. Ignorance is a wound only wisdom can heal. He sought Elder Fern, who sunned herself on a mossy log, her shell patterned with lichen like ancient maps. Ah, she sighed, her voice a dry rustle. The stone remembers warmth. It needs summer's breath to thaw. She described the sun petals, golden flowers that bloomed only on the highest sunbeam, storing sunlight in their velvet cores. But they wilt by twilight, you must move as one. Hope flickered. Pip scrambled up the grandmother oak, leaping across branches toward the canopy's sunlit crown. Thistle dug tunnels through frosted soil, creating safe passage. The hedgehogs rolled glowcaps into the cracks, their faint light guiding the way. When Pip reached the sun-drenched treetops, she found the sun petals, a cluster of golden blooms warm as baked bread. But as she gathered them, a gust shook the branches. One precious petal tumbled downward. Below, the young foxes watched, ears flat with shame. The smallest, her fur russet as fallen leaves, saw the falling petal. With a yip, she darted forward, catching it gently in her mouth. Pip froze, but the fox placed the petal in Thistle's paw, whimpering, "We didn't mean to still the seasons." "Come," said Thistle gently. "Help us reweave what was frayed." Together they hurried to the exposed balanced stone, now glazed with ice. The hedgehogs lined the fissure with glowing mushrooms. Pip laid the sun petals on the stone's frozen surface, their warmth seeping into the geode. Thistle and the foxes pushed rich, dark soil over the roots, their paws working side by side. As the last shovelful settled, bramble and moss began a low, humming song, joined by the foxes' hesitant yips and Pip's chittering melody. The grandmother oak's leaves shimmered, absorbing their voices. Slowly, the frost retreated like a shy creature. Warmth radiated from the stone, melting ice into dewdrops that glittered on spiderwebs. Flowers straightened, crickets resumed their symphony, and the glowcaps brightened, casting buttery light over the smiling faces. Elder Fern crept close, nudging the young foxes. "Remember this night, wisdom isn't knowing everything, it's listening to the world's whispers." The foxes bowed their heads. "We'll protect the balanced stone," promised the russet one, "and teach others its song." Seasons flowed smoothly once more. Autumn arrived in a cascade of amber and crimson, leaves pirouetting to the hedgehog's harvest hymns. Winter wrapped the forest in snowy silence, the foxes now guarding the oak's roots while Thistle told tales of stars by the hearth. When spring returned, painting the woods in wildflower confetti, the creatures gathered beneath the grandmother oak. Pip strung dewdrop necklaces for the fox kits, while Bramble and Moss served nectar-sweetened hazelnuts on birch bark plates. As twilight deepened, fireflies rose like embers in a gentle wind, their light blending with the glow-caps and the oak's soft luminescence. Thistle watched them, his old bones warmed by contentment. The forest breathed, a sigh of soil, rustle of leaves, ripple of stream, each note a thread in an eternal harmony. High above, the first star winked, casting silver over creatures curled in drowsy heaps, their dreams woven from the safety of roots and the promise of tomorrow's sun. And deep in the earth, the balanced stone pulsed steadily, a warm, silent lullaby for the sleeping woods. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmergrove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the luminous leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, The dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Teros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. In the quiet village of Willowbend, nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora who felt as though she were made of glass. Each morning she would wake and watch the world through her window, seeing the vibrant life outside while feeling strangely separate from it all. Her skin seemed too thin, her voice too soft, and her presence so faint that sometimes she wondered if she cast a shadow at all. Leora's only comfort was her small, walled garden behind the cottage, where she lived alone. It was a modest space, overgrown with forget-me-nots and wild ivy, but it held a secret known only to her. The plants here responded not to sunlight or rain, but to the quiet music of her heart. One evening, as the last light of day bled into violet twilight, Leora noticed something peculiar. Where her tears had fallen days before, after a particularly lonely afternoon, a new plant had sprouted. Its leaves were the color of twilight, and at its center glowed a soft, silver bud that pulsed gently, like a sleeping heartbeat. She knelt, her breath catching. As she reached out, her fingers trembling, the bud began to unfurl. From within emerged a moth with wings like stained glass, each pane a different hue of blue and violet. It did not fly away, but settled on her wrist, its delicate feet tickling her skin. And where it touched, Leora's skin began to shimmer with a faint, pearlescent glow. That night she dreamed of a woman with hair like spun moonlight and eyes the color of ancient forests. The woman spoke without moving her lips, her voice like wind through pine needles. Some changes are not meant to be feared, dear one, but followed. When Leora woke, the moth was gone, but the shimmer on her skin remained. And in the garden, the strange plant had grown taller, now bearing 3 silver buds instead of 1. Over the following days, small shifts began to occur. When Leora felt a spark of courage, perhaps from speaking to the market vendor without stuttering, or from deciding to walk the forest path at dusk, tiny flowers would bloom along her windowsill, their petals the same pearlescent hue as her skin. When doubt crept in, they would wilt slightly, but never fully fade. It was on one of her evening walks that she met the woman from her dream. She was sitting on a mossy log near a bubbling stream, humming a tune that sounded like water over stones. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler who knew the language of growing things. "Your garden speaks of you," Alara said, her voice as soothing as a warm blanket. "It tells me you are in a cocoon of your own making." Leora looked at her hands, which now glimmered even in the dim light. "I don't understand what's happening to me." Alara smiled. "You are learning to listen to yourself. Every emotion, every quiet hope, it is all a seed. Some take longer to sprout than others." She began visiting Leora regularly, always appearing just when loneliness threatened to pull her under. Alara taught her to tend the garden not with tools, but with intention. They sat together in silence, and Leora learned to breathe in time with the earth, slow, deep breaths that made the silver buds glow brighter. One afternoon, after a particularly meaningful conversation in which Leora confessed her fear of being overlooked, the garden responded in a breathtaking display. Vines heavy with glowing lantern blossoms climbed the stone walls, casting a gentle light that danced like fireflies. And Leora herself began to change more noticeably. Her hair, once plain brown, now held streaks of silver that caught the light like threads of starlight. Her eyes, once shy and downcast, now held a depth that mirrored the night sky. But the true turning point came during the first autumn storm. Wind howled and rain lashed against the cottage windows. Leora felt the old fears return, the sense of being small and fragile. She rushed into the garden, fearing the magical plants would be destroyed. Instead, she found the silver buds had closed tightly, protecting themselves like cocoons. And there, standing calmly in the rain, was Alara. "Storms are part of growth," she said, her clothes dry despite the downpour. "They remind the roots to dig deeper." So Leora stood with her, face turned to the sky, and let the rain wash over her. And as she accepted the storm, something wonderful happened. From her skin emerged delicate, lace-like patterns that glowed with a soft gold light, the visual echo of her resilience. When the storm passed, the garden was more vibrant than ever. The silver buds opened to reveal flowers that chimed softly in the breeze, and Leora's transformation became even more pronounced. She no longer looked like glass, she looked like morning frost on a window pane, intricate and strong. Alara nodded approvingly. You are not becoming someone new, you are remembering who you always were. As the seasons turned, Leora's garden became a place of wonder for the entire village. Children came to hear the chiming flowers, and elders sat on the benches that had grown naturally from woven willow branches. Leora, who once feared being unseen, now glowed with a gentle light that soothed all who neared her. On the first day of spring, Alara came to say goodbye. My work here is complete, she said, touching Leora's cheek. You have learned the most important lesson, that growth is not a destination, but a manner of traveling. That evening, Leora sat in her garden as the fireflies began their dance. She breathed deeply in and out and watched as her own light mingled with theirs. She noticed then that from her back had emerged delicate, translucent wings, not for flying, but for catching the light and casting rainbows on the stones below. She was neither fully human nor fully magical being, but something wonderfully in between. And she understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning. There were still parts of herself waiting to unfold, like seeds yet to sprout or cocoons still trembling with potential. So she sat there in the peaceful twilight, her garden humming softly around her, and smiled. For the first time she felt not like glass, but like a lantern, fragile yes, but full of light. And she knew, with a certainty that warmed her from within, that her transformation had only just begun. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. Tullius, he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern. The acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss. Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. Ah, young Pippin, he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance. Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered. Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak? He inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored. and the acorns fall once more. With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever.